How does it look? The place seems secured quite well. I don't think anything is getting in, and we probably will not be getting out either. Roland whispered, careful to keep his voice low, so that no one would catch on to their conversation. Even inside the carriage, from this point forward, no one could be trusted. I see. Arthur nodded as Roland scanned the environment around them. At first, the place seemed magical and tranquil, yet danger lingered everywhere. Several Tier 3 class holders were nearby, many hidden in the forest and around the castle they were approaching. I will not be able to use teleportation gates. We will need to reach the wall. Roland's mind raced with possibilities. He needed to establish an escape plan that would allow them to return home safely if things turned turbulent. Although the Duke himself did not seem to harbor any ulterior motives, the kidnapping attempt had taken place only 2 days earlier. One of the heir candidates might have been responsible and could attempt it again here. The bodies of the assassins he had recovered revealed nothing. At most, he could record their mana patterns in the hope of tracing an old mana signature that had been left behind somewhere. They were unrecognizable, and all their equipment and belongings had been melted by the strange magic they used. This made it difficult to pinpoint their true enemy, and if push came to shove, an escape might be necessary. His helmet was gone now, yet the mask covering his face served a similar purpose. The display that usually spread across his visor was minimized, appearing in a smaller version within his covered eyes. The rune concealment skill was active, and no one had discovered that he was wearing a mostly magical suit of armor. Still, some of his items had been confiscated, most likely because of Arthur's low prestige here. Either one of his brothers had instructed the guards to take them, or the soldiers were simply expressing their disdain for someone who was never going to become the Duke. We are almost there. The carriage clattered across the final stretch of cobblestone, its wheels echoing through the surprising stillness of the seemingly tranquil place. Roland's gaze shifted constantly between the central tower looming ahead and the walls surrounding them. If they needed to escape, he would first have to get out of the main castle. After that, he would need to traverse the forest, which seemed to be filled with hidden forces as well as whoever controlled the mage tower. Then he would need to scale the wall and lead himself and the others to one of the teleportation gates. The task seemed impossible, yet he was already working on countermeasures to increase their chances of survival. Arthur, on the other hand, was not concerned with escape. His attention remained fixed entirely on the central castle tower, for that was where his father resided. This would be his first true meeting with him since reaching adulthood. Ha! The Duke's castle is magnificent, isn't it? True. I wish our family could afford something this grand. So true. The silence soon ended as once they traveled across the singular drawbridge, they arrived at the final threshold. The portcullis rose to let them in, and the carriage entered a vast courtyard paved with dark stone. Here, hundreds of nobles, retainers, and servants already bustled about, their colors dazzling like a field of flowers. The murmur of voices echoed as everyone gathered together and chatted. For many, this was a moment they had been waiting for. It was the perfect time to create new deals and get into the good graces of the Duke and his family. The carriage slowed as it entered the main courtyard. An announcer's staff struck the ground with a sharp crack that cut through the noise of the nobles' chatter. Heads turned, eyes drawn to the new arrival. The Valerian banner was clearly displayed on the carriage, but once the man spoke the name, the interest in their gazes quickly faded. Lord Arthur Valerian. The name carried across the courtyard, yet the effect was not what one might expect. Heads turned and necks craned. There was curiosity and whispers, but none of the nobles moved toward the carriage. It was as though his very identity pushed them away. To them, a bastard was not worth their time. Roland opened the door first and stepped down, his presence subdued and restrained. Arthur followed. His boots touched the stone softly without sound, and though his expression remained neutral, he felt the weight of every gaze upon him. For a brief moment, silence held the courtyard, as though the crowd were still deciding how to judge him. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, dozens of nobles shifted their attention elsewhere. Their smiles brightened, their steps quickened, and their voices rang with delight as they flocked toward another arrival. Lord Julius Valerian. Ah, Lord Theodore, how resplendent you look. Lord Tybalt, allow me to offer my congratulations in advance. Within moments, the courtyard became a sea of silks and embroidered sleeves surging toward Arthur's brothers. Greetings, compliments, and invitations poured forth, the air alive with laughter. Look at them swarming like rats, Arthur whispered to Roland, who only nodded in reply. Arthur's exclusion was obvious, though he was not the only one ignored. The third eldest brother, Ivan Valerian, did not fare much better. A small group surrounded him, but his circle was barely half the size of the one gathered around Tybalt. While the nobles continued to give them the cold shoulder, Roland looked around. They were now standing in what resembled a square. The castle had appeared large from the outside, and the impression was just as true once they entered. There was enough space for thousands of people, although most of them were servants. Even though the area was outdoors, it was filled with tables. Some were shaded by large umbrellas that blocked out the sunlight, while others stood fully exposed. Carts carrying food were scattered throughout the place, and servants moved between them with trays of drinks and cakes. Many of the men held glasses of expensive wine, and some were already tipsy from it. We have not even gone inside the main building yet, Roland thought as he followed Arthur, who chose a seat at one of the empty tables. From there, they had a better view of the gathering and could assess the situation more clearly. Brother Julius seems to be the most popular, and Theodore is a close second. I can hardly see them in that crowd. Most of the nobles present had already aligned themselves with the two leading candidates for heir. Even as the minutes passed, no one approached them. It was easy to notice that some people cast glances in their direction, yet none dared to step closer. The reason was clear enough. Anyone who tried would be placing themselves at risk of retaliation. Arthur's standing was still low, and he was not seen as someone capable of protecting his allies, at least not yet. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Some do seem interested. The rumors about our victory over Theodore must have spread, Roland said as he leaned over to examine the wine that a servant had placed on their table. Yes, but most likely they do not believe them and will not take the risk, Arthur replied before taking a sip of the expensive wine. Roland noticed that his friend seemed distracted. Although Arthur tried to hide it, his eyes kept darting around the courtyard as if he were searching for someone who was not there. Time passed, yet the person he sought never appeared. May I have the attention of the lords and ladies? By then, everyone had gathered, and a man who looked like a butler finally stepped forward. He stood on a large balcony overlooking the massive courtyard where they had assembled. The place appeared to be intended for the Duke himself to make announcements. Instead, it was the butler who emerged, an elderly man with a mustache and a monocle. Honored guests, by His Grace's command, the castle doors are now open. You are invited to enter the great halls of House Valerian. Please, follow the attendants and make your way to the grand ballroom, where refreshments and music await you before the assembly begins. Roland exchanged a glance with Arthur, both silently acknowledging how odd those words sounded. A party before the assembly was strange indeed. The Duke was famous for his tireless devotion to duty, and under normal circumstances, the assembly would take place first, with a celebration for the nobles only afterward. Only then could they converse and discuss matters concerning the island and the kingdom. Perhaps this isn't such a serious gathering and Father just wants to observe, Arthur whispered. Roland nodded, and together they followed the rest of the nobles, who could hardly contain their excitement. As with everything else in the keep, the entrance doors were enormous, large enough for a giant to walk through without stooping. The vaulted ceilings soared high above, supported by ribbed arches and lined with frescoes depicting the Valerian line's triumphs. Crystal chandeliers hung like floating constellations and scattered light across polished marble floors. Enormous tapestries draped the walls, each woven with scenes from old history, mostly depicting battles and famous achievements. Noble men and women paused as soon as they crossed the threshold, struck silent by the sheer grandeur before them. Attendants in immaculate black and silver apparel bowed and signaled for everyone to move deeper inside. The nobles spilled forward and continued their conversations while their personal bodyguards remained at the sides. Roland was also forced to move away from Arthur and join the rest of the knight attendants along the wall. They were not allowed to interact directly with the nobility once inside and could not speak unless given an order. He used the moment to study the knight commanders the other four brothers had arrived with. Theodore's bodyguard stood out due to his sheer size. Although he had changed into more noble attire, the tunic failed to hide his powerful physique. The next noticeable one was the retainer accompanying Julius. While Roland expected a Solarian paladin to appear, he had not imagined it would be a woman with straw-like hair. She wore an immaculate gold military coat marked with the sun motif of the Solarian order. Even without her heavy armor, the weight of her presence was unmistakable. She carried no weapon at her hip, yet Roland could sense divine mana lingering around her body like a silent warning. Julius truly had the church's support, for this person was clearly a powerful paladin trained for battle. The holy mana swirling around her was denser than any of the paladins he had encountered, with the Grand Inquisitor being the only exclusion. If he was not mistaken, she was Lady Bernadette of the Dawn, a well-established member of the church. The church was clearly investing a great deal in this matter, as Bernadette was widely known for defeating many worshippers of evil gods throughout her life. Although she appeared to be in her 20s and was strikingly beautiful, she was in fact over 40 years of age. Her presence alone showed how much effort the church was willing to put into the Duke's son. Roland then turned his attention to another figure, one who looked quite different from the rest. He was neither a noble knight, nor a holy paladin, nor even a muscular warrior, but an old man with a long blue beard. Mana gathered densely around him as well, which meant he was most likely a high-tier mage. That must be Tybalt's retainer, but what's with that giant hat? The man was clearly a powerful mage, most likely already in his second Tier 3 class. He wore a robe decorated with star constellations and a large wizard's hat that covered his bald head. That makes 3. The last one would be... Only Ivan's knight commander remained unaccounted for. As Roland searched for him, a presence suddenly appeared behind his back. He sensed a trace of hostility but chose not to react when someone deliberately bumped his shoulder. "Watch where you are going." Roland did not flinch. The man who had run into him was none other than the knight commander of Ivan Valerian. He stood tall in shining armor that reflected Roland's mask whenever he looked at it. Clearly no one had stripped him of his equipment even though it radiated mana and bore some enchantments. This knight had not been among those who had guarded Ivan at the tea house. He was far stronger, and Roland could not afford to overlook him. His appearance, however, was strange. Most knights of this caliber looked noble or at least imposing, but this man seemed unpleasant. His face resembled that of a rodent. His nose was crooked, and a bowl cut completed his odd presence. Roland did not respond to the man who looked as though he belonged in a bandit camp rather than in a duke's castle, and this silence seemed to irritate him even more. "Are you ignoring me? Who do you think you are to disregard a high knight commander of House Valerian?" His voice was just as unpleasant as his appearance, but what made it worse was his attitude. Roland found it difficult to understand. The knight was not speaking loudly, yet it was enough to draw attention, and several guards turned to look in their direction. It seemed that Ivan had either failed to warn this man to be discreet or had deliberately sent him to cause trouble in order to tarnish Arthur's reputation. There were several ways Roland could handle the encounter. One option was to challenge the man to a duel, but he chose something less conspicuous. He simply held his gaze and remained silent. Roland kept his gaze steady, the pale glow of the chandeliers glimmering against his mask. He stood rooted in place, unmoving, neither rising to the provocation nor granting even the courtesy of a reply. His silence was absolute, his posture unyielding, like a wall of iron that refused to shift. The knight commander's lips twisted with displeasure. His gauntlet hand flexed at his side, knuckles creaking against the plates of his armor as though eager to strike. Before he could act, however, the sound of soft footsteps cut through the tension. "Sir Hadrian." The voice was that of a woman, firm despite its softness. At once, the knight commander stiffened. His posture changed as if he were a child caught misbehaving, and he quickly turned toward the figure who had spoken. Roland also shifted his gaze and saw an older woman with striking red hair. Her features bore a resemblance to someone he knew. Could this be? I pay respect to Lady Scarlet. Hadrian bent his head quickly. All his hostility was instantly buried beneath a display of obedience. His tone wavered, but his eyes darted in Roland's direction, still simmering with malice. Roland studied the woman more closely. The resemblance to Ivan was undeniable. Her sharp cheekbones, the proud set of her jaw, and the fiery hair streaked with threads of silver. This was Ivan's mother, the Lady Scarlet Valerian. Her presence carried weight, not only because of her noble lineage but also because she radiated authority. The nobles nearby, who had been half pretending not to watch the exchange, suddenly bowed their heads or averted their gazes. To make matters worse, she was not alone. 3 other women approached, each distinguished by her own hairstyle and color. Roland had no idea what he had done to deserve this, yet here he was facing all the noble mothers of the heirs. With all of them gathered, he could do nothing but bow and stare at the ground. They were the wives of the Duke, and none seemed to like one another very much. "Lady Scarlet, you have poor taste in servants if they lack manners." The woman at her right spoke first. Her words were smooth but mocking. She wore a gown of midnight blue threaded with tiny gems that sparkled like stars. Her azure hair was braided into something resembling a crown, and her smile was polite yet venomous. Roland guessed her to be Lady Celeste, Tybalt's mother. A ripple of muffled chuckles spread through the area as the other 2 women joined together to mock one of their rivals. Roland could not begin to understand how he had ended up in such a situation, but one thing was certain. It was safer not to move, for a single word from any of these ladies could end his whole existence in an instant. "Wait, aren't those 4? "Yes, they are. Please be quiet, or you will get us in trouble." The nobles turned their faces toward a strange scene unfolding. 4 women were speaking together, each well-known and prominent within her own circle. Behind them stood small groups of lesser nobles, mostly women, with a few silent servants among them. Lady Scarlet, the one with crimson hair, did not look pleased, yet soon her lips curled into a sharp smile. "Better poor taste than no taste at all, Lady Celeste. You look like a peacock draped in sapphires." Celeste's eyes narrowed, and the gems in her hair glittered as she mockingly tilted her head. "And yet, Lady Scarlet, peacocks are still admired. Some of us need not breathe fire like common tavern drunks to be noticed." A third voice broke in before Scarlet could reply. It was a refined voice, one laced with a feeling of superiority. "Bantering like fishermen's wives already, I see. How predictable." The speaker was a tall, slim woman with raven hair, dressed in a gown of dark silk that seemed to be woven from shadows themselves. Jewels glittered at her throat, a deliberate display of wealth and rank. She carried herself like one accustomed to command, her chin lifted as though she looked down upon all others. "Lady Layla, how nice of you to join us. Your dress looks as gaudy as ever," said Lady Scarlet, her frown plain for all to see. Lady Layla arched a brow at this response, and her dark eyes gleamed with disdain. "Gaudy? My dear Scarlet, this fabric was woven in the capital by the royal tailors themselves. Not that you would know the difference. Flame burns bright, yes, but it lacks refinement. A pity your son inherited the same vulgar temperament." Gasps and muffled laughter rippled through the circle of noblewomen who had gathered like vultures to a fresh carcass. It was rare enough for the Duke's 4 wives to appear together, rarer still for them to trade insults so openly. Scarlet's face flushed red with fury, and she was about to unleash a retort when another voice intervened. It was another noble woman, her words smooth and calming. "Ladies, please, let us remain civil." Lady Aurelia stepped forward. Her golden hair shimmered in the chandelier light, and her gown, woven of gold with silver trim, seemed to glow as it caught the rays. The sun motif embroidered across her bodice marked her devotion to Solaria. Every gesture she made carried the grace of a true lady, the kind poets would immortalize in song. My dear sisters, we stand in the Duke's hall. Let us show the dignity befitting our station. Let us remember the eyes upon us, and the honor, the burden, our children must one day carry forward. Her words drifted through the hall like a calming breeze amid a storm. Where Scarlet's voice crackled like fire and Layla's dripped with venom, Aurelia's floated with poise and restraint. She did not appear to mock or accuse, yet her words were not received kindly by the others. Dignity befitting our station? Are you suggesting we are acting unladylike? What audacity! Layla's eyes narrowed, her tone sharp, and neither Scarlet nor Celeste seemed pleased either. The air grew rigid, the atmosphere heavy, while nobles leaned closer to catch every word. For many of them, such gatherings were the only true diversion from their estates. What seemed like polite conversation was, in truth, warfare. At such gatherings, alliances were forged and broken in moments, friends discarded as quickly as rivals were courted. It reminded Roland of the days he had spent among nobles, though his own time had been brief. In the 5 years he lived as a noble's child, he had witnessed such spectacles often. His stepmothers had hosted similar gatherings, and he remembered well how laughter could shift to slander the instant backs were turned. Once you are the wife of a duke, unless royalty is present, there seems to be no reason to hold back. From where he stood, he could see the 4 ladies exchanging insults. He wasn't sure if Julius's mother was doing it on purpose, but some of her words came off as rude, though they could also be masked as goodwill. Whether intentional or not, the disruption they created proved useful to him. It gave him the chance to slip away from the knight eager to provoke a fight. He glanced aside toward Arthur, who lingered at the edge of the hall. Arthur's expression was distant, his gaze fixed on the 4 women, though his eyes seemed to search for someone beyond them. His stare roamed across the chandeliers, the jeweled gowns, and the silken cloaks of the assembled nobility, yet it always returned to the shadowed doorways. Roland had a fair idea of whom Arthur longed to see. Yet such a wish could never be granted. Not here, not in this hall, not within the rigid confines of noble society. Arthur's mother was no human but a moon elf, and though her beauty and grace were beyond question, she had no noble birth within the kingdom. To the lords and ladies gathered here, such a truth was intolerable. It was a stain that made Arthur's chosen path all the more difficult. What do you mean by that? An annoyed voice echoed through the hall again. Oh, did I strike a chord? The bickering among the Duke's wives resumed, but before it could escalate further, a voice thundered from the far end of the hall. Roland recognized it at once. Ladies and gentlemen, it was the butler. His voice carried through the chamber, boosted by the power of magic that silenced even the most stubborn whispers. A small group of attendants stood behind him, maids and butlers dressed in impeccable attire. His Grace welcomes you to his palace. At once, the hall fell into silence. Every gaze turned upward, searching. The eyes of the nobility shifted instinctively to the second level, where private booths overlooked the grand ballroom. The vast chamber was divided into 2 tiers. The main floor with its polished dance floor and banquet tables, and the upper level, where the great and powerful observed from the seclusion of their own chambers. Each of the Duke's wives possessed a private booth, furnished and reserved for their allies and confidants. At the very center, dominating the highest wall, stood the Duke's own throne-like chair, the seat of the master of the palace. Yet it remained empty. Where is he? Roland wondered at the Duke's absence as he glanced about the hall. Though the man had considerable freedom in how he conducted himself, this was a moment when tradition demanded his presence. He should have been here to greet the assembled nobility. The confusion in the crowd was plain, and even his 4 wives seemed uncertain of the reason he had not appeared. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. His Grace will join us later. He has been detained with urgent matters of state. The butler's voice carried with its usual polish, steady and composed. Yet Roland noticed the shifting of shoulders, the narrowing of eyes. The nobles were not convinced. The explanation rang hollow, too neat, like a line rehearsed to keep unrest at bay. Whispers started almost instantly, and with his enhanced hearing, Roland could hear it all. Too busy to greet his own court? Perhaps he grows weary of his wife's endless quarrels. Or is this a statement? Does he resent someone's presence? Perhaps the Solarian paladins? Speculation spread like fire through dry grass. Some remarks carried little weight, while others made quite a lot of sense. Roland knew the truth beneath it all. Even if Julius was favored in the Battle of Heirs, there were many who despised the changes he championed. To them, the Solarian Church was not a blessing but an intrusion, an outsider's hand creeping into their duchy, bound not to this kingdom but to the power of the West. The Holy Kingdom of Alexandria had expanded its influence deep into the realm, and not everyone welcomed it. Paladins now swarmed the land, empowered by the king to investigate even the nobility. Many resented this intrusion but could not openly oppose it, since the church remained essential in the fight against evil beings and forbidden magic. Without a paladin or cleric strengthened by divine power, resisting dark sorcery was nearly impossible. This was one of the main reasons he kept his progress secret. He had discovered a way to emulate divinity itself. It could serve as a bargaining chip to protect his life, yet it would also paint a target on his back. If his invention were revealed, the prestige of the Solarian Church would surely diminish. If runic equipment could rival the power of priests and paladins, there would be little reason to keep funding them. He could see the immense earning potential in his work. Nobles would likely pay handsomely for divine cannons or holy grenades that could strengthen their forces against the undead. Yet the venture was filled with danger. He had no way of knowing how far the zealotry of the faithful extended. It was entirely possible that he would be branded a heretic, an enemy not only of the Solarian Church but of every religion. Since he could also replicate necrotic mana and even the essence of black magic, that alone might be enough to condemn him as a necromancer or warlock who deserved execution. Please enjoy the gathering, ladies and gentlemen. We have prepared a feast worthy of your status. With a graceful sweep of his hand, the butler bowed, and the attendants withdrew, leaving the nobles to murmur and shift like restless birds. The long banquet tables glittered with crystal goblets and silver platters, though no servant dared lift a lid until the guests themselves made the first move. The chamber soon filled with the rustle of silk and the steady tap of boots as the nobles finally began to take their seats. Roland did not join them. He remained by the wall, his mask concealing his expression as he quietly observed the gathering. Though his helmet was absent, the mask still retained most of its functions. This was an ideal chance to expand his database with the mana signatures of nobles, their trusted soldiers, and their closest advisors. Arthur, meanwhile, took a tall glass of wine and settled at an empty table, well apart from the other nobility. This was the time for mingling and striking bargains, yet no one seemed interested in approaching the young heir candidate. The other 4 heirs were present as well, but they did not so much as glance his way. Instead, they clustered around their mothers, surrounded by eager lesser nobles vying for favor. Still, whispers followed Arthur wherever he lingered. That must be the half-blood. Yes, some say he has talent. The Duke's son is still the Duke's son. Humph, let him climb if he dares. No house will marry their daughters to him. No one wants elf ears on their grandchildren. I heard they vanish by the 3rd generation, so perhaps it would be fine. His exploits are impressive. Yes, best to wait until the assembly is finished. Indeed. Roland caught the words clearly. Some nobles dwelled on Arthur's half-elven heritage, others on his growing reputation after capturing a city and extending his influence so late in the heir race. Yet none of them were prepared to offer support. Not until the assembly ended, and they could gauge the Duke's opinion of his 5th son. Time passed, yet Arthur remained seated alone, the stem of his glass slowly turning between his fingers. His expression stayed composed, though Roland could tell he was listening. Every sneer, every whisper, Every word was a dagger meant to remind him of his place. Still, Arthur gave no response. He neither rose to defend himself nor acknowledged the nobles circling like hawks. He simply endured. What is he trying to achieve? Hours slipped by with little of note, and Roland began to think the day might end in nothing more than tedious posturing. But once the nobles had settled in and drink loosened their tongues, some began to reveal their true colors. One of them was Arthur's brother, infamous for his short temper and fondness for wine. Brother? Brother? You think you've earned the right to call me that bastard? Ivan Valerian had finally decided to confront Arthur. Roland could not entirely understand the reasoning. There was little to be gained from antagonizing someone so low on the ladder. The most he could assume was that Ivan, desperate to reclaim lost prestige, saw Arthur as an easy target, a convenient punching bag to relieve his anger. Ivan's voice carried through the banquet hall like a whip crack. Though half the nobles were already drunk and feigning disinterest, many focused their ears on the encounter. Arthur seemed to be as calm as stone. He raised his glass and took another sip before lowering it carefully and speaking up. "Isn't my presence here enough proof for that, brother?" Arthur made sure to say the last word slowly and deliberately, his voice laced with mockery. He gave Ivan no chance to recover before pressing on. "Perhaps it is you who should worry about your standing more than me? It was truly a terrible thing, what happened to the city of Rika, if only their lord had not been so incompetent." Arthur's words cut like a dagger. He did not raise his voice, yet the calmness with which he spoke made things even worse. Whispers rippled through the hall, turning into stifled laughter and muted gasps. Nobles who had moments earlier feigned indifference now leaned forward, their eyes bright with intrigue. "Still, perhaps I ought to thank you instead? Because of that disaster, I managed to secure my own lands against the cultists. In truth, I could not have done it without you. You have been one of my greatest benefactors, brother." Ivan's face flushed crimson, his hand tightening around his crystal goblet until the crystal cracked with a sharp snap. Wine spilled across his hand, red as blood, but he seemed not to notice or just didn't care. His lips pulled back in a twisted grin, the kind that indicated mockery. "You dare speak to me like that? You, a half-breed mistake." His voice echoed through the grand hall, silencing even the most drunken chatter. Arthur, however, remained perfectly still. His expression betrayed nothing, though the faintest curve tugged at his lips, and Ivan didn't take kindly to that. His hand shot forward, aiming at Arthur's nape. Ivan's hand cut through the air, his fingers clawed and trembling with rage. The motion was swift, fueled by his drunken fury and his Tier 3 might. But before it could find its target, Arthur's hand rose to meet it. A sharp crack echoed across the banquet hall as Arthur smacked Ivan's arm away, sending the older brother stumbling a half-step backward. Gasps rippled through the hall. Nobles who had been pretending not to watch now leaned forward, their eyes wide, their fans fluttering as whispers darted from lip to lip. Was that aura? That or magic? The red haze around Arthur's hand, which struck Ivan's aside, was clearly visible and done with intent. Ivan froze, his chest rising and falling as if he could not grasp what had just happened. He had always been taller, broader, and by reputation far stronger. He too had mastered the aura, yet his hand now tingled from the blow. You. His voice broke off, his face twisting in disbelief. For the first time in years, doubt showed in his eyes, but it was quickly consumed by rage. His fist began to glow, crimson aura gathering at his knuckles. Just as he was about to unleash it, a man appeared in front of him, barring the way to Arthur. "You dare!" The man said nothing. He stood firm, blocking the path to Arthur in silence. His mask concealed his features, though several nobles recognized him as Wayland, the knight commander who had accompanied Arthur earlier. "It is fine, Sir Wayland. My brother has simply had too much to drink." Arthur smiled as he rose, placing himself beside Roland, who gave a small nod and stepped back. Soon, Ivan's knight moved forward. He was the same man who had tried to provoke Roland earlier. Sir Hadrian's eyes burned with hostility as he took his place beside his master. His armored hand drifted towards the hilt of his sword, ready to be drawn if his master ordered him to. The clash between the brothers continued while everyone watched from the sides. The noble ladies hid their faces behind gem-encrusted fans, and the gentlemen smiled without bothering to conceal their interest. This was one of the moments they loved the most, when rivals fought and turned it into a spectacle. None of them truly cared which brother would be victorious, yet for some reason it seemed that Arthur was gaining the upper hand, at least for the moment. Bastard! If you will not kneel before your betters, then perhaps a wager is in order, Ivan said as he glanced at Roland, who was standing to the side. A wager, Arthur replied, already beginning to understand where this was leading. He turned his eyes toward the man standing beside Ivan. Sir Hadrian was a well-known knight, infamous for his temper. From Roland's perspective, he suited the third brother well, since that one preferred to solve every problem with brute force. Hadrian, if I am not mistaken, he is an Aura knight. Before coming here, Roland had gathered information on all the knight commanders and mercenaries of note who might appear. Among them were Lady Bernadette, who accompanied Julius, and the powerful mage who served as Tybalt's retainer. In terms of strength, Hadrian was formidable and likely a more dangerous opponent for Roland than the old mage. Yet he still ranked behind the paladin and Theodore's bodyguard, who was probably the strongest of them all. That assessment, however, had been made when Roland possessed the entirety of his half-plate armor. The guards had confiscated his cape and gauntlets, leaving his suit incomplete. He considered the hidden spatial compartment in his boot, which still held one of his remaining elemental suits, but retrieving it was not an option. Even so, there were still ways to acquire equipment when it came to a duel. Arthur tilted his glass just slightly, as though weighing the wager in his mind. The nobles leaned closer, hushed voices rippling through the hall. The challenge was already understood by all who stood witness. A duel. Not between the brothers themselves, but between the steel that served them. If that is the game you wish to play, Arthur said at last, his voice calm and measured, then I will oblige, but we must ensure it is fair. Would you not agree, brother? Fair? What fairness is owed to a mistake like you? He threw his hand outward, gesturing toward Sir Hadrian. It was clear that he understood what Arthur was referring to. At a glance, Hadrian's gear was far superior, forged from pristine metal and marked with enchantments that were supposedly forbidden within the castle. My knight has no need for excuses. He will carve your dog to pieces, armor or no armor. A sneer twisted Hadrian's rodent-like face as he stepped forward, his enchanted armor gleaming unnaturally bright beneath the chandeliers. The polished mithril was etched with runes of the highest quality, each one waiting to be activated. The bowl-cut hair framing his crooked nose made him look almost ridiculous, yet his infamy silenced any laughter. No one dared to mock him, for he was a force to be reckoned with. Roland did not move. He stood in silence, allowing the crowd to compare Hadrian's gleaming figure with his own plain attire. His cape, gauntlets, and several armaments had been taken from him by the guards before the ball, leaving him a shadow of what he might have been in his full suit of armor. Arthur knew this, which was why he raised his voice just enough for all to hear. Since our host's guards have been so diligent in their duties, I must ask for some time to see my knight properly equipped. Surely even you, brother, do not wish this matter to descend into a farce. A ripple of agreement moved through the nobles. Even those who cared little for Arthur's position knew that a duel stripped of fairness would bring shame upon the one who demanded it. Ivan's grin faltered for a moment before he mustered up a laugh. Fine. Dress him up however you like. It will not change the outcome. Arthur inclined his head slightly, his smile sharp in a way that Ivan seemed to despise. Then we agree. The duel shall be held outside beneath the open sky in, how about 2 hours? It is only fitting that all present bear witness. 2 hours? Make it 1. Ivan answered quickly, a frown on his face. He then gestured toward a servant who hurried forward and bowed. Give this man something to wear. Yes, my lord. Roland observed the exchange and instantly knew that something was wrong, but he held his tongue. They were in enemy territory and had no choice but to follow the rules. The fact that he had gained even a single hour to prepare was already more than he had expected. The servant bowed low and gestured for Roland to follow. Arthur's gaze lingered on him for only a moment, but Roland caught the subtle flicker in his eyes, a wordless reminder to be cautious. He followed the servant out of the grand hall, past marble pillars and tapestries, until the sounds of music and gossip faded into silence. The path twisted through narrow corridors seldom used by nobles. Dust clung to the air, cobwebs stretched across corners, and the lanterns here burned weaker. At last they stopped before a pair of wooden doors. The servant pushed them open with a creak, and inside lay the so-called equipment chamber. Even this place has parts like this? Roland was a little surprised. He had expected the innermost castle to be well maintained in every regard, yet even this place had its forgotten corners. The dust-filled chamber resembled an old storage room more than an armory suited for a knight. It was obvious to him that the servant was working under Ivan. If Roland went back to complain about this treatment, he might receive better equipment, but it was far more likely that it would only serve as an excuse to mock Arthur. "Is there an issue, Sir Knight?" "No, everything is fine. Return in an hour to guide me to the dueling grounds." "Of course, sir. Take your time." The man seemed somewhat surprised by Roland's answer but quickly bowed and retreated down the corridor. His footsteps echoed long after he was gone. Roland waited until he was sure no one was watching before moving deeper into the chamber. The smell of dust and rust hung heavy in the room. Old helmets and dented breastplates lay in heaps along the wall, their surfaces corroded with age. Spears with cracked shafts leaned at awkward angles in one corner, their tips bent and dulled from long neglect. A rack of swords stood nearby, but most of the blades were chipped, their edges blunt and jagged. This was no arsenal for a knight, but instead a graveyard of forgotten weapons. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Quite the treasure trove, Roland muttered with a sigh, prodding one of the armor racks. A cloud of dust burst into the air, stinging his nose. Nothing here was usable, of that he was certain. True metals of higher quality gave off mana or other energies, and he had already swept the entire chamber with several of his skills. None of the equipment reached Tier 3 standards. A few of these looked promising, but they would shatter after one proper exchange. He examined a sword coated with a thin layer of mithril, but the deception was plain to him. His background as a blacksmith made it easy to see that it was only a cheap replica. The faint outer layer concealed the simple iron within. An inexperienced knight might take it at face value and wield it. Was that what they were aiming for? The items here were in terrible condition and completely unusable. A better strategy would have been to leave or perhaps ask one of the regular guards for a suit of armor to borrow instead. However, Roland was not an ordinary knight commander. He had come prepared. "They will probably be quite surprised when I return. I just need to make it look believable." Roland had no intention of leaving this room within the hour. It was impossible to make use of the rusted steel lying around, so he would instead downgrade some of the equipment he had brought with him. From his pocket, he pulled out something that resembled a handkerchief. In the upper right corner was a small metallic plate shaped like a hexagon, engraved with the symbol of the kingdom. He injected a bit of mana into it and the concealed rune activated, revealing the hidden spatial spell within. They left a few guards behind, but none of them seemed well versed in magic. After clearing some space on a dust-covered table, Roland began setting out his tools. His spatial inventory contained his runic smithing hammer along with several other useful items. Among them was a vial filled with a brownish liquid, something essential for the deception he was about to perform. "I just need to make it look convincing." On one side of the table, he laid out the armor parts he had brought with him. There were gauntlets, greaves, and other pieces that would complete his appearance and bring him closer to the look of full-plate armor. At that moment, only his breastplate, pauldrons, and boots remained in use. The rest needed to be added if he hoped to stand a chance in the duel against the overbearing Aura Knight. These replacement parts were not taken from his elemental suits. They were ordinary sets of armor he had kept hidden away for an occasion like this. Each one carried dummy runes that could later be reshaped. Though they were weaker than his usual armor, they were still far superior to anything these people could provide. He only needed to add a few details to make them convincing. He began with one of the replacement gauntlets, carefully choosing one that resembled the rusty pieces scattered throughout the room. From his side, he drew a vial of liquid and poured it over the polished surface. The metal reacted at once, its shine fading as it dulled into the same rusted, dust-covered look that clung to many of the other suits of armor nearby. "This will do. Sir, the time has come." A knock echoed through the corridor outside. Nearly an hour had passed since the man called Wayland had entered the dust-filled chamber. The servant stood waiting with a smile, certain that this was a joyous occasion. He had lured the target here exactly as he had been ordered. The fool. His pride kept him from refusing. "That makes my work easier." The servant believed the knight was nothing more than a stubborn fool unwilling to complain. For an hour he had remained inside a room filled with broken and discarded equipment that was soon to be destroyed. "Is he coming out?" After knocking a second time, impatience began to gnaw at him. Suddenly the door swung open and his jaw nearly dropped. "What is this? Has he lost his mind? He means to fight a duel looking like that?" The sight of the man who should have been a noble knight commander left him stunned. He wanted to speak but held his tongue. "The time has come, sir." The man paused briefly before stepping forward. "Lead me there." The servant swallowed and forced his feet to move. Each step rang through the corridor as he guided the knight, though his thoughts were elsewhere. "He looks as if he dug through a midden heap and strapped on whatever he found. This will be over quickly. The Lord will be pleased." At last they emerged from the dim corridors into the open light of the arena. Noblemen and ladies had already taken their seats on raised benches. The jousting ground had been converted into a dueling ring, and the air was filled with the chatter and laughter of the highborn. Jeweled hands clutched gilded goblets, silks shimmered in the breeze, and every face twisted with amusement as their eyes settled on the knight at the servant's side. "Rust suits him well, don't you think? A knight commander? He looks more like a stable hand dressed in scraps." Mayhaps the bastard truly found his reflection in this dog. The servant moved towards the side but could not help himself from chuckling as well. The knight that was supposed to represent Arthur Valerian, the fifth brother, looked ridiculous. The laughter spread like wildfire. Even the stiffest of nobles could not resist covering their lips. For them, this was entertainment, a rare chance to sneer at both the bastard son and his so-called knight. Wayland walked with slow steps, his shield slung over his back and the war-pick at his side. The armor he wore rattled faintly with every movement, its surface a strange patchwork of dulled steel, flaking bronze, and pieces that all seemed to mismatch with each other. Together they formed a discolored set of armor that was finished by a strange face mask instead of a proper helmet. Yet though the nobles laughed, his stride did not falter. Across the ring, Sir Hadrian was already waiting. His armor was sleek, clearly designed to enhance his control of aura. Intricate runes covered the metal, some already glowing red as he gathered energy to display his strength. He stood tall and proud, his chin tilted at an arrogant angle, and when his small, beady eyes fell on Roland, his sneer stretched into a grin. Well, well, the mutt found himself a suit. Did you raid the castle's compost heap for that? His voice was loud and nasal, carrying easily across the arena and drawing fresh laughter from the crowd. Roland gave no reply. His lips did not move, but his fingers adjusted on the haft of the war-pick, testing its weight with quiet confidence. His silence only seemed to encourage Hadrian further. "Ha! Look at you!" Hadrian sniggered at the sight before him. "I am an honorable man. Kneel and apologize to me and my lord, and I will show you mercy." The small crowd of nobles laughed, with the ones sitting around Ivan being the loudest. "Sir Hadrian is so gracious and mindful." "Indeed he is." Ivan seemed content with their words, though his attention was already drifting elsewhere. His wife had appeared and sat beside him, and as if spellbound by her beauty, his anger faded. The competition no longer seemed to matter, as though the outcome had already been decided. Arthur sat far from his brother, isolated and unsupported. Not a single person dared approach his side, though many watched with keen interest to see what might unfold. Yet after seeing the disheveled state of his knight, they could only frown, as if realizing that their hopes of winning favor with this noble had been nothing more than foolish vanity. Nothing to say? Hadrian barked the words and puffed out his chest, as though silence itself were an insult. Then I will break that mask and drag an apology out of you. Another figure stepped forward, dressed like a butler. It was the judge of the competition. By the will of House Valerian, and before the eyes of his grace and the assembled nobility, this duel is hereby sanctified. Though the duke himself was absent, the declaration carried across the dueling arena and silenced the whispers. Both knights stepped forward with their weapons drawn. Hadrian wielded an unusual weapon, not a sword but a long mace with spikes covering the head. Aura already shimmered across its surface as he waited for the judge to give the order to commence. Roland tilted his head slightly, his face hidden by the mask. His war-pick swung loosely at his side, held as casually as a farmer might carry a tool. To the crowd it seemed like mockery, as though he did not even know how to hold a knight's weapon. Laughter rippled through the benches, but Arthur did not laugh. His hands remained folded, his eyes fixed on Wayland, and his face revealed nothing. Combatants, take your stance. Hadrian lifted the mace, aura swirling around it like a heat haze. His boots sank into the sand as he braced for the charge. Wayland lowered his stance and exhaled once, the war-pick resting at an odd and seemingly unthreatening angle. Begin! Hadrian roared and surged forward, the ground trembling beneath his armored stride. His aura burst outward in red fire as he raised the weapon high, ready to smash Wayland's face before he could even move. The crowd leaned forward, eager for the crunch of steel, but what followed was entirely different. At the last instant the knight's form blurred, and the sound that rang out was not of a mace striking home but of a war-pick colliding with shiny mithril instead. There he is. Get ready and remember what I told you. Yes, mother. Ivan nodded slightly as the door to the assembly hall began to open. The nobles around him turned their attention toward the entrance, with one exception: his wife. The duchess's daughter-in-law lingered a step behind the others, as if her status were beneath theirs. Her gaze fixed on the great door in the distance, but soon it drifted to the sides where other eyes were waiting to meet hers. It is time, she thought while taking a small step backward. The nobles standing nearby were too absorbed by the duke's entrance to notice her slipping away. Even her husband Ivan, who seemed captivated by her beauty, did not turn his head. His focus remained on his father, the overlord of the island and the man who dictated the fate of everyone who lived there. She turned and drifted into the dim corridors of the Valerian manor. Each stride was unervingly precise, as if she glided along the floor rather than walked upon it. The guards stationed nearby gave no sign of noticing her presence, as though their eyes refused to acknowledge her passage along the walls. She moved faster now, her skirts brushing the stone walls, her breath steady and measured, yet her heart pounded with dark excitement. This was her moment to rise, her only chance to prove to the others that she belonged in her position. Your priestess commands you to come forth. The time has come to prove your worth. From the shadows, something began to emerge. The stone walls shifted in unnatural ways, bending like cloth. Occult symbols flickered faintly across the surface before a figure pulled itself free of the rock. Archpriestess, we come to serve the abyss. The voice was low and rasping, neither wholly male nor female. It unsettled the air, but more disturbing still was the fact that it was not alone. More shadows appeared, peeling away from the castle walls as if they had lingered there for ages. Their forms were concealed beneath dark robes and masks fashioned with twisting tentacles, each bearing a single large eye at the center. The woman, once known only as Ivan's meek wife, lifted her chin as the first robed figure bowed before her. The veil that had hidden her features slipped to the floor, revealing a cruel smile. Her bright violet eyes gleamed as her gown shifted and reshaped into the garb of a cultist, the vestments of one who served the god of the abyss. Her gown shifted as if alive, transforming into flowing abyssal robes. What had once been lace and finery became heavy fabric etched with faint, shifting symbols. The patterns twisted into eyes that opened and blinked across her sleeves. A mantle of shadow draped over her shoulders, fastened by living tentacles that writhed in silence. At her waist, cords of black thread bound the garment, pulsing faintly like veins. For a brief moment, her face was bare, but then a mask slid into place over her eyes. From beneath it, an unsettling violet glow radiated, pulsing in rhythm with her voice each time she spoke. From her presence alone, the chamber grew colder, as though the abyss itself had seeped into the world through her very robes. The robed figures bent low before the woman, their voices joining in a whispered chorus that slithered across the stone corridors like snakes. For the abyss we bleed, for the abyss we serve. All is for the everlasting dream. Her smile deepened as she watched their loyalty to the abyss and to the glorious one. She raised a pale hand, and the whispers fell silent. Only the fading rays of the setting sun remained, casting long shadows across the cultists' masks. "Do you have the secret relics?" She addressed one of the cloaked men, the first to step forward. His mask was different from the rest, marked with 3 eyes instead of 1. "Yes, Archpriestess." The man straightened and drew a small obelisk from within his robe. Its power was still dormant, yet the occult runes glowed faintly, ready to awaken. Though small, it radiated a strange force. He was not the only one. Soon many others revealed the same relics, each identical to the first. "Well done. The Duke is a powerful man. Even weakened, he may still find a way to escape the grand dream world. Follow the plan. Place the relics at the agreed locations and wait for my signal." "As you wish, Archpriestess." The grin never left her face. At last, it was time to prove her worth. Everything depended on this day, yet failure was not something she allowed herself to consider. Either she would succeed or she would perish. In her mind, the Lord of the Abyss would never let her die a useless death. And if she did, it would be by his will. For through him the endless dream they longed for would one day come to pass. The masked cultists soon faded away, their shadowy forms slipping into the walls. The nobles were too busy cheering for the Duke to notice what was about to unfold. Truly pathetic, she whispered to herself as she made her way back to the grand hall. Not a single person paid her any attention. Everything was proceeding with ease, and she knew the years spent trapped in this cesspool of nobility were about to end. After today, she would finally be free. Free from the role of the beautiful, silent wife, free from Ivan, free from his fool of a mother. They will all become one with the abyss. Once this island belongs to us, my place on the council will be secured, and I will at last ascend. Oh, what a glorious day! The woman cackled, her laughter echoing through the chamber. She did not care if the nobles heard her. This was her moment. With one of the secret relics clutched in her hand, she had nothing to fear. She stepped forward at a slow, deliberate pace before speaking again. Truly disgusting. The hall fell silent. Her words slid through the vast chamber like venom, silencing even the Duke and freezing the nobles in place. Faces shifted from shock to confusion. Some shrank back instinctively, while others swelled with outrage at the audacity of a woman speaking so boldly in the Duke's presence. What is the meaning of this? Someone remove her at once. Ivan's mother leaned in and whispered to the nobles nearby. One of them gave a sharp nod. Many did not recognize the woman in her new attire, but she did. A man stepped forward, reaching to seize the intruder's wrist. Just as his fingers were about to close around her, he was struck. A tentacle burst from her shadowed cloak, lashing out and hurling him against the stone wall with a heavy crack. The man's eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the floor, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gasps tore through the chamber. Some nobles stumbled back while others shrieked, their composure shattering like glass. A few guards surged forward, their blades flashing in the chandelier's glow as a heavy darkness settled over the hall. Pathetic. The archpriestess did not flinch. She stood tall, her blindfolded gaze sweeping across the room. She was intoxicated by their fear, and her voice rang out to silence everyone. Pathetic creatures. You strut in your wealth, drown yourselves in wine, and call it power. But what are you really? Fattened lambs waiting for the butcher. You disgust me. Yet do not despair, for once you embrace the gifts of the Lord, you will all be saved. The nobles broke free of their trance and raised their voices in protest. Guards lunged forward with swords ready. In answer, she lifted her hand. The small obelisk she held blazed with light, runes spiraling across its surface. A strange hum shook the very bones of those present before bursting outward in a pulse of unseen force. Thrum. The waves slammed through the hall like a thunderclap, resonating with multiple sound waves that came from other directions. Nobles froze mid-breath, crystal goblets trembling in their hands, mouths parted in half-formed cries. Guards halted mid-strike, their blades hovering just short of her robes, every muscle bound by invisible chains. Even the Duke stiffened, his proud stance crumbling as he collapsed to the floor. The silence that followed was suffocating. Only the faint sound of the obelisk lingered, resonating through the chamber like the heartbeat of some vast, unseen creature. Good. That is better. Her tone softened, mockingly sweet, as though she were addressing frightened children. She smoothed her sleeves, her cruel smile widening. You have lived too long in your golden cages, thinking yourselves untouchable. But your laughter, your schemes, your titles, they mean nothing. Soon you will all join us in the eternal abyss. You will dream forever, as all must, and your hollow empire will be forgotten. She strode among the frozen nobles, trailing her fingers across their stiff shoulders and rigid cheeks. Wherever she touched, their flesh quivered grotesquely, as if resisting some unseen corruption. Some of you may struggle, but it is meaningless before the great Lord of the Abyss. His descent cannot be stopped. Once we are united, your pride, your lineage, and all your wealth will be reduced to nothing. Her words dripped like sweet poison, but none could answer. They could not protest or agree. They were caught in an illusion, helpless, waiting for her to finish her task. From within a spatial item, she drew a jagged dagger shaped like a black tentacle, its hilt adorned with a blinking eye. Her first target was the Duke. Even bound by the sacred relic, his strength remained dangerous. He had to die. The archpriestess raised the dagger high, her shadow stretching across the marble floor. Her laughter rang through the hall, echoing against the frozen forms of the nobles. She savored the silence and the helplessness of those who had once sneered at her. Every noble belonged to her now. Soon they would be infected and truly claimed by the abyss. SNOVIFire.net. Do you see, my lord of the abyss? She whispered, her violet eyes blazing beneath the mask. They are yours already, and I, your chosen hand, will be remembered as the one who opened the gate and began it all. She spun across the dance floor, brushing into the motionless nobles and laughing when they toppled. Her twisted smile widened as she surrendered herself to victory. The archpriestess spun with manic delight, her abyssal robe swirling, her dagger flashing in the light of the chandeliers. Then she stopped, her laughter breaking off, as she noticed something. Was that person always standing there? A lone figure in a strange mask stood somewhere they shouldn't, as she was almost certain he had been elsewhere moments ago. It was the knight of the fool called Arthur, the same man who had defeated the greater fool Ivan. She had to admit that he was strong, perhaps even capable of becoming an abyssal priest. Yet she could not understand why he stood here when he should have been trapped elsewhere. The bastard's dog? Am I imagining things? She muttered as she stepped toward him. The man gave no reply. He stood as still as stone, like all the others ensnared by the relic's illusion. Everything should have been fine, yet her instincts whispered that something was wrong. Her grip tightened on the dagger as she approached with cautious curiosity. Resisting the secret relic is not something someone at this level should be capable of. She spoke while pressing the dark blade against his cheek. She drew it slowly to the side, carving a shallow gash. Blood surged and ran down his skin, but he did not move, confirming to her that he was caught within the illusion. I should not doubt the Lord's miracles. There was no reason to remain, so she turned away, and her gaze shifted back to her true target, the Duke. Soon she was taking a few steps forward, but then froze. This time it was not a hunch. This was real. Her senses screamed. She was in danger. Without thinking, she swung her dagger at something behind her. As she spun around, the man with a wound on his cheek blocked her strike. Her wrist was caught firmly in his palm, a clear testament to his strength. Yet this was not what held her attention. It was his other hand that glowed with a bright light. Something was forming there, something that resembled armor made of obsidian. How did? Before she could finish, a punch crashed into her face. The obsidian fist struck her cheek with a sound like shattering porcelain. Her flawless, pale skin cracked apart, and she was hurled through the air. Fragments of her face mask scattered as she flew, revealing the truth beneath her beauty. It had never been her real face but a lifelike mask concealing the being hidden underneath. Her body slammed into the wall with a heavy thud, sending dust and broken stone raining down. For a moment, she did not rise. Her abyssal robes writhed like snakes in agony, their tendrils curling inward as if to shield her injured form. Slowly, she pushed herself upright, breathing in ragged gasps and unable to comprehend the situation. Why you? The arch-priestess touched her face with trembling fingers. The porcelain mask that had concealed her for years was splitting apart, shards falling one by one. Beneath the broken pieces lay not the beauty she flaunted in court, but the twisted visage of a withered crow. Her skin was dry and gnarled, stretched tight over sharp bones. Her nose jutted down like a beak, casting shadow over a mouth stretched unnaturally wide and filled with blackened teeth. Her violet eyes still burned fiercely, but they were sunken into a grotesque husk. A witch! The man's voice echoed through the grand hall. She glared at him, biting her lip until her sharpened teeth drew thick black blood. Impossible! How could you resist the holy relic? Her voice cracked into a scream, spittle and blood spraying from her mouth. Where it landed on the marble floor, it hissed and smoked, filling the hall with a foul stench. You mean this thing? Quite easily. How did you? She looked down at her hand. Just moments before, the secret relic had been within her grasp, but now it was in his. His body shimmered and shifted as radiant light filled the hall, until a massive suit of dark armor enveloped him completely. Give it back. Sure. Here you go. To her surprise, the man tossed the obelisk toward her. She lunged forward and snatched it out of the air with superhuman speed, clutching it as tenderly as a newborn. But something was wrong. The abyssal magic that had once pulsed from it was gone. The occult runes no longer answered her call. The relic was silent, deactivated. Her eyes darted back to him, but he had already moved. He now stood beside the bastard. At first, she did not understand what he intended, but then something impossible happened. Arthur Valerian awoke. Inconceivable! Her faith in the abyssal cult's magic and relics had never wavered, yet two people had now resisted their power. The truth became undeniable. This man was the cause of everything. Kovac, whom she had sent to investigate, had never returned, and his fate remained unknown. The growing presence of the Solarian Church in Albrook had seemed suspicious, but she had assumed it was related to the sacred beast that had appeared there. The disappearance of the cultists who pursued that anomaly had never been explained. Until now. She was staring at the answer. The man before her was not only responsible for the relic's deactivation, but also for the loss of their foothold in Rika. Her withered lips curled back in a snarl, black blood dribbling from the corners of her mouth. The arch-priestess's skeletal hands gripped the useless relic until cracks ran along its surface. She trembled with rage, and her skinny frame started to expand. You dare strip me of my lord's gift. Her voice had changed, It was no longer the voice of the Duchess's daughter-in-law, but the cracked screeching of something ancient and vile. Abyssal resonance detected. Activating anti-illusion protocols. Initializing wake-up protocol. Please stand by. Thin lines of text flickered across Roland's visor. His eyes remained still at first, but then a faint flash appeared, followed by a sound only his ears could detect. Within seconds, his pupils began to dilate. Wake-up protocol successful. Roland blinked a few times at the text hovering before his eyes. His body remained motionless as laughter echoed around him. A voice rang out, loud and frenzied, as someone shouted proclamations to their so-called abyssal god. He understood immediately what had happened. For a brief moment, he had been pulled into the familiar illusory space conjured by cultists he had fought many times before, but this time he was prepared. Chapters first released on Novel Fire Net. Once free of the illusion, he activated his debugging skill to be certain. No runes glowed in the world around him, and that confirmed his protection had worked. What he saw next was troubling. One of the abyssal cultists danced about, lost in a villainous monologue, while everyone else in the chamber, including the Duke, remained trapped in the illusion. Roland quickly assessed the situation. The woman held a miniature obelisk in her hand, a perfect replica of the one he had first encountered at Exier's Magic Emporium. Back then he had been powerless to stop the cult assassins, but now the circumstances were different. He knew how to block the signal, and the simplest method was also the most direct. The obelisk had to be destroyed. This was his chance to strip it from her, but there was one problem. He did not have his true rune armor on. If he transformed now, she would clearly see him. To make matters worse, he detected outside presences along with multiple sources of cult corruption. Nevertheless, he needed to get closer because without proper rune armor, he would not be able to awaken the people around him. After activating several enchantments to conceal his presence, he moved forward. Step by step, he approached the strange woman who was prancing around, and eventually, he stood directly in front of the path she was taking. At this time, she finally noticed something and approached. Her dagger pressed against his cheek and drew blood. He felt multiple curses being applied, but his body resisted them. The moment he saw an opening, he struck. As soon as she realized his presence, he began summoning his armor set, the one forged from Terranite and named Onyx. Its form was bulkier than his other suits, making his body appear much larger and giving him the appearance of being covered in polished black stone. The fabric on his arm tore away, revealing the silver-gray suit he had been wearing beneath. Once enough of the armor had formed, he drove his fist forward and struck the woman who had been masquerading as Ivan's wife. To his surprise, her face shattered, and her true form was revealed, but he did not waste time staring. His focus turned to the mini obelisk that now rested in his hand. Shit! With it in his grasp, he could only frown because his first plan could not be completed. Even though he had secured the device and could disable it, the effect would not end. Now that more of his armor had formed, his computing power increased, and his scanning range expanded in all directions. He quickly realized there were multiple illusory devices. Even if one was destroyed, the others would continue the signal. The only reason he had not fallen back under the illusion was that his gear was built to resist and block such effects. If he wanted to awaken anyone else, he would need to protect them in the same way. Some people might be able to resist with a little bit of help. Roland assessed the situation quickly. The cult member was still scraping herself off the wall, but he was already on the move. A few people nearby could assist him, most notably the knight commanders who had accompanied Arthur's brothers. Each of them was a high-tier, third-class holder. He also considered the Duke, who stood a tier above the others, but something about him was off. The Duke felt much weaker than he should have, which meant he would be of little use in this fight. The better option was to target his personal knights, who were positioned around him. Why you? At this point, the woman managed to recover, but it became painfully clear to him that she was something different, a dark witch. This was another class, one that occult beings and people who follow dark magic could achieve, similar to the Warlock class. It granted great strength and an extended lifespan, but at the cost of leaving its wielder disfigured. Her appearance resembled a monster more than a human. After a brief exchange, he tossed the useless relic in her direction to distract her. He then bolted to the side toward his first target. Several choices were available to him, such as the powerful Tier 3 class holders who could likely defend themselves. Even with these options, Roland did not approach them first. Instead, he went to the only person among them he could fully trust, Arthur. Although Roland's current armor was bulkier than the other runic ones, his speed could not be underestimated. He moved even while parts of the armor were still assembling, and with a few great leaps, he appeared beside his friend. There was no time to waste. The cultist woman shouted something in the background, but he ignored her. On Arthur's left hand rested a ring that appeared ordinary yet had been altered by runic enhancements for moments exactly like this. He touched it and let his mana flow into the runes, shifting them rapidly. The strange tones emitted by the occult relics needed to be countered continuously, and though difficult, it was possible. With his armor now fully assembled, he could maintain the countermeasure and act as a hub that connected to Arthur's ring. He performed the computations to deflect the attacks, while the ring received the signal and activated the blocking enchantment whenever needed. The armor he wore was much bulkier than the rest, and its greatest strength lay in its durability and close combat effectiveness. Although made of metal, it resembled polished dark marble, with runes that looked like cracks running across its surface. The shoulders were heavier than usual, and the same was true of the arms and legs. His helmet was rounded with a narrow red visor, and a jutting jaw mask with side slits that allowed him to breathe more easily. Yet the most striking feature of the armor was not its bulk or design but what extended from its back. For mechanical limbs jutted outward, each ending not in hands or weapons but in massive slabs of metal. They were incredibly thick and forged from a custom alloy strong enough to withstand nearly any strike. "You dare? You dare strip me of my lord's gift?" The witch screamed as her transformation began. Her limbs lengthened and her hands twisted into grotesque shapes, yet he could not turn to watch. His focus had to remain on Arthur and the ring that circled his finger. The connection is set. It is now or never. He had prepared everything in advance, and within moments the wake-up call surged through. Arthur's eyes snapped open. His pupils dilated before he regained awareness. "Huh? Sir Wayland, is that you?" Even in his disoriented state, Arthur used the cover name, which was something to be grateful for. "I don't have time to explain. It is an abyssal cult situation. Here, take this." Arthur hesitated for a heartbeat, but at the mention of the cult, his expression hardened. He understood at once and stared down at the objects placed in his hands. "Give these bracelets to any powerful combatants you can find. The 3 knight commanders who serve your brothers would be excellent choices. I will hold this witch off. My golems will guide you to the other obelisks. We need to destroy them all to wake everyone. I activated the rune on your other ring. It contains your swords. Now go." Roland spoke as quickly as he could, summoning several of his floating golems from the dark backplate on his armor. They scattered through the hall, some of them hovering low to shield the nobles. He held no fondness for these people, but many of them were still young and did not deserve to die. He did not know how powerful the witch truly was or how many cultists had managed to slip into the castle. The relics were the true danger. If they were destroyed, the soldiers would wake and fight, but until then they remained helpless. "I will not allow the Great One's plan to be disturbed. All of you will join the eternal dream." The woman behind it all was Ivan's so-called wife. Roland could not tell whether she had enthralled him from the beginning or had only taken on the appearance of his wife, but in the end it made no difference. Her current form was monstrous. Her lower limbs had split apart and multiplied, twisting into a spider-like structure. She had become an arachnid horror with a warped humanoid torso rising grotesquely from its abdomen. Multiple eyes bulged from her twisted frame, and a gaping mouth filled with jagged teeth tore open across her humanoid abdomen. Her legs ended in sharp points of bone that pierced the stone floor beneath her. When the transformation was complete, A piercing shriek burst from her second mouth as she lunged forward with reckless abandon. Roland surged forward to meet her, and two massive maces appeared in each of his hands. Their collision sent tremors through the castle, splitting the stone floor and hurling many of the frozen nobles aside. Roland's golems moved quickly, projecting shields and casting protective wards to soften their fall. His mace struck her side and sent her crashing across the floor. The witch screeched and spat a yellowish acid from her smaller mouth. It shot toward him, but before it could land, two of his robotic arms snapped together. They formed a rectangular shield of thick metal slabs. When the acid splashed against it, the surface hissed and sizzled, yet the shield held firm, and the fight raged on. Arthur gripped the bracelets tightly. The cold metal shifted faintly in his hands as the runes flared with light. He cast one final glance at his friend, already locked in combat with the spider witch, then turned sharply away. There was no time to waste. Every moment the obelisks remained untouched meant that the nobles and their knights stayed trapped in a dream that would soon consume them. "Will this one guide me?" A small golem appeared before him and gave a single flash in response. Arthur nodded and sprinted toward the first person he had to awaken. That person could not be mistaken. A towering figure in black plate armor, with barehead pauldrons and a flowing cape. The bestial warden, Theodore's most trusted champion. Even frozen in mid-motion, his presence was overwhelming. The man had raised one colossal arm to shield his brother, who stood beside him in the same unmoving trance. For a moment Arthur hesitated. This was the brother with whom he had quarreled most often. Now his most powerful retainer stood helpless. His two swords were with him, the very ones Roland had forged before their arrival. Arthur knew that, with one strike, one problem would vanish forever. Theodore was defenseless, and no one bound inside the illusion would ever know who had done it. "I am going to regret this." He frowned, then chose to act. He lifted the bracelet and reached up, straining to clasp it around the warden's wrist. The knight was a giant of the Goliath race, and Arthur's arm barely reached. The runes pulsed once, then flared with a bright light as the enchantment was activated. "Wake up!" Arthur commanded, and suddenly, the massive man's chest heaved. His eyes widened as he staggered forward and looked around. "What sorcery is this?" He was confused and demanded answers. "Occult arts," Arthur called back. "Protect your master and the others. Enemies are coming." Without waiting for a reply, Arthur was already moving. The witch might have been the greatest threat, but she was not alone. Her minions were beginning to crawl out of hidden places, ready to strike the moment the plan faltered. Arthur sprinted across the marble floor, his boots striking sharply against the cracked stone. The spider witch's screeches echoed behind him and mixed with the thunderous crashes of Roland's maces as they collided with chitin and bone. Each blow sent out a resounding bang that rattled the windows, and Arthur had to duck aside more than once when chairs were hurled his way. At first, he was unsure about the order in which he was awakening people. Normally, his father would have been the best option for this fight, but as he looked around, the choice did make some sense. The order created a path forward, with the ultimate goal being the Duke and his guards. He had multiple bracelets and could ignore his brothers and their aides if he wished. Even so, they were still his brothers, although he disliked Ivan and Theodore. The thought of letting the other two die unsettled him. With that in mind, he decided to push forward quickly and focused on his next target. The golem at his side pulsed again, urging him forward. Ahead lay their next target and perhaps their strongest potential ally, Lady Bernadette of the Dawn. She appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet Arthur knew she was a powerful paladin of the Solarian Church. If anyone could be trusted to stand against the abyssal cultists, it was her, and perhaps also his brother. He hesitated for a moment before pulling out two bracelets. One he snapped onto Lady Bernadette's wrist, and the other onto Julius. Although Arthur still held mixed feelings about this brother of his, Julius was far better than Theodore, and more importantly, he was a Tier 3 class paladin who could aid them in this fight. That was what mattered most now, and time was almost up. For the abyss. Just as the two bracelets were secured on his wrists, a cultist lunged at Arthur. The blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at his throat. Before the strike could land, Arthur's rapier intercepted it. Sparks of aura and magic scattered as he parried the blow and forced some distance between them. From within his spatial ring, he drew a second heavy rapier, and soon the two were locked in a furious exchange of strikes. For Arthur, this was the first real fight against an enemy determined to kill him. Roland was not there to protect him, and the two who could help were still waking up from the haze of the illusion. They were disoriented, and Arthur knew that in only a few moments, his life might be decided. He had to face this battle alone. Look for an opening. I need an opening. Arthur staggered back under the pressure of the hooded swordsman. The man was a Tier 3 class holder, and though his level was higher, the class he relied on was not especially suited for this fight. Life and death hung in the balance. Both rapiers in Arthur's hands glowed with concentrated aura, and when he saw his chance, he struck without hesitation. Thanks to his dual Meister passive, his proficiency with rapiers had increased. In one-on-one duels, this class of his truly shone. Aura gathered on his blade as he thrust forward while at the same time blocking the cultist's attack with his other rapier. The duel ended as quickly as it began. Arthur's thrust pierced through the cultist's defense, slipping into a gap in the man's dark leather armor. The blade sank deep, aura burning through flesh and bone. The cultist let out a maniacal cry, his hood falling back to reveal a mask covered with writhing tentacles and a single large eye. Yes, I did it. Wait, something is wrong. Arthur sensed danger and immediately pulled his rapier out of the man's chest. He was certain that his strike had pierced the man's heart, yet the cultist was not fully dead. The mask had activated. Tentacles burrowed into his temples, and his body began to twist and change. Arthur knew this transformation would only produce a far deadlier foe, and he refused to allow it. He summoned every bit of aura he could muster. The blades forged by Roland glowed with runes, amplifying the crimson light of his aura. His opponent's form was shifting, sprouting multiple limbs and taking on the shape of an insect. Arthur pressed forward, determined to cut him down before the transformation could be completed. Arthur's rapiers became a blur and appeared as twin streaks of red light cutting through the air. He pressed forward with relentless precision, directing all his strength toward the mask. It was the core of the transformation and the only way to stop it. In a single motion, he slipped past the half-insect, half-human monster. Crimson lines spread across the mask, and with a violent surge of aura energy, it split apart. Sounds of battle filled the grand chamber, but most eyes were drawn to a scream that was not entirely human. After a cultist's mask split apart, his body convulsed violently. The half-formed limbs snapped back into his torso as if dragged by invisible hooks. His flesh writhed and then collapsed inward, leaving behind nothing more than a smoking husk of blackened meat. Arthur staggered back, gasping for air, his rapiers trembling in his hands. The heat of aura still burned against his palms, and his arms felt like lead. I did it! The ground beneath him quaked. Across the chamber, Roland and the Spider Witch collided once again, their strikes leaving holes in the stone floor. Sparks and acid flew as Roland's maces hammered against her twisted exoskeleton. His weapons slammed down like falling pillars while his golemic limbs shielded him and the nobles from stray strikes. For a brief moment, Arthur allowed himself to breathe. His gaze was fixed on his first victory after attaining the Tier 3 class. The aura on his blades still blazed as he watched the defeated foe crumble into dust. Yet the battle was far from over. From the side, another enemy rushed toward him, this one also wearing a mask and already twisting into a strange insectoid creature. Ugh! Arthur had no time to recover and had left himself open. He raised his swords in a cross and caught the stinger aimed for his chest. At the same time, he leapt backward, letting the momentum carry him away from the brunt of the strike. The force hurled him across the chamber, and he crashed into one of the massive pillars. His back slammed into the stone, his breath leaving him in a sharp grunt. Cracks split the marble, dust spilling down as his shoulders scraped against the surface. He tightened his grip on the rapiers, refusing to let them fall. The insectoid cultist screeched, mandibles clicking in grotesque rhythm as it lunged toward him again. His instincts screamed at him to fight and not to be distracted by Roland's struggle. The Duel Meister's ability was still active, and his aura flared with renewed force. The monster charged. Arthur rolled aside, boots scraping on the polished stone as the creature's stinger slammed into the pillar he had just left. The entire column shook, flakes of marble raining down as though an earthquake was taking place. I cannot keep relying on others. I am not the same as I was before. Time seemed to slow as Arthur's vision blurred from the impact. The monster was momentarily stuck, its stinger lodged in the pillar. His aura swords burned crimson once more as he struck. One pierced the creature's chest, and the other drove into a malformed eye. This monster was faster, stronger, and already almost fully transformed. The mask the cultist wore had fused with his flesh, and the single eye had split apart into several insect-like orbs. The man had become a grotesque mixture of scorpion and mantis. Arthur's strike sank deep, his aura cutting through the chitin that had merged with the cultist's ribs. The creature let out a shriek that rattled his eardrums, then lunged forward with mantis blades that sliced just millimeters from his throat. Arthur twisted his wrist and dragged one blade sideways, severing the arm at its base before leaping back. I hit the face, but the reaction is different. Even though the monstrosity had lost an arm and been pierced twice, it was still alive. It was now clear that once the transformation took hold, the mask was no longer a weak point. Fortunately, this monster was not invulnerable, and although the wounds in its chest were healing rapidly, the severed arm did not regenerate. Arthur frowned at the realization and pressed on. His aura flared brighter as he lunged again. His footwork was sharp and fluid, carrying him around the monster as he pierced its body again and again while slipping past every counterstrike. He was like a blur, a streak of crimson light weaving between slashing claws and stabbing limbs. His instincts surged within him, guiding his motions as though invisible hands pushed him into the right angles, the right strikes, the right tempo. The monster's screeches rose in pitch as its stinger was slashed and flew to the side. The blades traced lines of red through the air and cut into the hard carapace. Each strike left sizzling wounds that piled upon one another until the monster collapsed and Arthur stopped. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he felt his aura waver. He had won again, but his breath was short and more enemies were already approaching. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Text appeared before him, yet he had no time to look at it. His gaze shifted instead to two more transformed cultists lunging toward him. Their robes were torn and their bodies were fully twisted by corruption. One resembled the creature he had just slain, while the other bore an elongated head tipped with a mosquito-like proboscis. Duel Meister's passive skill has been deactivated. The message from the world system echoed in his mind. His skill only functioned when facing a single opponent, and this reminder made it clear that it was no longer active. His swordsmanship felt dulled, the perfect flow of battle that he had enjoyed only moments earlier fading away. I wanted to save it for later, but he still had not used his new ability, High Lord's Aura, a skill that would strengthen his aura-based combat for a short time. These cultists were too strong for him to hold back. His class granted him power, yet he lacked combat experience and the knowledge to wield his skills properly. His stamina, already drained by constant aura use, had dwindled to half. It seemed he had no other choice. I do not have a huh? Arthur was about to trigger the skill when a massive surge of golden light flooded the chamber, drowning out the insect-like cries of the cultists. He flinched and raised an arm against the brilliance as a radiant pressure swept across the battlefield. The corrupted cultists were struck by a wave of power that burned through their unholy flesh in an instant. A heartbeat later, the source revealed itself. Lady Bernadette of the Dawn had awoken. Her eyes blazed like twin suns, irises suffused with golden fire. The bracelet Arthur had clasped onto her wrist now shone with runic light. In her hands rested a massive two-handed sword, a weapon she had not been carrying before. It was clear that knight commanders were permitted to take their arms into the hall, yet Arthur felt no resentment. If anything, he was relieved, for this woman was likely their strongest weapon in the battle ahead. "You dare defile this palace with your filth?" Her voice rang out, clear and commanding, echoing through the grand hall. The insectoid cultists shrieked as her holy aura swept over them. Arthur watched in awe as the golden radiance burned straight through their bodies, slicing them apart with terrifying precision. It was not merely light but a divine force that cut as cleanly as any blade. Lady Bernadette raised her greatsword high. The runes carved into its steel flared with brilliance that rivaled the sun. A halo of golden radiance burst from her form, expanding outward in a blazing circle. Arthur shielded his eyes for an instant before lowering his arm. The cultists no longer looked his way. Every one of them now hurled themselves against her. "Julius seems fine too now." Arthur's gaze shifted to his eldest brother standing behind the paladin. A shield bearing Solaria's sun emblem gleamed in Julius's left hand, while his right already held a long sword. With both Julius and Bernadette awakened, Arthur knew he could press forward and focus on rousing 2 more allies. His third eldest brother remained still, and beside him his wizard guardian also awaited awakening. Without uttering a word, he moved forward with the remaining bracelets. Roland had only given him these few, and it was up to him to decide who would receive them. Most of the people here were incapable of fighting at a Tier 3 level. Although many nobles went to great lengths to obtain powerful battle classes, very few actually advanced beyond a Tier 2 class. They usually left the fighting to their knights, but none of them were present at the moment. The most powerful fighters were the knight commanders who had come with his brothers, along with the guards that surrounded his father. Ivan could not be trusted, and his knight had been injured in the previous duel. That left only his brothers and their guards. He had already decided to avoid Theodore, since he simply could not trust him. It was better to keep the giant man from taking orders from Theodore, as he was certain his brother would choose retreat and prioritize his own life over everyone else's. Tybalt, on the other hand, was also a mage, and with the help of his wizard companion, he could be relied upon to provide supporting fire. He soon made his way toward them while radiant aura swords clashed against the enemy. The paladin lady fought fiercely, and thanks to her efforts, he was able to head over towards his brother. To aid him in his mission, one of the golems Roland had sent out concealed his presence. He felt the weight of a concealment spell settle over him, and with his enemies distracted, he managed to reach his brother. The golem then ascended into the sky as though it were keeping watch, although it was more likely serving as an additional set of eyes for his ally. Once both bracelets were clasped in place, he waited for their clarity to return before speaking about what was taking place. "What? Abyssal cultists? Indeed. Keep the bracelets on. They are the only thing preventing you from falling under the illusion. Once I awaken Father, we must destroy the relics that are creating this magic. Protect the other nobles in the meantime." Arthur was already running while shouting to his fourth brother. Not far away, he saw Lady Bernadette cut down another twisted cultist. Her great sword blazed with golden radiance as she swung in a wide arc, and the sheer force of her aura attack split the polished marble beneath her feet. His brother Julius stood beside her, not fighting but simply observing. The bestial warden, on the other hand, was tearing through the enemy without pause. Some of the cultists climbed onto his back in an attempt to bite him, yet his massive frame only swelled with power as he hurled them off. His body seemed forged from mithril itself. With every strike, he crushed skulls and cleared the way, defending his sleeping master, Theodore. This gave Arthur the distraction he needed to run toward his father. His father was a Tier 4 class holder, someone far beyond the reach of these cultists. The plan appeared simple. If Arthur could awaken him, the battle would be decided. Yet as he sprinted forward, more cultists appeared behind him. "They will not make this easy. If I keep going, they might reach Father before I can place the bracelet on him and his guards." Arthur realized he had to change his plan. He felt no love for his father, but he could not deny his strength. Their only real chance of survival was to awaken him, since the number of opponents seemed endless. Arthur could not understand where the cultists had found so many Tier 3 class holders, but they kept coming without end. Very well. I will take care of you first. He stopped and turned to face the enemy closing in behind him. With only one before him, his skill activated again, and the duel began. In the distance, he glimpsed the others locked in combat. He could only hope Roland would come to his aid, for more enemies were appearing on the horizon with every moment. This doesn't look good. What's with this large-scale barrier outside? Roland thought to himself as he struck one of the spider-like legs. By now, he had managed to stall the witch. She could not inflict serious damage on him, yet he could do little against her either. Her regenerative power was overwhelming, and every wound she suffered released more acid that steadily ate away at his weapons. This was the reason he had chosen massive maces, since even if their shape was worn down, they could still serve as effective tools of war. His visor lit up as he watched the feed from one of his floating golems. He had released them into the air in hopes of understanding the situation. The original plan had been to call for aid from the people outside the palace. The cultist relics were powerful and would affect anyone entering from outside as well, yet they still had limits. If enough people came inside, the spell would begin to waver and might allow him to break it without destroying the relics. However, he had underestimated his enemies, and this was no longer possible. The entire area outside the main castle was sealed within a massive invisible shield. The cult had seized control of it, and his golems could not break through. From the outside, no one would notice even if one of the towers collapsed and smoke filled the sky. It was now clear that they would either need to destroy the relics or focus on saving the Duke. Redirect the drones to reconnaissance. Where are the relics hidden? What is the meaning of this? I will not let you deny me my victory. As he focused on his visor, the witch struck. Her body had fully morphed into a grotesque fusion of Black Widow, Scorpion, and human. To make matters worse, she possessed two tails, each ending in a stinger that secreted a different substance. Together, they ate away at his shields, layer by layer. Do you think I do not know where your precious relics are? Do you think you can hide them from me? He answered calmly while slamming one of the tails with his mace until it cracked under the force. The weapon itself split in return, but his magic held it together. The monster screamed in pain yet pressed on. Relentless. You will not ruin my ascension. I will dream alongside the Lord. By now, Roland knew of the being they worshipped, the abyssal god. It went by many names, and some called it the living nightmare. He understood why. The cultists resembled the ones he had fought before, yet each was twisted in a unique way. Their bodies seemed shaped from fear itself. Spiders, tentacles, and other grotesque forms that filled people's dreams. Connection established. Finally, Roland was not someone who grew emotional often, but when he saw the small line of text on his visor, he felt relief. Without turning around, he glanced through one of his floating golems. Through it, he could see that Arthur had finally reached the Duke. The bracelet Roland had given him was now on the Duke's wrist, which meant the counterattack could finally begin. Now then, after establishing the link, Roland repeated the same procedure he had used with the others. By using the Duke's mana pattern, he could produce a wake-up signal and block out the resonance of the relic. It only took a few moments, and soon the bracelet on the Duke's hand began to shine. Is it as I predicted? I wish I had been wrong about this one. Roland bit his lip as he noticed something troubling. Even after the bracelet was activated, the Duke did not rise. Arthur gently shook him and called out, but the man remained asleep. Your Grace, you need to wake up. We need your aid. Can you hear me? The Duke only gave a faint grunt. He seemed barely conscious and in no condition to fight. Haha, was that your glorious plan? The witch grinned with both her mouths as she watched their futile attempt to rouse the Duke. Even if you wake him, he will not help you. What did you do to him? Does it matter? You shall all die today and join me in the everlasting dream. Now surrender yourselves to the abyss. Her words made little sense, but Roland could piece together the truth. The Duke had likely been poisoned or struck by some disease. The cult was almost certainly behind it, emboldened enough by this advantage to launch their assault. Everything fit together now. They were confident of victory, and with several Tier 3 class holders on their side, it was clear that they had invested a great deal into this plan. Failure was not something they intended to allow. Roland had known that something was wrong with the Duke's health, but he had not imagined it would be this severe. The Duke was still a Tier 4 powerhouse, and Roland had assumed he would at least be able to handle this situation. Now it seemed, as it had so many times before, that the burden of escaping this predicament rested on his shoulders again. To make matters worse, another fact had been confirmed. Arthur possessed another free bracelet, and it had already found its way onto the arm of one of the guards. To Roland's surprise, the man who appeared to be the guard captain was unexpectedly weak, more like someone who had only recently become a Tier 3 class holder rather than someone entrusted with protecting an injured Duke. It was strange, yet at that moment, he had no time to dwell on the reason, as he needed to focus on the battle before him. He had a hunch that the strongest warriors were those who had arrived with Arthur's brothers. Perhaps the true Knights of Power were indisposed for some reason, and the most likely cause was the cult. It had already managed to poison the Duke himself, so his finest warriors might have fallen to the same fate. This meant Roland could rely only on himself and the few people still present. No one would come to their aid until the relics stopped sending out their ominous signal, and it was up to him and Arthur to succeed. Multiple decahedron-shaped devices hovered through the air, glowing brightly as they released concentrated blue beams of mana. The beams collided with an invisible wall that did not ripple or falter against the intense magical light. After a moment, the floating constructs ceased their assault and instead began to circle the area. They spread apart, sweeping across the endless grounds of the outer palace. In the distance, the sounds of battle echoed, accompanied by strange shrieks that resembled monstrous cries. The earth trembled briefly as something massive clashed, yet the devices pressed on with their new task. Soon one of them drifted into a large watchtower, its artificial eye narrowing as it focused on an anomaly. The golem paused, observing a cloaked figure seated before a small obelisk. The object was an abyssal relic placed upon the ground within an occult circle. Symbols covered the floor, and at the center of a pentagram, the relic rested. As the construct advanced, a sudden swishing sound cut through the air, and its metallic body was sliced cleanly in two. From the side emerged a monstrous creature resembling a mantis, its bladed arms retracting after striking the construct. For a moment, several more of the same creatures appeared, standing guard around the cloaked man and the obelisk before him. "There you are," Roland thought to himself as he analyzed the footage from his defeated drone. It had captured an image of a cultist meditating or praying in front of the relic. The man was inside one of the watchtowers, and Roland's other drones quickly confirmed that all 6 towers were emitting a signal. If he hoped to awaken everyone in the castle, he would need to destroy every one of them. The targets are there, but at the moment, Roland was locked in a fight with a powerful witch. Even when he used several of his magic tricks, his opponent managed to shrug them off. The armor he wore was designed mainly for defense and physical damage, but this enemy resisted both with ease. Matters grew worse as multiple cultists swarmed in from outside. Roland could not understand how they had entered without being noticed. Because he was unable to use a proper runic suit, his scanning capabilities were limited. If he had been wearing the right suit and not concealing his full abilities, he might have prevented this situation. The woman responsible had stood among them all the time, but her disguise had seemed unbreakable. Only after he struck her with a heavy blow did the occult energies begin to seep through, and by then it was too late. "Arthur, what is it? I am busy over here. I know where the other relics are, but I am not sure I can reach them on my own. What do you need me to do?" Arthur was locked in a defensive fight as well. The Duke wore a bracelet, and so did one of his personal knights, but that was the extent of their preparations. Roland had crafted several bracelets for such an occasion, yet he had not imagined the situation would become this dire. The cult had gone further than he believed possible, and he never expected 7 relics to be activated at once, each discharging a signal in a different location. He had assumed that disabling a single relic would be enough to end this kind of threat. To make matters worse, his plan for the Duke to eliminate the enemies had failed, and now they even had to defend the man from harm. There were several ways Roland could approach the situation, and much seemed to depend on him. The people he had awakened had no clear understanding of what was happening, and there was no guarantee they would cooperate. The man guarding Theodore would probably remain inactive, which made it fortunate that Arthur had chosen not to awaken his second brother. As a result, the large man was forced to fight off the cultists, who focused on attacking anyone who had awakened from the illusory dream. For now, the nobles who had fallen under the spell were ignored and remained gathered in a few locations. The grand hall was spacious, and Arthur and the others had moved to a side area where no people were present. It made things a bit simpler as he didn't need to defend the other nobles, but eventually their lives would probably be at risk. Taking out the towers by himself was possible, but he did not know what would happen to the people here if he stormed out. If the witch decided to chase after him, then things could be fine. If not, Arthur might be in danger. This cultist was powerful enough that he was not sure he would emerge from their confrontation unscathed. To minimize the damage, it was best if the monsters focused on him instead. For that, he would need to convince them that he was the most important target, not the weakened Duke himself. I will take this battle outside. You need to convince the others to help you take down the cultists at the watchtowers. Each one has a relic, and they must be destroyed. But I am not sure I can achieve this alone, Arthur replied, hiding behind the knight commanders his brothers commanded. Lady Bernadette was cutting through the monsters, and so was the bestial warden. Both were much stronger than he was and far more suited to the task. I know. Lady Bernadette will probably help you, as will the mage who came with Tybalt. They are your most likely allies. If they refuse, I know how to persuade them. Very well. Just be careful, my friend. I will. A semblance of a plan had been formed, but now it was time to carry it out. The first step was to drive this monstrous witch out of the grand hall and into the open, where he could unleash his full power without the risk of the castle collapsing on everyone inside. Roland slammed both maces into the marble floor, releasing a burst of concussive force. The shockwave shoved the witch back for a moment, giving him just enough time to take aim. Keeping his center of gravity low, he launched forward. From his back, a surge of energy burst out and propelled him with explosive speed. All four of his shields snapped into position, intercepting the counterattack that came his way. He did not stop. His charge carried him straight into the massive armored arachnoid body of his opponent, slamming her into the wall. The impact was immense, fueled by a large portion of his mana. Though the wall was built to endure, cracks spread across its surface until, with a thunderous crash, both combatants broke through and spilled into the open air outside. The two combatants tumbled into the outer courtyard, rubble cascading around them as the witch's shriek rattled the night. Roland staggered to his feet, his armor dented, but his visor still shone with streams of tactical data. The witch scuttled up the side of the broken wall, her malformed limbs stabbing into the stone as her eyes glowed with abyssal fury. It matters not what you do. My victory is all but assured. The witch screamed at him as she stood. In her eyes, he had already lost, and at first glance, it seemed true. His armor was cracked, his shields partially melted, and even his weapons showed signs of damage. The monster before him, however, remained uninjured. Her form regenerated endlessly, as though defeating her was impossible. You think so? Roland activated a new sequence. Circles of light spun into place around his arms and shoulders, and his fractured maces and armor parts reconstructed themselves through raw mana. The witch stared in disbelief as his armor reformed piece by piece. As you can see, you are not the only one who can regenerate. This battle is far from over. The woman screeched at him. It matters not, the Duke will die. My flock will see to that. Are you sure you should be worrying about the Duke? Are you not forgetting something? The cultist's mouths twisted in confusion. She followed his gaze upward and saw multiple floating constructs surrounding the 6 watchtowers where the relics were held. Stop stalling. Those things cannot destroy the sacred relics. Are you sure about that? Did I actually have to destroy the last one? He forced a laugh to plant doubt in her mind. She still remembered how he had disabled the relic in her possession, and that memory was the seed he wanted to grow. He needed her to see him as the greatest threat here, otherwise his plan would fail. He had no way to disable all of the relics quickly while fighting her, but she did not know that. No, that is impossible. The sacred relics are. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Are what? Infallible and perfect? We both know that is not true. I disabled this so-called dream of yours once, and I will do it again. Once the barrier falls, the Duke's armies will flood in. It does not matter if he survives, so go ahead. Target him instead. Roland wondered if his provocation had been too obvious, but the cultist was far from sane. Her twisted body made her reckless, and it seemed his ruse was beginning to take hold. To sell it better, he even had his golems glow in a radiant light above the towers as if they were doing something. Once my golems figure out the resonance, that relic of yours will be nothing more than scrap. No, I won't let you. The witch let out a piercing shriek that split the night like glass. Her many eyes glowed with a violent shade of violet, and miasma spilled from every pore of her corrupted flesh. The cloud thickened around her body, roiling like smoke, yet it was something far more sinister. The ground beneath her was covered with plant matter, mostly grass, and as soon as the mist appeared, all vegetation began to wither and die. Good thing I led her out of the grand hall, otherwise everyone would have been killed. Roland leapt back while analyzing the airborne toxin. He could withstand it for a short while, but his armor was not designed to resist such corruption indefinitely. The destructive and corrosive properties were obvious, but the witch's outburst did not end there. She continued to howl into the night like a werewolf. Suddenly, signals appeared from below. What? More of them were hiding. The sudden emergence caught him off guard. He could not understand how the cultists had managed to conceal themselves from his sensors, but within moments, countless hands burst from the ground. For an instant, he wondered if he was dealing with a necromancer summoning zombies. But one look at the creatures revealed something far more disturbing. They were unlike the cultists he had encountered inside the building. Their forms leaned closer to humanoid than insectoid, and their heads were consumed by writhing masses of tentacles with eyes scattered across them. Abyssal Ghoul L-129. These were advanced zombie-type monsters that had been overtaken by the abyss. Fortunately, their levels were not especially high compared to his own. Yet, what they lacked in strength, they compensated for with sheer numbers. The entire area was soon swarming with them. To make matters worse, many of the cultists who had been inside the grand hall now poured outside and focused all of their killing intent on him, which was exactly what he had been hoping for. Good. I just hope those guys can work together. Before the tide of ghouls and cultists could pour into the courtyard where he stood, he chose to act. His visor displayed hundreds of signatures, and his HUD flashed warnings faster than he could tag them. Yet he did not despair, for he still had a few aces up his sleeve. He loosened his grip on one of his maces and dropped to one knee. His armored hand pressed against the ground, and a great circle spread out from beneath him. His magical power surged in all directions, and his onyx armor began to glow. Before the mass of monsters could surround him, a towering column nearly 10 meters wide rose into the air. This armor was not merely built for defense. Aligned with the element of earth, it allowed him to reshape the ground itself. Jagged spikes thrust upward from the courtyard, blocking the ghouls from charging him all at once. To tilt the battle further in his favor, he summoned reinforcements. Spatial runes opened around him, releasing what they could. Golems marched forward, some fashioned in the likeness of spiders, and others formed of hardened stone that mirrored the armor he wore. You are not the only one with minions. This was always meant to be a defensive battle, and he had prepared for it. The ground was reshaping into a makeshift fortress of hardened stone wrought by his magic. Golems with ranged capabilities, such as his cannon spider constructs, clung to the rising pillars and opened fire from above. The larger rock golems engaged the ghouls directly, their sheer size keeping the tide of monsters at bay. The struggle of attrition had begun, and all he could do was hope his allies carried out the other part of the plan while he held back the enemy. You want us to do what? We need to reach the towers. Unless we destroy those relics. Before Arthur could continue, his brother Julius raised a hand in protest. I disagree. We should leave this place and take father with us. Your knight is a brave man, but we should use this chance to retreat. Arthur frowned at the words. Only moments ago they had been fighting side by side against the cultists, but now in this brief pause, Julius was already looking for a way out. Roland had managed to draw off most of the enemy force, yet Arthur knew it was only temporary. His brothers showed no desire to press the advantage. Instead, they clung to their own safety and to their father's, which Arthur suspected was little more than an excuse to abandon the fight. I see. Then perhaps Lady Bernadette will see the light. I thought paladins of Solaria were supposed to destroy cultist filth. Yet you seem to tuck your tail and run while people suffer. Arthur's words landed sharply, and his voice trembled. Julius did not like the accusation that he was running away, but Arthur was not speaking to him. His gaze was fixed on Bernadette. Her great blade glowed with a golden aura, burning through the blood of the abyssal cultists it had just slain. Your brother speaks the truth. As a high paladin of Solaria, I cannot ignore this. Young lord, you seem to know the way. Lead me and I shall be your blade. To his surprise, the paladin woman did not even protest. Roland had been right about her. Once relics and the cult were mentioned, she was ready. She showed no concern for Julius' well-being, as if she fully expected him to defend himself. Lady Bernadette, I am not sure you should. Young Julius, the radiant sun compels me to act. Stay here and protect your kin while I resolve this matter. Do not fear, a few cultists cannot defeat me. The sun is with us. We shan't be defeated. I understand. Julius nodded and Arthur smiled. He had secured one ally, leaving only one more to persuade. He had already given up on the larger man, who might have been even stronger than Bernadette but would never leave while Theodore remained. Master Anzenius, would you be willing to aid us as well? We could use a mage of your power. Tybalt's aide was an elderly wizard. He looked to be in his 60s, with a full beard and a tall hat pulled low over his brow. His robes hung loosely, yet the mana that surrounded him was immense. Me? Preposterous. If I had known this would happen, I never would have agreed to come. Arthur was taken aback. Tybalt's aide did not seem loyal at all. It was as though his brothers had merely paid these people at a high price without ever earning their allegiance. Now it fell to Arthur to convince the mage. Fortunately, he still had Roland on his side. As the conversation began, the golem floating above him moved. From within, Roland's voice resounded. Great wizard Anzenius, I am sure we can reach an understanding. I know what you desire, and if you aid us today, I will see it done. A small storm of explosions engulfed the courtyard outside the main palace. Roland's spider golems unleashed another volley, arcs of azure fire streaking across the night before bursting into waves of concussive light. Each impact tore apart ghouls in droves, scattering limbs and abyssal blood across the stone. For every creature annihilated, two more clawed their way up from the earth, and their writhing heads twisted unnaturally toward the lone defender. The armored runic knight commander stood tall amid the chaos, his fortress of stone under siege. The spider golem cannons thundered without pause while his rock golems slammed fists and spears into the swarm, each strike cratering the ground and causing further wreckage in the courtyard where the battle raged. Roland focused on the higher-tier cultists who were tearing through the golems he summoned from his spatial armor pocket. His mana drained constantly, but for now he had enough. The main foe, the abyssal witch, watched from the edge of the battlefield, likely waiting for him to tire. That gave him time to think. How had they gathered so many cultists here? This place was supposed to be well protected. Nothing is making much sense. It became clear that things did not add up. The number of hidden enemies was enormous, and the weakness of the Duke and his guards suggested he had walked into a different kind of predicament. A few theories ran through his head, but none of them helped his immediate situation. For now, the only way out was to destroy the relics hidden inside the watchtowers, and for that, he needed help. One of his golems hovered in the grand hall, focusing on an old mage who sat lost in thought. And Xenius raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the hovering construct. It was peculiar and unlike any runic device he had seen. He seemed fascinated by its shape, but a loud noise from outside snapped everyone back to the gravity of the situation. The battle still raged around them. Most of the cultists who had been fighting in the Grand Hall had been drawn away. That left this small group wearing shining runic bracelets. It was now up to them to deal with the occult relics scattered around the castle grounds. "You know what I desire?" the old man asked while stroking his long beard. "Indeed. If you promise to aid me, I will help you gain priceless knowledge from the famed inner library of Yevena Arvandis of Xander's Institute of Wizardry." "You know the Lady Archmagus?" The old man stammered in surprise and his eyes bulged for a moment. "I do," Roland replied while commanding his golems to press the attack. He knew that for mages such as Xenius, magical knowledge was the ultimate currency. He could not ask Yevena directly for permission, but he had access to the library and could put in a good word for the mage. Regretfully, he could not prove the claim, and he knew the old man would be skeptical. "Preposterous. Why would Senior Arvandis be involved with you? How can I believe such a claim? Come, young lord, we should depart." The old mage snapped at Roland's golem before looking to Tybalt Valerian, who already seemed eager to leave. The others watched the exchange with equal distrust. Roland had woken them from a dream and told them to perform a mission. He could not expect a pompous old mage or a sheltered noble to obey without resisting, but he would not let them refuse. "I am afraid that is not an option. You will have to excuse my rudeness, Lord Tybalt." "What do you?" Tybalt opened his mouth to protest, but the glow in his bracelet wavered. The runes etched into the device rippled like dying embers. Then the light faded. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the bracelet's true purpose. He tried to force mana into it and failed. Then, out of desperation, he began to shout, but it was already too late. "No, wait! You cannot do this to me, I'm—" The lordling tried to shout, but his body froze. His expression was now locked as his consciousness was pushed back into the cult's illusion. The young lord twitched once and went utterly limp. Luckily, Arthur was there to catch him and eased him to the ground. "You would do such a thing to a young lord? Are you mad?" The old mage was furious and ready to cast a spell on the hovering golem. The only thing that held him back was the fear he was now feeling, a fear from the man who controlled his fate. "My apologies, but the situation requires your aid. Either you help me, or I have no use for any of you," Roland said in a cold, harsh tone. He meant every word. If he let them go, they would likely hide or reach a barrier and become trapped anyway. In this dire situation, blackmailing a noble was a risk he accepted, better than dying here. "Without this bracelet," the old mage murmured as the truth sank in. "Yes, without my help, you will be pushed back into the cult's illusion. Now decide, will you help me or not? There is no time left." This time it was not a request but a statement. Silence fell in the grand hall. For a heartbeat, only the distant thunder of the courtyard battle echoed and grew louder, and Xenius' jaw moved. The old mage's eyes shifted between Roland's hovering construct and the dormant runic bracelets on the wrists of the noble he served. He had lived long enough to recognize the words of coercion, and he understood that nothing he did could stand against it. "Very well. I hope you will keep your promise, but first release the young lord. I knew you would see reason. Not as if you gave me much of a choice, young one." Once the bargain was struck, the bracelet lit up again. Tybalt rose from his slumber, still confused, and needed a few moments to realize that his mage had accepted the deal. "Master Xenius, you cannot." "It is fine, young lord. We have no choice, and it seems this person carries some kind of plan, so it may be wiser to listen to him. Now speak. What do you wish us to do?" "Simply follow Lord Arthur. He will lead you both to the cult relics. You will face resistance, but the three of you should be enough." As soon as he said it, everyone in the chamber who was still awake turned to Arthur. Tybalt and Julius did not look pleased that their youngest brother would be the one to lead. The rest of you, take the Duke into the inner palace. The defenses there should be strong enough to withstand the cultist assault. Roland went on with the explanation. The inner palace, the place the Duke had entered through, remained untouched and showed no sign of infiltration. Only members of the Duke's family could open the path forward, and even in his weakened state, the Duke could likely manage it. Wait! Before the group could divide, Julius raised his voice in protest. Lady Bernadette stopped mid-step, and all eyes turned to him. He stood straighter now, no longer hesitant. It was clear that he had listened to the conversation and had reached a decision. I will not sit idle here and let this filth destroy the Valerian palace. I am coming with you. Arthur blinked, caught off guard. Brother Julius, perhaps it would be better if you stayed with father in the inner palace. You will.
No.
Julius said firmly, his jaw tightening. You will not order me to cower behind walls while my home is at stake and is destroyed by this cultish filth. Julius pronounced while raising his long sword. I will join you in this battle. My honor as a paladin and knight demands it. Lady Bernadette gave an approving nod, but not everyone shared her resolve. The bestial warden remained silent as he hoisted Theodore over his shoulder and walked toward the great doors of the inner palace. Tybalt and the two guards who had been roused carried the Duke back as well, and in this way the group divided. The guards bore the Duke on their shoulders while keeping close on either side. Although awake, he was disoriented and in no condition to act. Good. They are on the move, but can I hold out until they finish? Roland was still struggling against the massive horde. He could not at first understand how so many cultists had managed to get inside, but it was clear that magic had been involved. The holes from which the creatures were emerging looked familiar, and the mana signature reminded him of the tunnels he had explored after the culling. It seemed that, during the culling, the cultists had been slowly moving closer to the castle. He had already discovered during his last expedition underground that the cult was working behind the scenes. Many of the remaining monsters had contained a type of worm, a mutated strain unlike the ones used to infect humans. The culling itself had been nothing more than a manufactured dungeon break, most likely a distraction meant to cover the digging below. Even though the Duke was a Tier 4 class holder and the castle was thought to be an impenetrable fortress, there was still a way inside, and that way was through the ground beneath it. No one had expected the dungeon to bore through hardened lava rock to reach the palace. Luckily, for some reason, these monsters were not very strong. Roland suspected that this might have been intentional as well. He studied the swarm of ghastly abyssal creatures circling around him. His golems were somehow managing to hold the line while Arthur and the others pressed the attack on the first watchtower. Yet he knew of a certain ability that could change everything. If his suspicions were right, this swarm of Tier 2 monsters would soon grow much stronger, but he had ways to prevent it. Roland's sensors pulsed with warnings again. His visor shifted and displayed a web of mana fluctuations across the battlefield. What he saw confirmed his theory. The ghouls that had been defeated were melting into a purplish miasma and a strange liquid. The substance clung to the remaining monsters and fused with them. Their levels surged, and the more he killed, the closer they came to reaching the Tier 3 threshold. The monsters advanced in an endless wave, growing stronger with each loss, and he had no way of knowing how many more were left. Nevertheless, there was a way to avoid this, and he refused to wait a second more. In theory, this should be enough to disable the parasite's powers. When Roland first discovered this new type of parasite, he brought it back to his workshop for study. With the samples he collected, he managed to devise a few countermeasures against their vile energies. Now it was time to test his invention. If he delayed, he would be overwhelmed before Arthur and the others cleared the first watchtower. Roland's armor shifted with a grinding hiss as plates slid over one another. Hidden layers split apart, and the massive pauldrons on his shoulders revealed circular compartments. From within each compartment, a pointed cylindrical device slowly rose. Runes flared to life across all 6 before a burst of force launched them into the air. They flew outward like miniature missiles, arcing through the night before embedding themselves in the ground. First, nothing happened. Then the mechanisms activated. Runes glowed as the pointed cylinders began to spin. One by one, they burrowed into the earth, safely hidden from prying claws and detection. Good, they are in good that these monsters are practically brain-dead. Their numbers are the problem, but this should fix it. He had realized during this battle that his opponents lacked intelligence. Many of the creatures trampled over one another, unable to comprehend even the simplest tactic. They behaved more like a natural landslide than an army. The witch's eyes narrowed, tracking the points of contact with suspicion, but she was already too late. The cylinders activated, releasing waves of energy that rippled invisibly across the battlefield. Their presence could only be marked by expanding rings of light on Roland's visor. As soon as the signal stabilized, the ghouls reacted. The writhing, tentacled creatures staggered, spasming as though their senses had been torn apart. Their signals flickered and dimmed on his display. The abyssal ooze clinging to them writhed and peeled away as if driven back. Impossible! The witch hissed, her many mouths producing a chorus of voices. The merging of the monsters had been stopped, though the ordinary abominations still pressed on. Roland's new invention, the abyssal parasite disruptor, was working. It could not destroy the parasites within the flesh of the living creatures, but once a monster was defeated and reduced to sludge, the parasites inside became exposed. In that vulnerable state, they could be targeted with a precise frequency that caused them to rupture. Once the parasite at the core of a creature was truly destroyed, it could no longer fuse with others, ending the cycle of unholy empowerment. To ensure safety, this device did not rely on holy energies to disrupt the parasites and could be used even in the presence of members of the church. Still, is no one coming? His golems pushed back against the weakened invaders while he worked to restore the walls of his fort. His gaze shifted toward the castle in the distance. On its walls, he saw guards who had collapsed and others who remained standing, held upright only by the influence of the abyssal relics. Their bodies seemed frozen in time, but in reality, a breeze could even knock them over. What was that duke even thinking? By now, he partially understood the ruse, but one obstacle remained. The massive shield surrounding the castle blocked access from the outside. It was a vast array spread across the entire fortress, one that even he would struggle to disable. To make things worse, it could not be opened from the outside. It was created to prevent entrance once the castle was under siege, with only a few people having the correct spell to shut it down. Perhaps they never realized how the relics truly worked, or is there another reason? He considered the problem, but quickly realized that solving it would do him no good. He did not know how the shield array functioned, and the guards, whom he now dismissed as little more than puppets, knew even less. The Duke was at the heart of the matter, but unless the Duke awoke, the shield would likely remain in place. That left him with a single option: to awaken the soldiers stationed there and hold off the abyssal creatures before they wiped out the slumbering troops. For now, the monster's focus remained on his position, but he knew that would not last. A deep boom cracked from the side. Roland snapped his head toward the western wall just in time to see one of the watchtowers engulfed in fire. The tower's upper levels split apart as the occult runes carved into its surface flared purple, then shattered. For a heartbeat, the flames glowed with radiant gold before twisting into a plume of black smoke. The blast hurled chunks of molten stone into the courtyard below, and Roland froze. That tower had contained one of the relics, and the sight left no doubt that Arthur and his allies had managed to disable it. With one gone, the constant resonance in the air grew fainter. Only 5 relics remained, yet his companions would face greater danger now that the monsters had become fully aware of their movements and power. At a gesture from the witch, a line of monsters broke away and charged toward the burning tower. Several cultists in insect form followed. Roland regretted that he was in no condition to help Arthur directly. At most, he could command a few golems to fire at the monsters that had split away and scatter a handful of runic bombs to slow their advance. The ground shuddered beneath him as the blast struck. Roland forced the terrain to shift again, raising barriers of earth in an attempt to trap the creatures in layered walls of stone and soil. But the monsters tore through each barrier without pause and pressed their attack. One relic was destroyed, 5 remained, and time was slipping away. Rows of siege engines stretched across the hills below Isgard's inner palace walls, their frames bristling with runic plates. Each ballista was a fusion of steel and runic magic, designed to fire bolts that could pierce through reinforced castle walls. Behind them, hundreds of armored men stood in disciplined lines, banners snapping in the winds that swirled around the castle. And yet, for all their preparation, the shimmering dome above the main Valyrian palace refused to break. Again, the Grand Knight Commander roared, his crimson cloak thrashing as another storm of fire and steel tore through the air. Bolts tipped with concentrated runamagic shrieked across the night sky, each one carrying a spell meant to enhance their piercing power. They converged on a single section of the dome, striking the patch directly before the entrance gate. The air warped and split with a deafening crack. The impact was thunderous, as if 100 bolts of lightning had struck the same tree. For a heartbeat, the barrier rippled like a mirror on the verge of breaking. Then the light smoothed over once more, seamless and whole. A groan spread through the ranks. Some soldiers clutched their ears, others muttered in disappointment. The seasoned knights only tightened their grips on their weapons, though unease gnawed at them as well. "Report!" The Grand Knight Commander's shout cut through the night air. His form was covered by shiny plate mail, and a figure in robes hurried forward. It was a gaunt woman with silver-threaded braids, gasping for breath before she spoke. "My lord, the spell will take time to prepare," she panted as she answered, and behind her, a circle of mages chanted in unison, their voices weaving together in preparation for the siege-class spell that might topple the barrier. "How long?" "Another hour." The commander's expression hardened. His gaze swept the shimmering dome that mocked every effort of their siege. "1 more hour. Far too long." Inside those walls, chaos raged, and every passing moment meant more lives slipping away. He gripped the hilt of his great sword until his knuckles whitened. "Then hold your focus. We cannot fail here. The Valyrian line will not fall while I yet draw breath." His voice rang out over the gathered host like iron striking an anvil. The troops straightened, their unease lessened, and they returned to their positions with renewed vigor. Yet even as discipline returned, the commander knew the truth. If the barrier held, their army would be nothing more than spectators to the massacre inside. Even if the Valyrian Duke himself poured all his strength into the assault, the ancient ward would not break. Only relentless attacks could eventually wear it down, and even then he doubted the mage's spell would be enough. With a heavy heart, he stood watching, uncertain of what horrors might already be unfolding beyond the dome. Within the confines of the massive barrier, a desperate battle raged. For figures stood against a tide of abyssal abominations, each monstrosity rushing forward to protect the relic that was their prize. "We need to hurry. More of them are coming." Arthur's voice rang out as he leapt back, his rapier flashing in the dim light. The blade intercepted a scythe-like appendage from a mantis-shaped horror, sparks flying from the clash. "Do not order me around," Julius snarled from the front, irritation plain in his voice. The elder brother clearly disliked being commanded by his younger brother, but he could not fully dismiss him. Julius's long sword blazed with radiant light as he drove it through the mantis thing's thorax. The creature screeched, its body splitting apart under the force of divine mana. But even as it fell, more surged forward. Arthur grimaced, his rapier tracing crimson lines of aura through the air as he parried and countered. He lacked the raw strength that Julius commanded, and his reserves of mana were far smaller. Yet with every foe that fell before him, he grew stronger. His levels climbed higher, and with them came sharpened instincts and battle experience earned through hard work. Minute by minute, his skill deepened, but the swarm pressing in on them could not be ignored. Azure Firestorm. Behind the brothers, an old man raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of blue flames. His spell roared toward the towering abomination that guarded the relic, its flames melting through the stone as they surged forth. The azure flames consumed the abomination's upper body, stripping away layers of abyssal flesh like molten wax. The relic it guarded pulsed with furious light, only to be swallowed by the haze of fire as well. Everyone recoiled, shielding themselves from the searing heat. Julius raised a golden shield, forming a barrier that wrapped around them. The creature's shrieks echoed for several heartbeats before finally dying out. When silence fell, only ash remained, and the relic's power flickered and went dark. That is the third. 3 more remain, Arthur said as the shield around him dissolved. No one answered. Their gazes had already turned to the tower's entrance, where a golden aura burned like a beacon. Lady Bernadette was not among them in the chamber. She stood at the battlement instead, holding back the tide of monstrosities that clawed to devour them all. Her great sword blazed with radiant fire, each swing cleaving through twisted flesh. Yet for every abomination that fell, another surged forward, an endless wave of writhing bodies that seemed without end. Bernadette's blade carved another blazing arc, severing a hulking brute in 2. The thing fell thrashing, black pus hissing against the stone battlement, only for 2 smaller horrors to leap over its corpse and slash at her with sharp limbs. She pivoted, boots skidding across the bloody rampart, and met both blows head-on. Her great sword flared, radiant flame cascading in a wide burst that turned the creatures into ash. But even she could feel her strength waning. Sweat gathered on her forehead and dampened her straw-like hair. For every dozen abominations she struck down, new ones appeared to take their place. Her aura was tied to her stamina, and the more her light burned her enemies, the faster exhaustion crept in. Lady Bernadette, fall back inside the tower. We've disabled the relic. There's no need to fight alone. Julius called from within as the group prepared to withdraw. Fortunately, the 6 towers were linked by battlements, and the creatures were too simple-minded to block their escape. Instead, they simply pursued from behind. Bernadette gave no reply. She clicked her heels and vanished in a sudden blur of speed. From the sides, more ghoulish monsters appeared, scrambling up the walls to chase her. Let's go. Indeed, young lord. Julius stood ready to receive her, while Arthur remained silent. The 4 of them leapt through the tower window. The mage drifted down behind the 3 fighters, and once he landed, Julius turned to him. Master Anzenius. I know. Do not rush me. The old mage's brows drew together. He disliked being commanded by the young lords but could do little about it. When they reached the far side of the tower, he began his spell. At his level, the chant was incomprehensible, a torrent of heavy mumbling. Hold! Julius raised his blade in a commanding gesture and signaled for patience. Only when the first monstrosities began clawing their way out of the window did he lower his sword. At that moment, Anzenius hurled a massive sphere of blue fire into the tower, consuming both monsters and stone until the structure collapsed in flames. The tower crumbled like a dying torch, the azure blaze devouring its structure in moments. Chunks of molten stone rained into the courtyard, crushing cultist creatures who had rushed forward to defend the relic. The explosion reverberated across the palace grounds, alerting all to their position. We need to move further. Only 3 more remain. Julius spoke again, and the 2 nodded. Only Arthur glanced to the sides. The battlements were not entirely empty. Some soldiers still lay there unconscious. For the moment, the monsters were focused elsewhere, which allowed the soldiers to be propped against the walls and kept out of the way. Even so, some had already been trampled. What are you doing? Julius glanced back at Arthur, who was tending to 2 soldiers. He was placing them against a wall he believed the cultists would not pass through, though his older brother seemed to disagree. Just give me a moment. After shaking his head in disapproval, the elder Valerian moved toward the next tower while the mage hesitated. Bernadette pressed ahead without pause, clearing the way for their approach. Then, without warning, a shriek rang out from above. Arthur was caught off guard as he tended to one of the sleeping soldiers. He looked up just in time to see a cultist wrapped in a mantle of azure flames plummeting straight toward him. He shoved the soldier aside to help him out of harm's way, but the movement left him exposed. The cultist descended like a blazing comet, claws stretched wide, fire trailing in its wake. Arthur raised his rapier too late. The talons were already upon him. "Arthur!" Julius's voice cut through the chaos as a radiant blur streaked along the battlement. His long sword tore through the cultist in mid-descent, splitting its burning form in two. The flames howled as they burst apart in a shower of embers, the body collapsing to ash at Arthur's feet. For a moment, silence held between the brothers. Arthur's chest heaved, his rapier still lifted, though no foe remained. Julius stood above him, sword lowered, his golden aura burning bright. The younger brother met the elder's eyes. No words passed between them, only a silent nod that spoke of trust and approval. Julius extended his hand and Arthur took it without hesitation. With one firm pull, Julius lifted him up and said, "Stay sharp, brother." The words were quiet, almost uncertain, as if he feared they might not be welcome. Arthur smirked faintly and brushed the ash from his sleeve. "You too, brother Julius. We must go, young lords. There is no time." The mage broke the moment, waving his hand while chanting softly. A glow spread across the ground and settled over the sleeping soldier. "This ward will hide them from detection. Now we have to move." "Agreed." Julius nodded, and he and Arthur pressed forward. Ahead, Bernadette's great sword roared to life once more, cutting down their next opponent. Several cult members emerged, far stronger than the lesser creatures they had faced before. Yet Arthur and the others did not falter. They tightened their grip on their weapons and welcomed the coming clash. They managed to get the third one, but at this pace. Roland's thoughts intensified as his display showed the disappearance of yet another relic. Only 3 remained, and time was slipping away. At this point, he was encased in a barrier of earth and hardened rock. The witch's minions had surrounded his position, leaving no escape. Outside, his floating golems relayed live footage of the battlefield, and the situation looked grim for his allies. One swarm of ghoulish creatures was pursuing Arthur and his party. They had managed to stay ahead for now, but several Tier 3 cultists had appeared to block their path. Their progress would soon be halted, and the siege would drag on. The group that had retreated into the inner part of the Great Hall with the Duke was, surprisingly, left unscathed. The witch seemed to ignore them as if they were not worth targeting, which meant that more of her monsters were now focused on him while the others remained safe inside. For a moment, he wondered if he should have hidden away in the inner palace as well and simply waited it out, but there was no telling how long they would have lasted in there. To make matters worse, his potential allies were dying. He had planned to remove the relics and awaken the guards sealed within the palace. Yet many of those guards had already fallen. The horde of cultist creatures had trampled them while they were still trapped in illusions, and some had even been devoured before they could fight back. Even if his plan succeeded, the army he needed might no longer exist. That left him with another option: dismantling the dome that enclosed them. At first, the idea seemed impossible, since the barrier was designed to resist even Tier 4 class holders and prolonged sieges. But not all hope was lost, because an opportunity had revealed itself. The hovering drones were not only relaying footage of the monsters, they were also analyzing the environment. Through this, Roland discovered something important. Someone outside was attempting to break in. A steady bombardment had been pounding the barrier for some time, perhaps from the moment the shield had been hijacked. He could see that one section of the shield was being targeted. The attackers had not yet broken through, but their efforts created a chance for him to help. From inside, the shield structure was weaker, since it had not been designed to withstand allied fire. Any force applied from within would cause far more damage than strikes from outside. But by my calculations, even my strongest spell would not break through, unless I time it correctly. Roland frowned. The process would be complicated. The bombardment outside followed a somewhat consistent rhythm, though the intensity of each strike varied. He could not be certain that their efforts would synchronize with his, but there was hope. He knew the standard procedures for breaking barriers, and he suspected the attackers would eventually employ siege magic. A more devastating spell that would cause a massive amount of damage in an instant. This is quite the predicament. The walls around him were breaking apart as the horde pounded them without pause. Several of his golems had already been buried beneath the sand while others lay scattered outside. His focus remained on defense, yet he knew he could not endure much longer. There was one option that might aid him, but with 2 Solarian paladins still active beyond the barrier, it was far from simple. He ran the numbers, but the outcome was grim. He would need to survive at least 30 minutes before his window of attack arrived. Even then, he could not be certain the plan would succeed. Holding out for half an hour seemed nearly impossible, as monsters were already crawling through the cracks of his protective dome, which trembled on the verge of collapse. For a fleeting moment, he questioned how he had ended up in such a situation at all. If he had wanted to escape, there had been ways. He wondered when the change had come, when he had become too sentimental to leave the others behind. At this point, he could not even imagine abandoning Arthur. With that conviction, he steadied himself. As the first hideous face forced its way inside, he drove his fist forward with a blow powerful enough to shatter the ground beneath him. Roland's fist struck the earth, and the ground beneath him glowed with a deep orange light. The monsters rushed to overwhelm him, but before they could reach him, a shockwave burst outward and tore everything apart. Walls of hardened rock splintered and turned into projectiles, ripping through the massive sphere of cult monsters and scattering their bodies aside. When the dust finally settled, Roland emerged. His armor sizzled, and parts of his body were visible beneath the scorched metal. "You'll have to try better than that to kill me." Roland tasted dust as part of his faceplate came loose for a moment. The blast he had unleashed tore through a large number of the attackers, but it was a double-edged sword. His armor was already repairing itself, and now that he was outside, he could also restore his golems. Mechanical spider limbs twitched, and broken fragments pulled together around him as he activated his skill again. With his higher level, this style of combat had become easier, though it still carried a strict time limit. The more he restored his troops, the faster they deteriorated and the less useful they became. "You shall not succeed. You are only wasting time. We will see about that." The monstress which pointed with her crooked finger, driving her minions toward him. Things looked grim, yet he could hear it in her voice. Beneath her facade was concern. She kept glancing toward the other towers, clearly unsure whether they could endure long enough for her to complete her mission. "Young lord, is this wise? Be silent and tend to my father." A man with blue hair gave the order to an armored guard. Around them, several people were being carried, not by human hands but by beings of pure water energy. These spirits moved in perfect unison, reshaping themselves into cradles and supports beneath those affected by the occult relics. The great hall shimmered with an aquatic glow as the spirits carried everyone toward the wide doors at the far end. The massive gates stood partly open, and beyond them a towering man carried another draped over his shoulder. He showed no interest in the others being rescued and continued deeper inside, intent on protecting himself and the man he bore. "You will answer for this, brother. All of this is your fault." An aquatic spirit halted before 2 figures. One was Ivan Valerian, who would surely be blamed for the disaster. His brother Tybalt gestured sharply, ordering the spirit to carry Ivan to safety, along with their spiteful mother. He felt no affection for either of them, yet he couldn't allow them to die here without taking the blame. "My lord, an enemy!" The guard's warning rang out as a creature emerged in the distance. Tybalt knew the cultists had ignored them for some time, ignoring the ones inside the illusion. Yet he also knew that could not last. He had been guiding people to safety long enough that it was inevitable they would eventually be targeted. He thrust out his hand, lips moving with incredible speed. Dozens of spheres of water appeared above his head, swirling together and compressing with violent force before bursting into streams of razor-sharp projectiles. The monster's flesh split under the barrage, forcing it to retreat, but more soon emerged to take its place. "That will do. You should retreat as well." The voice echoed from above, and Tybalt's brow furrowed in indignation. I will not forget this disgrace. The people you saved today will remember your deeds, my lord, and repay you in time. The fourth brother made a sweeping gesture toward the great construct hovering in the air. He had planned only to save his mother and a few members of the court, but the flying golem had forced his hand. Now his efforts extended even to Ivan, whose folly had begun this strange calamity. Nevertheless, the man to whom the golemic construct belonged could render the bracelets useless at any moment. For now, he knew he had no choice but to follow his orders. The man had promised him potential rewards from a prominent institute within the royalist faction's lands, an offer that was difficult to refuse. Even so, he could not suppress the indignation he felt at the way he was treated. As a potential candidate for a dukedom, taking orders from those beneath him filled him with deep discomfort. Suit integrity at risk. Warning. Critical damage to leg joints detected. Red alerts flashed across his HUD before vanishing as he dismissed them. His focus returned to the monsters charging toward him. Dozens of abominations filled the courtyard, some barely reaching his chest, others grotesquely fused into multi-limbed horrors, with several even reaching Tier 3 status. The devices meant to prevent their fusion were overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and some of the remaining abyssal cultists were twisting the process further. They fused the creatures with their insect forms for a temporary surge of strength, hurling themselves at him in a frenzy. Their shrieks mingled with the sound of golems shattering and flesh being torn apart. Time and again, he restored his creations, only for them to be destroyed once more. Stationed at the center of the courtyard, he was surrounded, and the temporary fortress he had raised with earth magic was crumbling. Worse still, the horde seemed endless, growing larger with each passing moment. He cast a glance toward the watchtowers. Arthur's progress had stalled, and despite defending for more than 10 minutes, they had yet to push beyond the fourth tower. At least Tybalt managed to get the other nobles in. At this moment, the massive doors leading into the inner palace were under siege by a horde of abyssal creatures. The attack showed no signs of slowing, and the courtyard was crawling with monstrosities. Even so, most of the horde and its leader, the strange witch, were focused on him. The witch lingered at a distance, watching and waiting, as if certain that no outside aid could reach them. Roland kept wondering what those beyond the palace walls intended. If this was meant to be a trap, it had already failed. The only explanation was that they did not understand how the relics functioned or how to disable them. He had once helped the church with that task, but the knowledge had clearly not spread. For now, he could only rely on himself. Yet his plan required outside support, because there was no way he could face this horde alone. Ugh! A grunt escaped his mouth as he looked down. A sharp appendage had pierced through his armor and sunk deep into his thigh. Instantly, he yanked out the writhing limb and cast a focused divine spell to prevent the wound from being poisoned or cursed. Even though he had been using divine attacks, the monsters showed no signs of slowing. Divine mana was usually a direct counter to undead creatures, but these were different. The energy burned away the small worms that nested in people's heads. Yet these monsters carried some kind of built-in protection. Even if he cast several Holy Aligned spells, the results would be disappointing, and to make matters worse, his main enemy was still watching. Why do you resist? Soon you will join us in the everlasting dream with our Lord. Just let it happen. The witch no longer looked the same. She had fused with several of her minions. Her legs were rooted in the ground, and she no longer moved. She had become a grotesque hub, linking monsters and cultists together. Their movements grew more coordinated, and they stopped charging from only one direction. Slowly, the entire palace was being overtaken, and if he did not act soon, Arthur and the others would be overwhelmed. Their mission to destroy the relics would fail. It is too early to go all out, but I have no choice. At least she had lost some reasoning and is still targeting me. Can't let this chance slip. The opponent he faced was clearly not acting with much strategy. If it had been him, he would have focused on the smaller group trying to reach the relics rather than on the obvious distraction he was creating. Fortunately, the witch was blinded by her rage and kept her attention fixed on him. Unfortunately, that also placed him in grave danger. If he could not hold out and fell, his allies would be the next to be targeted. He knew this fight would become a battle of endurance, though he had no idea how long he could hold. His aura shifted, a reddish energy spreading around his body before blending with a bluish tint to form a deep violet hue. His power surged outward, and the nearby golems were invigorated. The battle soon became a grueling slog. With maces in hand, he swung again and again, each strike launching multiple monsters into the air with sheer force. The pressure of his swings created bursts of wind, and his armored plates deflected most incoming attacks. Some creatures warped into twisted fusions of flesh, spewing bones and corrosive projectiles at him. Layers of mana shields and protective mantles absorbed much of the damage, but not all. Bit by bit, his body took the punishment. The swarm closed in from every direction, and his weapons began to falter. The golems he had been using to communicate with his allies, along with the ones relaying images from above, were called down to fight at his side. Even they were needed now, unleashing volleys of mana bolts and projectiles upon the enemy. The battle grew more grotesque by the moment, yet he pressed on. Whenever his mana ran low, he drew on potion casings hidden within his armor, but soon his strength began to waver. The aura around his body dimmed, and the purple glow faded. He tried to raise the earth to shelter himself behind rocky walls, but the enemies had already entrenched themselves. Relentless, gory projectiles slowly whittled down his defenses and pushed him back. His legs were pierced by multiple sharp bones and wrapped in robes of tentacle flesh. Half his face was exposed, revealing part of his mouth and one eye to the air. 3 of the 4 robotic arms that held his shields together had been torn out. Only one remained. As he barely held himself upright, the witch's laughter rang across the battlefield. "You fight so hard for a world that has already abandoned you." Roland flinched at the gloat. The abominations around him paused, their tentacles coiling tighter around his lower limbs and midsection. It sounded like a villainous monologue from someone certain of victory. "Your allies will not succeed. Once I am done with you, all of them will dream the eternal dream." Roland's head dipped for a moment. His body was battered, his armor splintered, the violet aura gone, and his mana reserves below 10%. The monsters circled, waiting to finish him off, but instead of a frown, a smile crossed his face. "Did you know the difference between runic and ordinary spatial items?" "Ha!" The witch frowned in confusion. She had expected begging or a plea for mercy, not a lecture about something unrelated. "Let me explain. Runic spatial coordinates are simply markers that lead to a specific spatial space. You can imagine it as an area floating in space. If you know them, you can open that space again, even if you lost the original rune that pointed to it." "What are you babbling about? Have you gone insane?" The witch snapped and ordered for her minions to tighten the bindings and fire at him again. But Roland kept speaking. Under normal circumstances, changing a spatial rune on an item is considered impossible. A person must not only master rune magic but also runesmithing. He raised his only free hand. In it, a shattered longsword caught the moonlight. It was the weapon he had swapped for his maces, and even it had broken in the fight. "It takes time, and shifting runes during combat is tedious, but not," he said, pausing as he looked at the broken blade. Then, before the witch could react, he drove the sword into his exposed stomach. "Impossible. Are you tired of living?" The witch sneered, confused by the self-injury. Roland did not seem to care about her reaction. He glanced at his status screen. The stab had dropped his health below 25%, and a strange warmth began to gather in his chest. "I hate testing new skills like this." He focused inward as he felt the skill begin to activate. Overlord's indomitable will was starting, and though he hated relying on untested abilities, he had no other choice. The warmth in his chest expanded. His body straightened as the shackles of flesh and bone pinning him down were torn apart by sheer force. The sword lodged in his stomach was pushed out as the wound closed within seconds. "Overlord's indomitable will has been activated." His vitality surged back. Muscles expanded slightly as every injury healed, and the mana he had poured out during the fight returned to him. His body was once again wrapped in a reddish glow as overlords might reset instantly. Mana overflow remained unusable for now, yet he could feel his resilience growing. His body hardened against the damage still raining down on him. Nothing but a last desperate effort. You do not deserve to be part of the dream. D. The monsters swarmed toward him. The witch, twisted into a malignant shape, shrieked as a mass of tentacles and projectiles erupted in his direction. But this transformation was not yet finished. There was a reason he had spoken in a monologue as well. Before the attacks could reach him, he shed his armor, helmet included, and leapt into the air. Only the chest plate remained, the sole piece that had endured the entire ordeal. Runes flared to life, glowing and shifting as his restored mana completed the spatial structure. Once it stabilized, he summoned another suit of armor, one he had hidden in a separate spatial pocket. The transformation began as it had many times before. The chest plate of his discarded armor fell away, replaced by crimson scales that spread across his body. The monsters surged forward, some sprouting wings in desperation to reach him. Before they could close the distance, a massive sphere of crimson fire erupted and engulfed the battlefield. The nearest creatures were reduced to ash in an instant, while those farther out were scorched, writhing and twisting in agony as they collapsed to the ground. With his mana restored and a brand new suit of armor, he stepped out from within the sphere. Fire surged across the battlefield, consuming everything that dared to come too close. Roland let out a sigh of relief as he confirmed that all his limbs were intact. His armor was fresh, and like the one before, it contained its own spatial storage filled with supplies. Within moments, more floating golems appeared to replace the ones that had fallen. For a brief instant, it seemed as though the situation was under control. Sir Wayland, we have secured the 5th relic, but I am not certain we can reach the last one. Arthur's voice rang in his helmet before he could decide on his next move. 5 relics were already gone, and only one remained. To complicate matters, their allies' counterattack was fast approaching. If there was ever a time to strike at the barrier, it was now, and he would go through the tower to achieve that. Leave the final tower to me. Just support me if you are able. With that command, he turned toward the looming structure. His chest plate parted to reveal a glowing orb encircled by intricate runes. From within the hidden storage, elongated floating devices emerged. Painted crimson, they arranged themselves into a ring aimed directly at the tower. I will not allow this. The witch's voice cut through the chaos as she commanded her remaining monsters and cultists to swarm Roland. Suspended above them, he unleashed a crimson blaze from the core in his chest. The fire stretched outward, guided by the strange floating devices shaped like hexagonal prisms with wide bases that narrowed at the top. The torrent of crimson fire burst outward, starting small but quickly growing in power. The hovering prisms fed the blaze, turning what began as a concentrated burst into a wild spinning torrent of flames. For an instant, the entire courtyard was bathed in blinding red light, as though the sun itself was rising. The tower screamed in protest as the cultists' barrier around it trembled. It took less than a second for cracks to form before the defensive magic collapsed. Stop him! Stop him now! The witch's shriek split the air as monsters hurled themselves at him in a frenzy. She gathered her own magic and released a wave of corrosive energy, but it was all for nothing. His crimson flame shield held firm, infused with holy power that purified much of the abyssal assault. The tower groaned louder, the sound like bones snapping under strain. Crimson fire coiled and writhed across its surface before bursting through the center and incinerating the cultists within. Yet the surge did not end there. The fire pressed forward and collided with the vast dome-shaped barrier that kept them trapped inside. I cannot hold this for long. Roland poured the last of his mana and every ounce of strength into the blast. The fire spun like a drill as it tore at the defensive barrier. Seconds dragged by, but the defenses held. A strike from the outside rattled the dome and made it shudder, but even that was not enough to pierce it. Damn it! Was it still not enough? His mana reserves were dropping. Too much mana had been spent holding back the monsters, and the barrier around the watchtower had endured far longer than he had anticipated. He had miscalculated in the chaos of battle, and his reinforcements would not be breaking through. Just as despair began to take hold, another force slammed into the barrier from the left side. Flames again, but this time burning with a brilliant blue light. What power! I must uncover his secrets. An old mage watched as a massive surge of fire energy struck a watchtower. His group had already forced their way through 5 others, but this one was their limit. Most of his companions were barely clinging to life, while he alone still held some strength. They had shielded him so he could cast his spells, but the situation now looked dire. Is he trying to? The tower burst into flames, yet the firestorm did not end there. It surged onward, hammering the massive mana shield that protected them. And Xenius alone could sense the subtle fluctuations in the flow of mana. He realized that the strike had been aimed at a precise point for a reason. He frowned, analyzing the situation. With the towers destroyed and the relics disabled, the guards bound by the enchantments would soon awaken. Unfortunately, many of their allies had already been devoured by the monstrous cult entities, and the survivors would likely be disoriented. If they were to stand any chance, they needed every possible ally. Master Xenius, what are you doing? Helping your friend. Please look after this old man afterwards. I doubt my body will last much longer. Though uninjured, his stamina was nearly gone. Only a single mana potion remained, enough to restore a fraction of his energy before he began casting. Young Lord Arthur saw his intent and gave a solemn nod. Azure flames swirled around him, erupting into a firestorm that surged into the crimson blaze, fusing the two into a greater torrent. Yet even combined, the force was not enough. The barrier still held firm. Lady Bernadette, we must aid them, Julius shouted from behind the Solarian paladin. The woman answered with a nod and raised her sword high. Golden light gathered around the blade, intensifying as the oldest Valerian sibling placed both hands upon her shoulders to strengthen her. Arthur stood back, observing. He recognized that Julius and Bernadette were performing a combination technique, though he regretfully did not know how to help them. Still, he activated every skill he could muster and raised one of his rapiers. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, weakened by the injuries he had sustained. Bernadette thrust her sword forward, unleashing a torrent of divine aura. The blast spread as wide as her blade, and beside it flared a thinner crimson ray, born from Arthur's desperate strike. Together, their attacks converged on a single point of the barrier, and at last it began to give way. The barrier's surface rippled like a pond struck by stones. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact point, but instead of shattering, the dome resisted, bending inward and refusing to shatter. Almost there, just a little more. Roland's head burned as every rune on his armor shone under the strain of various rune-empowering skills like rune overload. He poured every ounce of strength into his spell, struggling to push the barrier past its limits. The dome buckled and bulged beneath the ceaseless surge of power. His allies joined in, and for a moment it seemed they might break through. However, the defenses soon roared back to life. No. Is this some kind of hidden safeguard? The dome's surface shivered with new energy. Cracks had already formed, yet the shield drew on a massive surge of mana. Its construction was far more sophisticated than Roland had anticipated. Energy from untouched sections of the barrier shifted to the point of impact, reinforcing the weak spot just as it was about to give way. No, this. He gritted his teeth and forced more power into the spell. Switching targets was useless, for the shield would only redirect its strength again. Even with Arthur's aid, it was hopeless. Just as despair began to take hold, something impossible occurred. What? Roland froze as the impenetrable barrier split open. It did not yield where he had struck from within. Instead, it burst apart from the outside. The impossible had happened. The barrier, which had seemed eternal, did not break under Roland's desperate assault, nor under the combined strikes of his allies, but from beyond. A perfectly straight horizontal line appeared, glowing white-hot as if scorched by some unseen force. It looked like a great wound in the barrier, and through it the outside world came into view. Noise erupted instantly. A wave of shouts and cries carried through the gap. Torches blazed in the darkness, revealing thousands gathered beyond, an army flying the Valerian banner. But the tear was small, and worse still, it was already closing. Before Roland's exhausted eyes, the wound shuddered and began to mend. Threads of condensed mana crawled across the gap, weaving the barrier whole again. The relief he had prayed for had not arrived, nor had the army he so desperately needed. At least I managed to disable the relics. That has to count for something. He threw himself forward, trying to keep the tear from sealing shut, but monstrous tentacles as thick as trees lashed out at him. The witch stood there, her body twisted into a grotesque form, more like the abomination he had faced at his wedding than the spider she once resembled. Things were going badly. His companions were spent, their potions gone. The soldiers were only just waking, and even if they joined the fight, Roland doubted they could hold against the endless tide of monsters. Even if they were victorious, it would demand many lives. Then, out of nowhere, his HUD flickered for an instant as he dodged another strike and vaulted onto a higher wall, putting some distance between himself and the witch he struggled to contain. Wait, who is that? The tear in the barrier had shrunk to almost nothing, yet someone had slipped through. A lone figure stood inside, unnoticed until now. On the scorched stones of the last watchtower, he remained. He was old, his silver hair catching the firelight, his neat white mustache gleaming. Light armor, elegant yet practical, fit his lean frame. In his hand he carried a long, slender fencing blade. The weapon shone as if polished that very morning, its length covered in intricate runes, symbols so complex that even Roland struggled to understand them. Roland blinked, stunned. The pressure radiating from the man was staggering. Even the witch, who had seemed ready to die for her cause, fell silent. The instant she noticed him, the last remnants of her human self recoiled in fear. "No, it's impossible. How can you be here?" The man was well known, even appearing at the earlier celebration, or at least someone who looked like him had. Roland had long suspected that the figure in the palace had not been the Duke himself but a body double. Now he felt a sinking certainty about what the noble had intended for the cultists, and why his scheme had collapsed so disastrously. Silence hung over the battlefield, broken only by the groans of soldiers and guards as they began to wake. The Duke gave no reply. He simply scanned the courtyard, taking in the destruction that surrounded them. For a moment, his gaze fell on Arthur and his companions, but soon it settled on Roland's armored figure. Why is he just staring? If you believe you have one, think again. The everlasting dream will not end. It begins tonight. As Roland endured the Duke's silent survey, the cultist leader cried out. In an instant, the remaining monsters rushed toward her. Their bodies convulsed, burst apart, and then fused into her flesh, reshaping her into something even more grotesque and powerful. The energy rippling from her was not identical, yet disturbingly similar to what he had felt when he was attacked by the cultists. The witch was merging with the monsters, forging a stronger, twisted form, an abomination on the level of a Tier 4 threat. "Your Grace, we must stop her. She is trying to ascend into an eldritch horror." His voice carried across the courtyard, infused with mana. He knew the name well. It was one of those creatures that had severed Bernier's arm and nearly killed them all. If not for the intervention of the Solarian Church, he would already be dead. The Duke himself was a Tier 4 class holder, yet even so, Roland doubted how he would fare against this woman. She was far stronger than the cultists they had faced before. The thing she was becoming was no mere imitation of power but a true horror. Why isn't he doing anything? Even as Roland's warning rang out, the Duke did not move. He only watched as the witch's transformation unfolded. The eldritch horror he had seen before had been a writhing mass of tentacles, but this one was taking a different, more terrifying form. Yet he would not just let it turn. he still had some spare power left. As many times before, rapid machine reassembly was activated again. The shapes that guided his previous spell were restored along with his armor. This time, they rose into the air and arranged themselves into a circle. From within that circle, a massive surge of fire energy appeared. It swelled quickly, growing from the size of a golf ball to that of a boulder, and it kept expanding. The soldiers who had just awakened were stunned. They saw something like a miniature sun forming above them, while beneath it a grotesque mass of flesh and bone writhed, struggling to take shape. Roland gritted his teeth. The fire sphere burned hotter as it continued to expand overhead. He clenched his gauntlet fist, and the miniature sun compressed inward, the air around it warping as gravity and flame fused into one overwhelming force. The abomination that had once been the witch shrieked. 100 mouths screamed across its body as misaligned appendages burst from its twisted form. The air soured with whispers that clawed at the mind. Soldiers clutched their heads and some collapsed, but Roland did not falter. The miniature sun plummeted like a meteor, tearing the air apart with its descent. When it struck the swarm around the witch, the explosion turned night into day. Smaller monsters vanished instantly, their bodies reduced to drifting ash before they could even cry out. The earth itself shattered, scorched stone liquefying beneath the spell's heat. The witch's body shielded itself almost automatically, forming walls of fused flesh, but Roland had never intended her to be the target. He knew he could not stop the transformation or defeat the monster with his current strength. Instead, he concentrated on erasing the weaker creatures that swarmed around her, burning away those that would raise her power even further. Perhaps the Duke did not care if this monstrosity grew stronger, but Roland would do whatever it took to tip the scales in their favor. Once the force had settled, little remained in the courtyard. The holes the monsters had been crawling through began to collapse, and it seemed that no more of them were waiting below. The witch was still present. However, her body was now sealed inside a strange pulsating cocoon that looked close to tearing open. Roland seized this moment to escape and landed beside Arthur and his allies. "Sir Wayland, are you all right?" "For now. But what about you? Your arm looks broken." "It's fine. Don't worry about it." He wanted to ask Arthur about the Duke's intentions, but knew his friend would not have an answer. The Duke was not known for dealing with his family often, and even Julius seemed stunned by the events unfolding. Soon their attention turned toward the ball of flesh in the distance. It rippled apart and released a blast of occult energy that caused almost every soldier nearby to collapse once more. "Evil energy, gather around me," shouted Julius as he activated his shield. A faint dome of radiant light formed around him, and the others rushed close. It lessened the force of the abyssal magic, but even so, Arthur struggled to remain standing. "By the ancestral wizards, what is that?" And Xenius's hand shook as he pointed at the monstrosity coming out of the ball of flesh. The cocoon tore apart with a sickening crack, like bones splitting under too much weight. What emerged from within made even the veterans among the soldiers fall silent and their bodies to tremble. The witch's new form stepped into the ruined courtyard, a fully realized horror, its body similar to an arachne. Her skin was a throbbing mix of red and purple, shiny with a strange glow. Jagged bone wings with torn membranes stretched out, blocking the moonlight. Countless unblinking eyes sprouted from her spider-like body, shifting around, while mouths with grinding teeth appeared, hungry for life. Tentacles squirmed across her, some with claws, others with barbs dripping corrosive liquid. Every step she took made the ground shiver, as if the world itself rejected her presence. The whispers grew stronger. They slithered into the minds of those nearby. Hollow promises, laughter, screams. Some soldiers convulsed and bled from their ears. Others turned their weapons on themselves, unable to endure the psychic assault. Roland staggered for a moment as even the barrier of holy light was not enough to stop the attack. Arthur was pale, yet he managed to prop himself up with his rapier. Julius gritted his teeth while his shield of light flickered under the crushing aura. Bernadette whispered prayers through clenched teeth, her blade glowing faintly in defiance. Even Anzenius, though trembling, forced his old hands to weave a spell that produced a shield to protect them. This was not the same as the relic. It was a direct attack from the monstrosity before them. The creature radiated an aura of terror. Anyone below Tier 3 lost their mind completely, while those at that level could barely keep hold of their sanity. Yet there was one person who remained unaffected, and that person now stood directly in front of the monstrosity. The Duke did not flinch. While others shielded their eyes or clutched at their heads, he stood calmly before the transformed witch, his blade lowered at his side, its runes glowing faintly, prepared to be used. The whispers that sought to crawl into every soldier's skull broke harmlessly against him, as though the abyss itself dared not trespass too far into his mind. Is he finally starting to move? Roland watched as he assembled his own barrier, easing the strain around the group. The floating golems that had survived the surge of occult energies, along with the ones he had restored, moved outward and formed shields around the weakened soldiers to keep them alive. He could no longer contribute to the fight itself, but at least he could still save lives. The Duke, however, seemed to focus only on the being before him, indifferent to what was happening to his subjects or even to his own sons. The Duke took a single step forward. The sound of his boots striking stone was faint in the courtyard, yet it felt as though time itself had stopped. The abomination froze mid-step, hundreds of eyes locking on him. Even the whispers ceased. For the first time since her transformation began, the witch hesitated. "Enough," the Duke said. His voice was quiet, but in the moment of silence, everyone heard it clearly. The monstrosity screamed, its 100 mouths spewing words of hatred. Each one seemed to carry its own will, and together the sound became incomprehensible. The earth cracked, and dust spread as the towering creature moved. It was nearly 20 meters in height, making the Duke appear no larger than an ant. Yet from Roland's perspective, the mustached man seemed to tower over it. The Duke drew his weapon slowly, revealing a thin fencer's blade. Compared to the hulking monstrosity, it looked like nothing more than a needle, far too small to cause any harm. The creature hesitated, then struck first. Its countless eyes fixed on the Duke as a surge of mana gathered in the air. A massive ball of occult energy formed before the Arachne. Her humanoid hands, tipped with sharp nails, cradled the growing spell. "Should we move?" Arthur asked, standing with Roland directly in the path of the forming spell. "That would probably be a good idea." Before they could react, the monster jerked forward and unleashed a ray of unholy, corrosive energy at the Duke. He did not flinch. One hand remained behind his back as he raised his weapon. His movement was neither fast nor was it slow. He thrust the blade into the oncoming attack, and in that instant, everything turned white. Roland and the others fled to the sides in horror as the wave of malevolent energies surged toward them. The scale was immense, and most of them were already exhausted. Any magical shields would have been useless, but just as the blast was about to strike, a strange flash of white filled the area and was followed by a resonant sound. The explosion should have swallowed everyone whole. It should have erased the Duke from existence, body and soul. Instead, white light poured from his rapier and split the monstrous ray cleanly in two. What had seemed like an unstoppable tide of annihilation became two rivers of energy that parted around him and curved upward to avoid the castle behind. The force struck the protective barrier instead, causing it to ripple violently. Everyone froze, staring at the Duke as his aura burst to life. It was still aura energy, yet its coloring was different. For most, it was crimson, but here it shone silvery white. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on the miasma clearing and the Duke standing tall with his weapon raised. Then a massive wail erupted from the transformed witch. The monster reeled back, her countless eyes wide with disbelief. A circular wound opened across her torso, burning with the Duke's advanced white aura. It was not a wound caused by a physical strike, but by the overwhelming surge of energy and the shockwave that followed. Her flesh boiled away while her wings were torn apart by the torrent. Yet she did not fall. Her body screamed as it knit itself back together, spawning endless tendrils and vomiting clouds of poisonous vapor. Tentacles lashed at the Duke faster than ballista bolts, but each one crumbled to ash as it collided with his sword aura. Poison spread through the courtyard like a storm, but it evaporated against the white flames that spread around him and created a strange shimmering phenomenon. I have to record this. He forced himself to focus while the malignant blast fizzled out against the shield. Most of his golems had been destroyed, though he could still restore a few. At his command, they rose into the air and kept their distance. Using his senses and enchanted armor, Roland detected something unsettling about the 2-tier 4 beings locked in combat. He had dealt with the headmistress and had crossed paths with the witch in the swamps, but this was his first time witnessing a true battle between entities of such power. There is a distortion around their bodies, as if each one carries its own region of warped reality. His display revealed a strange phenomenon, a pair of circular energy zones surrounding the two combatants. They differed in size and density, yet both collided again and again, with the Duke steadily overwhelming the one generated by the malformed creature. It was valuable data, but difficult to gather. Before long, another blast of abyssal energy rippled outward in all directions, disrupting his golem's recording devices and forcing many of the soldiers nearby to groan in pain. The battle was far from finished, and Roland realized it might be wiser to think first of his own safety and of Arthur's. Lord Arthur, we need to get down from this wall before it collapses. Agreed. Arthur was not alone, for his brother Julius, still clutching his shield, stumbled closer. Bernadette helped steady him, but her golden aura had completely vanished. The wall beneath them groaned as cracks spread through the stone. Dust rained down, and the shrieks of the monstrosity drowned out nearly every other sound. And Xenius, the mage, staggered forward. His old body had reached its limit, and he had exhausted all his mana. Just as he was about to collapse, a magical force lifted him up and carried him forward. Ah, this is embarrassing. You had better keep your promise, and you must never mention this to anyone. Don't worry. I'm sure the headmistress will be willing to share her knowledge. The old man found himself slung over Roland's shoulder, drawn in by the mage hand spell. With the Duke fighting the monster, the suppressing hold she held over the soldiers weakened, allowing them to move on their own. One by one, they abandoned the crumbling wall. The courtyard was no longer a battlefield. It had become an apocalypse contained within crumbling stone walls. The air bent and screamed under the pressure of colliding powers. The Duke advanced in flawless rhythm, each thrust of his fencing blade carrying that strange silvery aura. His strikes appeared ordinary to the naked eye, yet every one of them unleashed a shockwave that tore the abyssal cultist's body apart. The witch shrieked with all her mouths. Tentacles rained down like spears, each one dripping venom that hissed as it touched the air. None of them reached him. The white flames surrounding his body shielded him from their corrosive effects, and his speed defied belief. His form shifted constantly. Whenever a tentacle seemed certain to pierce him, his body vanished, leaving only an afterimage that burned with white fire. Roland's display flickered again, struggling to process what it was witnessing. The distortion around the combatants blurred the sensors, which failed to track the Duke's rapid movements. To the runic HUD, it seemed as though he were teleporting across the battlefield. His presence dominated the entire field, and his opponent appeared powerless, as if he were merely toying with the witch. Unbelievable. Those tentacles lose part of their strength once they enter the Duke's field of influence. It is as though the very laws that empower them are being crushed and rewritten. Is this what a battle between Tier 4s looks like? It was quite fascinating to behold this high-speed battle, even though it was one-sided. The Abyssal which survived only through her extraordinary regenerative powers, but even those were failing. With every passing second, her body diminished. The tentacles that composed her form dissolved into dust as the Duke's aura consumed them. The abomination's scream rose higher, splitting the night air and shattering glass. Hundreds of voices shrieked in unison, words layered over one another in maddening tongues, each a call to despair. Yet the Duke moved forward, unshaken. His fencer's blade traced a straight line, glimmering with silvery white light. With each thrust, the abomination's colossal body convulsed, holes opening faster than her regeneration could mend. Disappointing! The Duke finally spoke before the monster. The witch spat venom and exhaled black mist that should have corroded stone and flesh alike, but it curled and burned away against the Duke's aura, unable to harm him. Tentacles shot up from the ground beneath him, sharp as spears, yet they pierced only air as he vanished before they could strike. Pathetic creature. And no, the dream must begin. I was chosen by the great Lord. I cannot fail. By now, the witch's form had diminished greatly. Once towering at 20 meters, she had shrunk to only 5. Each time her body was seared by the flames, her size dwindled further, and it was clear the Duke was about to end it all. Roland stopped in his tracks. His group had descended from the broken walls and now gathered below. Soldiers and even servants who had awoken stood in awe of the man with the fencing blade. Throughout the battle, his left arm had remained fixed behind his back, and his posture stood tall like an unbreakable pillar. The Duke moved again. His rapier flickered forward. A single thrust, almost casual, as though he were dueling an apprentice. But in that moment, something impossible unfolded. The silver-white aura coating his weapon did not stop at the blade's tip. It surged outward, splitting into thousands of spectral lines of light, each one a phantom thrust carrying the will of his strike. Every line of aura struck the abomination simultaneously. The horror's flesh rippled as if pierced by 1,000 invisible lances. Holes erupted across her twisted frame faster than her regenerative powers could respond. Each thrust carried not only piercing power but also his authority that denied the witch's existence. The monstrosity's many mouths shrieked again, but this time the sound no longer affected the nearby soldiers. Her power was gone, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the Duke's technique. His rapier stayed steady while the storm of aura around him grew fiercer. The monster staggered back, collapsing beneath the invisible torrent of thrusts. Tentacles were shredded into mist, and hundreds of eyes burst and dissolved into nothingness. Her cries shifted from madness to horror as her life slipped away. No, no, I was chosen. The everlasting dream cannot. The words never finished. The Duke's aura pressed harder, and her body collapsed inward. The countless thrusts of energy converged until the grotesque shell could no longer hold together. The abomination imploded in silence, leaving only a fine black powder carried off by the night wind. When the light cleared, nothing remained. No flesh, no abyssal energy, no trace of the witch. The barrier that had enclosed the courtyard flickered and went out, letting the natural moonlight spill through. The Duke stood at the center of the ruins with his rapier lowered at his side. His posture had not changed, as though the battle had demanded nothing of him. The white aura surrounding him dimmed and faded into the night. Did someone disable the shield from inside? Roland wondered as he watched the barrier dissolve. He had assumed the Duke had left someone within to bring it down. On the far end of the courtyard, a mass of soldiers appeared, ready to charge yet waiting for their commander's signal. Just as Roland had expected, the entire scheme had been a poorly executed plan. A decoy had acted as the Duke while the real one waited outside. Once the relics were activated, the one ordered to disable the shield must have been caught in the illusion. He thought to himself as silence settled over the aftermath of the battle. From the very beginning of this incident, he had known that something was wrong. The Duke who appeared in the hall was an impostor, perhaps not even a true living being. Even when his bracelet was activated, there had always been a sense that something was out of place. Roland's thoughts spiraled, but he forced his breathing to remain steady. His body ached. His mana reserves were nearly empty, and yet he could not allow himself to collapse here. The silence that followed the implosion was unbearable. It was not a moment of relief but a suffocating weight pressing down on him and on the survivors. The soldiers who remained standing looked at the Duke with a mixture of reverence and fear. No one dared to speak before the mighty Tier 4 class holder made his move. Ingram, take care of the rest, secure the main palace. Suddenly, his voice boomed across the entire courtyard. It was not loud, yet every soldier heard it clearly. The Duke did not need to shout. His aura carried authority, and soon, with perfect unison, all of his soldiers answered. "Yes, Your Grace." Grand Knight Commander Ingram stepped forward from the ranks. His crimson cloak swept behind him, heavy with dust but still gleaming. The polished plates of his armor caught the pale moonlight that now spilled into the courtyard, and his great sword rested easily on his shoulder. Although the Duke had already decided the battle by himself, Ingram's presence was still undeniable. "Form ranks. Shields forward. Lances out. More cultists may be near. Restrain everyone." His command cut through the silence, and hundreds of soldiers surged into action. Even nobles were restrained without exception. Roland did not resist. He simply raised his hands and yielded. There was no use in running, and there was no reason to fight. The monster wave had ended, yet scattered enemies still lingered. Faint traces of abyssal energy clung to the courtyard, but with soldiers surrounding every corner, he was certain that no one would escape. How preposterous! Do you know who I am? Do you even know who these people are? It is fine, Master Anzenius. My father's soldiers will not harm us. Julius spoke to the old mage, who had barely recovered from the attack. The mage's legs trembled, yet his mouth continued to move. The soldiers fanned out at Ingram's command. Roland studied their movements and formations, observing everything closely and recording what he could. His golems floated above, but the soldiers treated them as enemies and shot them down with arrows. Roland made no effort to stop them. "Clear the bodies. Watch the shadows and strike anything that moves." The man's voice rang through the night while the soldiers worked to secure the grounds. They moved with the precision of a machine. The gaping holes that the monsters had used to crawl inside were surrounded, and soldiers entered to investigate. Clerics arrived to heal the wounded and save whoever could still be saved. Many lives had already been lost in this strange gathering, and Roland wondered if Alexander Valerian bore some responsibility for the disaster. Roland, Arthur, and the others were ordered to relocate to the palace. As they walked, Roland's eyes lingered on the Duke, who stood motionless. His presence alone was commanding, and it seemed unnecessary for him to give any further orders as his men cleared everything on their own. Was this insane plan his idea? Once they returned inside the palace, Roland examined the damage. Scratches marked the walls, and a few bodies lay scattered, but the number of deaths was thankfully minimal. Roland had managed to lure the monsters away and direct one of the brothers to evacuate the nobles. Even so, there had not been enough time to save everyone, and some guards had been trampled by the surge of creatures that tried to reach the false duke, who was being carried to safety. Was it some kind of puppet? Tybalt Valerian was present, and so was Theodore with his bodyguard. Along with them stood the guards who had pretended to be the duke's protectors. The figure passed off as the duke resembled a wooden puppet crafted through some spell to appear real. It was lifelike enough to deceive even Roland's sensors. However, it had seemingly malfunctioned after being exposed to abyssal magic and could not be awakened, even with the aid of its bracelet. The same bracelet was still on its wrist, and through it he could analyze the structure. The data would have been useful if he had wanted to produce something similar, but his mind was elsewhere. The five brothers were now gathered in a large hall where the nobles were holding a party. All of them were involved in the incident, and their father had no qualms about putting them in danger. The atmosphere inside the hall was suffocating. The nobles who remained were pale, quiet, and trembling at what they had witnessed. Everyone was confused about the situation, but was not given time to rest. The five brothers stood apart from the crowd. Their father had not returned to them and had not offered even a single word of encouragement. "Separate them." One of the commanding officers pointed at the brothers, and soldiers surrounded them. The greatest concentration was around Ivan, the one who had been involved with the cultist witch. "Unhand me at once. Do you know who I am?" Ivan protested, and so did his mother. "Let him go. Who do you think we are?" Nevertheless, he was dragged away by a group of soldiers, and so was she. Arthur and Roland suffered the same fate, and soon all of the nobility were led away into separate chambers. The castle was large and filled with rooms, as well as a dungeon. Fortunately, the place where he and Arthur ended up was rather comfortable and had several chairs for them to sit on. When I came here, I did not expect this. At least Mother was not invited. Arthur mumbled as he took a seat. His hands trembled, and it was clear that he was struggling to process the situation. What do you think? What do I think? Roland looked out the window at the large moon and then turned back to Arthur. I think your father might be a little insane. A pause followed, and Arthur let out a small chuckle. Soon, the two of them smiled at each other. The incident seemed to be drawing to an end, yet he was certain this would not be the last time the cultists appeared. They would need a convincing explanation for their actions during the chaos, since he was sure the Duke would be asking questions soon. The horizon burned gold and crimson as the first rays of the sun spilled across the rooftops of the battered palace. Roland sat by the window with his elbows resting on the arms of the chair. He watched the light creep into their room and slowly brighten it. Arthur sat beside him, slouched in his own chair, his face still stained with cultist blood. Neither of them had slept while they waited. Looks almost peaceful, Arthur murmured as he watched soldiers running outside. You would never guess what happened here. Roland adjusted his helmet and kept his eyes on the display. Small dots moved across the palace grounds while one large patch of static lingered in a particular location. The presence of a Tier 4 class holder still interfered with his sensors. I am sure Mary will be furious with me. I hope she is doing fine, Arthur said again, his voice trailing away. Roland leaned out the window as he answered. I am sure she is safe. Gareth and Morian are with her as well. It is only a matter of time before they call us for an explanation. Once that is over, I am sure we will be free to return to Albrook. MHM. I hope so. The two men remained in place, waiting to be released. Two guards stood outside the chamber, though the watch was not especially strict. No one believed they would be foolish enough to attempt an escape when soldiers filled the grounds. Even if they slipped past the sentries, the Duke and the Grand Knight Commander would end their flight with ease. Roland had gathered a wealth of data from the confrontation, material that would serve him well in the future. For now, though, the only thought in his mind was surviving this ordeal and returning to Albrook. The Duke struck him as a strange man, either careless enough to risk his sons' lives or so confident in his own power that he believed they could never be harmed. His strength was undoubtedly formidable, yet even he had been unable to break through the massive shield that protected the palace. Their stay here had been short, yet he already felt he had seen enough of this place to last a lifetime. Roland only wished to retreat into his workshop and vanish from the gaze of others, but he knew that such a thing was no longer possible. In this battle, he had revealed far too much and displayed abilities that no ordinary Tier 3 class holder of his level should have possessed. He was almost certain that his true name would soon be uncovered, if it had not already been. Is this it? What will the Duke do with me? That question weighed on him more than any other. Would the Duke compel him to return to the Central Kingdom and confront his father, or would he consider him a royalist spy? Roland's choices had been far from logical for a man of noble blood, and the most natural conclusion was espionage. If he were judged guilty of such treachery, the consequences would be severe. As he wrestled with these thoughts, a knock interrupted his brooding. A knight in polished yet dust-streaked armor stepped inside. He pushed the doors apart and performed a casual bow. Lord Arthur, Sir Wayland. His Grace summons you both to the Great Hall. The rest of the young lords are already assembled. Please follow me. Both Roland and Arthur looked at each other and stood up from their chairs. The knight's boots rang against the stone floor as he led them through the corridors. The palace smelled faintly of smoke and charred wood, mingling with a hint of iron from blood that had not yet been scrubbed clean. Servants moved quietly, avoiding eye contact, and the guards they passed kept their visors low. It was as though the entire household held its breath as they awaited the Duke's judgment. Arthur straightened his back as they walked, though the weight of exhaustion clung to him. He cast a glance at Roland, who carried himself with calm composure. Although Roland wished to keep his helmet on, he removed it, since wearing it in the presence of the Duke was discouraged and its functions offered no real advantage here. His mask was gone as well, leaving him exposed with his face revealed to all. For the moment, no one seemed to recognize him as a member of the Arden estate. His father was still only a baron and usually kept himself hidden beneath heavy armor that covered his entire body, so perhaps Roland's identity would remain safe. They entered the great hall that had previously been hidden from them. The large doors and walls still bore claw marks, but some workers were already restoring them to their former state. Once inside, the first thing Roland noticed was the throne on the opposite end. Upon it, Duke Alexander Valerian sat with a flawless posture, his presence commanding the room. To his right stood the Grand Knight Commander, the man they had seen the day before, who had never drawn his sword in battle. To his left was someone new, an older man who appeared to be his chief aide. He whispered into the Duke's ear while holding a stack of papers, perhaps sharing information about Arthur and Roland, who were just arriving. The rest of the hall was spacious. The banners of House Valerian hung along the sides since this part of the castle had been untouched by the nightly attack. The 5 sons of Alexander Valerian stood before the throne, each with guards at their sides. Arthur and Roland were led to the end of the line. The atmosphere was tense, filled with restrained whispers from nobles who had been summoned to witness the inquiry. Some nobles stood along the sides while others, who seemed to hold a higher rank, occupied booths on the second floor. A clear difference in treatment was evident, and Roland quickly noticed it. Those standing below appeared to be the same nobles who had been present during the initial gathering, while those seated above were entirely different. It seemed they had known about the Duke's plan and had been kept safely away from the area under attack. Was that how he planned it? He pretended to lower his guard and let the cultists into his home. Quite ruthless. The longer Roland remained in this hall, the lower his opinion of the Duke became. The man appeared shrewd and indifferent even toward his closest kin. Perhaps there were other illegitimate children like Arthur scattered elsewhere, which would explain why the Duke did not truly fear for the survival of his 5 legitimate heirs. Someone would always remain to carry on the line. It seemed that as long as he believed his core of power was unshaken, he was willing to risk the lives of others. This thought made Roland recall his Tier 3 Ascension trial. At that time, he too had needed to become ruthless, form alliances, and at times sacrifice some of his forces in order to gain an advantage. That was one of the main reasons he had avoided involving himself with nobility, since the ruthlessness they displayed was deeply unsettling. Yet now he found himself in the middle of it all with no way to escape, and with the Duke standing before him to decide his fate. Alexander Valerian's gaze swept across his sons, lingering on each with a weight that made even Julius bow his head. His armor was held by the Grand Knight Commander and looked pristine as always. Roland could tell that the enchantments placed on it were not simple and were above the Tier 3 grade. When the Duke finally spoke, his voice was level and calm, yet carried a domineering power. You did well in surviving the cult's onslaught. For that, you have my praise, however. The Duke's words rolled through the great hall, and no one dared to breathe. Survival alone is not merit. I will hear of what transpired, and lies will not be tolerated. Do you understand? He addressed everyone, and with their heads lowered his sons responded. Yes, your grace. Good. Ivan, stand. Why yes, your grace. His eyes settled first on Ivan, who stood up, his body trembling despite trying to hold his head up. Guards held him firmly by the arms. Alexander's stare cut into him like a blade, and it was clear that his fate would be different. You, Ivan, you consorted with the witch. You opened the gates of my house to those wretched beings. Ivan stammered, his voice breaking. Why, your grace, I was deceived. She had taken the form of my wife. I did not know. Please forgive. Silence. The Duke's tone struck like a whip, and Ivan could not continue speaking. Everyone felt it as well, some force that crushed their voices and prevented them from speaking, a power that most likely belonged to the Duke. You consorted with a witch. You jeopardized the safety of your kin, your people, and this house. No deception can excuse such weakness. You will answer for this. Ivan's knees buckled, but the guards at his side forced him to remain upright. Murmurs rippled among the nobles standing along the walls, yet no one dared to raise a voice. The Duke leaned back in his chair, his frown deepening. You are my blood, but blood does not grant you immunity from punishment. The Valerian name is like adamantium, and adamantium does not break. Ivan's fate was sealed with those words, and the Duke continued. From this day forth, your title will be stripped, and your lands will be divided among your brothers and the other nobles. Ivan's head snapped up, his face pale as parchment. He could not accept what he heard, and even the guards struggled to restrain the strength of a third-tier warrior. Your Grace, father, please, you cannot. The Duke raised a single finger, and Ivan's voice died in his throat as though an invisible hand had seized it. The guards dragged him back into line. Whispers passed among the nobility in the upper booths while those standing at the sides remained silent. Let this be known to all present. Weakness of will cannot be tolerated. Direct bloodline or not, it shall not stain the name of House Valerian. Let his punishment serve as a reminder. The nobles bowed their heads, though many faces revealed satisfaction. More than a few had likely awaited Ivan's downfall for years. Once Ivan was gone, only 4 brothers remained. Roland expected Julius to be called next, but the Duke's gaze fell on him instead. A shiver ran down his spine as he sensed an attempt to read his status. His gear was made to prevent it, but he wasn't sure if the Duke couldn't peer through it. The feeling soon passed, and the Duke turned his eyes toward Arthur. Now, the matter of you. Arthur stiffened as his father's gaze fixed on him. He rose immediately and bowed low. Roland, still only his knight, did not expect to be addressed. He had already spoken of the cultist attack and shared his theories, but it was Arthur who would need to carry them through this trial. Your participation in the current incident cannot be ignored. You stood your ground, fought beside your brothers, and survived. That is expected of one who claims the Valerian name. But, his words lingered in the air for a moment, but soon he got to the point. Your knight was the one who unraveled the mystery of the relic. Is that correct? Arthur's eyes flicked toward Roland and soon turned toward his father. Finally, he met the man's gaze, but after a moment, he lowered his head as he began to talk. Yes, Your Grace. Sir Wayland had met with these cultists in the past and developed a way to counter their occult relics. He did? Interesting. Explain. The Duke's eyebrow was raised. It was clear that his people had informed him about the whole incident. There were probably some monitoring devices using magic in the palace to see what had transpired during the night. Of course. Arthur swallowed his saliva as he tried to recall what Roland had told him to say. Sir Wayland was involved in one particular incident. I am certain Your Grace will remember it, the one that took place near the city of Rica. No one interrupted him as Arthur recounted a shortened account of Roland's involvement in helping the church acquire the large relic in the cultist village. The city Ivan was managing was mentioned as well, along with his work with the church to develop a method of countering the effects of the relics. For a moment, silence filled the hall. Roland remained kneeling on the ground while his exploits were retold. It was a strange experience to hear others recount his deeds, yet the story sounded less exaggerated when the Solarian Church and the Grand Inquisitor were included. Fascinating. Arthur was visibly surprised at his father's response. The old man seemed completely absorbed in the retelling, and even though it took several minutes, he did not interrupt once. So the church knew. The Duke mumbled quietly and tapped the armrest a few times. His expression did not shift, yet his words were clear, and they confirmed Roland's earlier suspicion that the Duke had no real knowledge of how to counter the relics. Regular illusory magic defenses would not work, for there was a particular method of awakening them. Can your knight repeat this method? He can, Your Grace. I see. Alexander Valerian thought for a moment and soon came to some kind of decision. Then it is only fitting that your deeds and your knights be rewarded. He helped with resolving this issue greatly. Speak, Arthur. What is it you desire from me? Arthur hesitated. His lips parted, then closed again. The hall waited in silence, and even Roland glanced at him, curious to see what he would ask for. After a long pause, Arthur finally spoke. "I wish to see my mother." A ripple of surprise passed through the chamber. Some of the nobles muttered, others frowned. Of all the rewards he might have claimed, gold, land, titles, he asked only that. Alexander's brows drew together slightly. "Your mother." He leaned back against his throne. "That is no reward. You shall have it regardless, in due time. I ask again, Arthur Valerian, what is it that you truly want?" Arthur looked down, his hands tightening into fists. It was clear that he didn't appreciate what the nobles thought about him. Nevertheless, he raised his head again and asked for something more probable. "Then, Your Grace, I ask that the lands we won from Brother Theodore be rightfully granted to me. My men and I fought for them, bled for them. Let them be ours by law and title." This time Theodore was taken aback. He was forced to remain silent, yet it was clear that he was enraged. During the culling, his lands had been taken from him, and the matter had never been resolved. The reward they requested was reasonable given their current standing, and it seemed that the Duke agreed. "So be it. The lands of Theodore shall be yours." "Thank you, Your Grace." Alexander Valerian looked at the old man beside him and whispered something into his ear. The man nodded, moved aside, and spoke with a few guards. Soon they returned, and the Duke explained. "Your knight will disclose the intricacies of this relic to my men. The mages and enchanters must be taught their workings so that such an infiltration cannot happen again. The commander will assign you an escort, and the knight will share all that he knows." Arthur nodded and prepared to leave, but his father continued. "Once we are finished here, you are free to wander these halls. Someone will lead you to your mother. That is all, you may go." Arthur gave a quick bow and moved away. Roland glanced at the group approaching him. He could not remain to hear the Duke address the other three brothers, but not that he cared. He soon turned toward a group of mages who were waiting for him. It was clear that until he disclosed everything he knew and perhaps helped them create a working prototype, he would not be able to leave. "Why is it always me? I just want to go home." He was tired, he wanted to sleep, but more than anything, he wished to see his wife and Wolf. Well, at least Arthur will get to meet his mother. For a moment his thoughts drifted, but in the end, this was not such a bad outcome. Everyone he had come with was alive and well. The Duke, although stern, did not seem too angry at his presence. Now Roland needed to take what he had learned today and turn his thoughts toward reaching new heights, for unless he advanced to Tier 4, his freedom would never be achieved. "It will be fine, right?" Arthur asked himself as he watched Roland being escorted out of the chamber. He knew that his friend disliked being seen without his helmet, and now, after this gathering, several nobles had learned his true face. Roland's past was something he preferred to keep hidden, but now it might have been revealed. The palace his father ruled over was known for keeping secrets, and Roland's involvement had been played down. The Duke seemed concerned only with Roland's technology and its connection to the abyssal cult relic, which appeared to be the central issue. Roland's display of strength during the battle did not hold much interest for him. Most of the nobles had been under the spell's influence, and it remained uncertain who truly remembered what had taken place within the barrier. "At least I will get to see her." Though much had happened and guilt weighed on him for Roland's sake, Arthur's thoughts quickly shifted to his mother. He had not been able to visit her even once since leaving this place, and he had dreamed of this day for a long time. He doubted he would be able to bring her back to Albrook, the home he had made for himself, yet simply seeing her here and knowing she was well would be enough. His father seemed pleased with his performance, which might mean he would be allowed to visit more often. "Julius, step forward." Arthur's thoughts were interrupted as the Duke called upon Julius, the firstborn. Julius obeyed and walked forward, the sound of his boots echoing against the polished floor until he stood before their father's throne. As he passed Arthur, his gaze shifted briefly to the side, and a gentle smile appeared. Arthur did not miss it. Their shared struggle against the cult had brought them closer, Yet he still did not know how his brother truly regarded him. Your achievements are second to your younger brothers, but considering your position, they are still meager. To Arthur's surprise, Julius was not praised. It seemed the Duke had expected far more from him. Looking back on the events, Arthur recalled how Julius had begun somewhat unsteady and emotional, taking time to grasp the situation. Yet in the end, he had proven to be a valuable ally. Arthur wondered if his father's disappointment came from the way Roland and he had overshadowed his brother. It was Arthur who appeared to direct the mission, or at least that was how it seemed on the surface, even though most of the effort had truly been driven by Roland. To outside eyes, however, it was natural to assume that Arthur, the noble, had been the one pulling the strings while his knight was merely an accessory rather than the main factor. You have survived, Julius, but do not mistake survival for triumph. You were tested last night, tested not only by the cult's hand but also by mine. The words rippled through the hall. The nobles shifted uneasily, sensing that there was more to this speech than Julius' performance. You were not the only one being judged. All of you were, and most of you have failed. The Duke turned toward the other nobles in a revelation that Arthur had somewhat anticipated. During his early days in the palace, the nobles had abandoned proper decorum in order to make him look foolish. They dressed Roland in rusty armor to amuse themselves, but even then, they lost in the end. This, Arthur realized, was exactly what the Duke was calling out as he continued. I have seen how you behaved, how you used my name and hid behind it. The nobles lowered their heads in fear as the Duke pressed on. His awareness of their conduct and his displeasure were unmistakable. I was testing you. I was testing your resolve, your loyalty, and your judgment when the eye of authority was absent. And what did I see? His hand tightened on the armrest, fingers drumming against carved adamantium. Petty rivalries, weak displays of pride, a willingness to mock vassals, diminishing a proud Valerian knight as though he were a lowly servant. That is what you thought was clever? That is how you honor House Valerian. His voice thundered and shook the people here to their very core. His tear for might was unmatched, and everyone lowered their heads and trembled in fear. Arthur, on the other hand, felt great. The knight the Duke mentioned was his, and it seemed Roland had won the rare praise of his father, who did not usually commend anyone. Hear me well. The Valerian name does not stoop to trivialities. It is beneath us to strip someone of dignity or to treat those sworn to your side as playthings for your amusement. That is the behavior of lesser houses, not mine. Never mine. No one answered as the Duke continued. The knight you belittled is the same one who gave you the chance to live through this night. In your arrogance you sought to humiliate him. You have shamed me with this display. You have shamed House Valerian, and for that you will be punished. When he finished, the Grand Knight Commander stepped forward and nodded. Immediately, multiple guards moved to seize several nobles. The commander then spoke. Do not resist. You have been deemed untrustworthy and must prove your allegiance. Some of you have colluded with the enemies of this house, a sin punishable by death. Some nobles protested and begged the commander for mercy, while others bowed their heads and followed the guards. Arthur watched and confirmed his earlier suspicions about the whole affair. The Duke had gathered the malicious factions conspiring against him in one place to expose their true loyalties and remove them in a single move. Though Alexander Valerian had failed to decipher the cultist relics, it was clear that evidence had been gathered behind the scenes. Many of these nobles would never see the light of day again, and no one seemed particularly disturbed by that fact. The people who remained showed no pity in their eyes, only disdain. This left the young noble wondering if his father's way of ruling through fear and strict adherence to tradition was truly the path he wished to follow. Mary is probably worried sick, but I doubt I will see her until this is all over, Arthur thought to himself as the nobles were escorted away. His own vassals were waiting outside the inner palace in the middle quarter, likely overcome with worry as well. He, however, would remain here for a time in order to see his mother. His only hope now was that Roland, the one who had made this outcome possible, would not be held back for too long. Arthur feared that if his father realized how valuable Roland truly was, He would refuse to let the runic craftsman leave so easily. Whoever made this must like puzzles. Roland walked carefully down the dimly lit passageway. At first, it looked like nothing more than a narrow corridor of strange greenish bricks. Yet the walls shifted ever so slightly as he moved. He could sense that a mechanism was at work, altering the space around them and creating a path that had not existed before. It is some kind of space distortion. We are going much deeper than it seems. Although he appeared to be walking forward, in truth, they were steadily descending. He was not alone. His escort consisted of 2 mages leading the way and 2 knights following behind, all of them tier 3. In the main kingdom, it was rare to encounter class holders of that rank, but here under the Duke it felt as if they were produced in endless supply. After several minutes, they arrived at the first checkpoint. It was a circular chamber, empty except for a single pedestal in the center. Upon it rested a crystal orb that glowed faintly blue. The mage at his left finally spoke. "Touch the orb, Sir Wayland. Only then will the path open." Roland frowned but did as instructed. The moment his hand brushed the surface, he recognized the nature of the spell. It was a device meant to record his status and imprint his mana signature, something he disliked cooperating with. The orb flickered a few times, then suddenly went still, leaving the mage staring at it in surprise. The mage's brow furrowed as he tapped the surface of the orb. It gave no further reaction, the faint blue glow dimming until it resembled little more than cloudy glass. His colleague moved forward, muttering a spell under his breath, but the result was the same. The orb refused to respond. "Impossible," the first mage whispered as he studied Roland for signs of foul play. Maybe it was damaged in the attack? He tried to dismiss the problem as a failure caused by the fight between 2 tier 4 class holders. Yet the 4 people present could sense that something was wrong. The knights standing behind Roland shifted instinctively, hands ready to draw their weapons. "Maybe you should check it again?" Roland spoke once more while the mages continued to fiddle with the device. They began to argue among themselves as they struggled to find the cause. In the end, they all reached the same conclusion. He was somehow responsible. Their eyes turned toward him with a faint hostility, and he wondered whether disabling the device had truly been the right choice. "What trickery is this, Sir Wayland? Do you resist the Duke's command?" Roland tilted his head slightly and raised his hands in protest. "If I were resisting, you would know it. But aren't you the ones resisting the Duke's command by keeping me here? I doubt the Duke will be pleased if this takes too long." The 2 mages' expressions shifted, and it was clear they were suspicious of him. Roland wondered if he had gone too far this time and whether he should simply return the orb's functionality before anything drastic occurred. Then, just as he was about to give in, a disembodied voice echoed through the chamber. "Just let him through already." As the voice resounded, the bricks around the chamber shimmered. Right in front of the orb he had just touched, something began to happen. The bricks shifted aside and quickly revealed a new opening. It was not a path or a door but a small teleportation gate, about the same size as the one he had created in the dungeon filled with lesser dragons. Was it Wayland? Just step through and ignore those simpletons. Roland was surprised at the way this person spoke. The voice carried a trace of static, which made him wonder how far the teleportation gate would actually take him. He had no real choice in the matter, since defying the Duke would be unwise. His task was simple: reveal what he knew about the occult relics and hope that, afterward, he would be released. The blue light of the newly opened teleportation gate filled the chamber with the glow of mana. Roland narrowed his eyes, knowing there was no excuse he could use to refuse. What truly unsettled him was not the gate itself but the uncertainty of its destination. It did not seem likely that cultists were waiting on the other side, so for the moment, he nodded to himself and stepped forward. He stopped just before the shimmering blue light and glanced at the 4 guards behind him. The gate only worked in one direction, which meant using it as an escape route was out of the question. "I suppose there is nothing I can do for now." This time he had few backup plans. He believed that no real harm would come to him, yet he could not pass up the chance to leave behind a small helpline. After placing his hand on the wall, he altered the faintly glowing runes. It was nothing elaborate, only a beaconing rune that would allow him to locate this chamber in relation to wherever he ended up. Still, it was enough to help him find his bearings later. With that done, he finally stepped through the gate, and the world around him shifted. Roland stepped out of the gate into a different silence. It was not the sleepy quiet of a country road nor the taut hush of a guarded prison. It had the brittle, expectant hush of a place that had been waiting for something to happen, and then for a long time had decided it was finished waiting. The chamber of black stone was silent once more. Darkness hung heavy in the air, unbroken until the familiar flicker of blue light appeared above one of the great stone seats. The seat of azure had arrived. One by one, flames kindled into being and circled the round table. Red, blue, and green appeared in turn until at last the pitch-dark fire of obsidian crowned the largest seat, swallowing the light like a living shadow. Again, not all are present. Azure's voice resonated softly. This time it was not tardiness that left the table incomplete but other reasons. 2 seats now stood empty, and the flickering flames of those who remained showed unease. The crimson flame spoke first. First, it was the seat of yellow and now violet. Did someone betray us? The violet flame's seat remained dark. Cracks split the stone, a sign of her demise. The seat of obsidian pulsed once, its black fire swelling outward like a ripple of ink in water. Its presence smothered the other flames until silence fell again. No, there are no traitors. The flames went silent for a moment, shrinking away in the wake of their leader's displeasure. If the seat of obsidian says so, then it must be the truth. Violet was too ambitious and prideful. They must have walked into a trap set by the Duke, said Azure, his voice striving to steady the dark flames. Indeed, the seat of Violet was too hasty. But what should we do now? Our foothold on the island is gone. Should we abandon it? Now the crimson flame chimed in while the black flame receded. For a moment, Obsidian considered the options and then finally spoke out again. The church's presence there is too strong. We will abandon that ground for now. Order the remaining temples to retreat and gather within the main temple. As you wish. Also, I need an explanation for this. Whoever is responsible must be found and dealt with. Use the oracle if you must. Our plans cannot be hindered further. The obsidian flame burned hotter as it gave out orders to the group. The oracle? The seat of crimson spoke, his tone implying that something was amiss. Is there an issue with the oracle? All the flames turned toward the crimson flame, who appeared to be responsible for this person. It is her age. She is growing old, and asking her to perform more tasks like this could shorten her lifespan even further. I see. That would complicate matters. We need the oracle. What of her replacement? What of the girl? Asked the seat of obsidian while the others remained silent. She is still young, but her abilities are already budding. Once she undergoes the ritual, her power will be fully unlocked and be ours to command. But until then, Crimson continued talking, but before he could finish, the leader cut him off. Our time is limited, so we will accelerate the ritual. The girl must be secured before anyone else claims her. Violet's failure has weakened us already, and if we suffer another setback, our plans for the convergence will be ruined. Azure's flame flickered as he noticed Crimson not speaking up to correct their leader. Accelerating the ritual now could destroy her. We should be cautious. How long must we wait? Obsidian asked as he rethought his position, and this time Crimson responded. A few years at most. We must prepare the ritual carefully, and she must grow stronger. In her current state, she will not survive it. Once everything is in order, our agents will strike. Fine, we will wait. Obsidian came to a reluctant conclusion. He was not pleased, but they needed the oracle for their future plans. Unless certain strict conditions were met, the ritual could kill the pawn they required to bring forth the everlasting dream. Now return to your realms, keep a low profile, and remember this. When all is done, the Lord will reward us with the everlasting dream. For the everlasting dream, All the gathered flames repeated the words in unison before vanishing one by one. They had failed this time, but this was only a battle. The war still raged on. The coordinates are getting blocked. Too much interference. Roland stepped through the one-way gate and emerged in another place. It was not a vast chamber, but rather a small room with several entrance gates arranged along white walls. The place seemed like a mixture of modern technology and magic. Runes lit up across the walls and the ceiling, pulsing above a circular platform. No doors. He was currently wearing his armor made from magnesium. They had allowed him to keep it after he left the noble gathering. He was unsure whether they trusted him enough to handle his weaponry or if they simply believed he lacked both the strength and the recklessness to turn against them. "You're here? Good. Now hurry and step on the platform. We do not have all day." The voice he had heard earlier echoed again, clearer this time and free of static. Then, without warning, something began to move. A small compartment opened in the floor and a glass case rose slowly until it stopped at waist height. Inside was an item resting on its surface. "Be sure to put on the bracelet. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety here." The voice spoke again, and Roland stepped forward to examine the bracelet. At first glance, it did not look impressive. It was clearly designed for function rather than appearance. A single orb sat in the center while the rest of the bracelet was just rough silver. With his knowledge, he quickly recognized it as a runic device, and he could tell that it was safe to touch. This is not a power dampener or an explosive. It feels more like a key. It did not take him long to understand its purpose. Modifying it would not be easy since the runes were advanced, bordering on the higher end of Tier 3. Even so, he knew he would not be able to continue without it. For now, he clasped it around his left wrist and stepped onto the platform. As soon as he did, the orb began to flash. He realized that both devices were communicating, and once their connection was established, the platform began to move. An elevator, carrying me even further down. He made a mental note, though he could not be sure whether he was actually descending or ascending. The room was saturated with magic, and the reversal of gravity was entirely possible. Several explanations came to mind. He might be inside the mage tower he had seen upon arriving in Isgard. Another possibility was that he was standing in a hidden underground facility. There was even the chance that he was somewhere completely different. Still, he considered the first option the most likely since the teleportation gate he had entered was not designed for long-distance travel. The platform jolted once and then surrounded itself with a protective shield that resembled glass. Faint lines of azure light traced across the transparent walls as he continued to descend. He placed his hand against the surface and immediately sensed its ability to conduct mana. Tiny runes were hidden within the material, which made him wonder if he could someday adapt the design for his own projects. The descent was slow, giving the impression that the facility extended far below ground. After what felt like several minutes, the platform began to slow. For an instant, the lights dimmed, and the walls around him shifted in color until they glowed white. Sounds drifted in from outside, confirming that he had finally reached his destination. A chime rang out, and an opening formed in front of him. "Ah, our guest has arrived at last." The voice was the same as before, though now it was much closer. He stepped forward and realized that the elevator had been moving inside a tube. Beyond it lay a spacious chamber filled not only with people but also with golems standing on guard. Their design was strangely similar to the ones he had encountered at the banks. This bracelet must be the key. Without it, those golems would already see me as a target. He figured out the secret behind the bracelet rather quickly and then continued looking around. The place carried a strange smell, reminiscent of his workshop but also similar to the magical institute where he was a professor. The chamber stretched farther than he expected. A vast circular hall lined with rows of crystalline terminals that pulsed faintly, their glow scattering across smooth white walls. Strange glyphs and runes shifted across the surfaces of these terminals, which were occupied by men dressed in tight coats. This man, could he be the one who was speaking? Is he their leader? Not far away stood someone approaching him, and the figure had a unique look. The man appeared older, perhaps close to 60. His hair was steel gray, unkempt and jutting in uneven tufts, and his thin frame was encased in a pristine white suit buttoned to the neck. Wide goggles magnified his eyes, and his gloved fingers twitched restlessly as if they longed to dismantle and rebuild something at once. Roland immediately thought of a mad scientist. Finally, let us finish this. The man spread his arms, his tone carrying unmistakable impatience. He was clearly not a knight, nor did he seem to belong to the nobility. He gave the impression of a third party who cared little that Roland was a knight commander and directly involved with a descendant of the Valerian line. Do you know how many experiments have been delayed because of you? If this is not resolved now, I will lose weeks, perhaps months of valuable research. Roland's gaze flicked toward the dozen or so people scattered across the chamber. Assistants in colored coats scribbled notes, adjusted arrays, and worked the crystalline terminals. Their eccentric leader was the only one dressed in white, while the others wore yellow or brown. A few glanced at Roland nervously before hurrying back to their tasks. None dared interrupt their master. "And who might you be?" Roland asked with genuine interest. He had studied the names of prominent researchers, mages, and craftsmen known throughout the kingdom. If this man worked under the Duke, then he was likely famous within those circles. "Who am I?" The man gave a sharp laugh and pushed his goggles up to rest on his forehead. His eyes were sharp and bright despite the sleepless shadows beneath them. "I am the one who keeps this entire facility running like a finely tuned instrument." Roland nodded, though that answer was not what he had hoped for. Fortunately, the man kept talking. "I am the one who persuaded the Duke to embrace true progress. I am the one who dissects the abyss and feasts on its secrets. I am—" He paused, lifting his arms as though unveiling some grand revelation. "Grand Researcher and Professor Halbrecht III." The staff immediately broke into applause, though only for a brief moment, while their leader held his theatrical pose. Roland tilted his head slightly, uncertain how to respond. The name was not unfamiliar. A mage called Halbrecht had once been renowned, but he had vanished long ago. Perhaps this man was his grandson, and for reasons unknown had chosen to serve Duke Alexander Valerian. Roland considered the runic weaponry amassed within the city of Isgard, the network of teleportation gates, and the near-impenetrable barrier that surrounded the castle. Perhaps the famed grandfather had created these magical machines, and perhaps this descendant had refined them. Whatever the truth, Roland could feel the abundance of mana radiating from him. Despite the appearance of a researcher, this man was most certainly a mage. Now that I have you here, I see you're wearing something unusual." Halbrecht III put his goggles back on. As soon as he did, Roland felt mana surge into them. The lenses dimmed from the outside, much like the material he had seen in the elevator. Halbrecht stepped closer, examining Roland's runic armor without laying a hand on it, his eyes narrowing as he studied every detail of the design. "This is a curious interpretation of magical laws, but how does it manage mana? It is terribly unoptimized. How can it even function without overloading the caster?" It was clear that the man could see through his runes. His armor could not be worn by anyone without rune-related skills. He possessed several abilities that reduced the mana cost of casting spells, and his immense mana pool supported them with ease. For him, there was no strain, but an ordinary mage of his level would not last more than a minute while wearing any of his armors. "Professor Halbrecht, I think we should get to work. The Duke most likely expects a prototype device to counter the cultist relic. It would be best not to keep his grace waiting." Roland recognized the look in Halbrecht's eyes. Mages and researchers often shared that expression. Many of them delighted in dissecting new technologies and experimenting with unfamiliar magical laws to discover new possibilities. Since innovation in spellcraft was rare in this world, something as unique as his armor was irresistible to people like Halbrecht. Roland, however, had no real desire to linger. His goal was to create the device and then return home, a plan for which he had already prepared. Although some of what he had seen here roused his curiosity, his freedom mattered far more. Once that was secure, he might consider returning to pursue further research, But for now, his priority was ensuring his own safety. Ah, yes, the Duke's request. I am sure he would not mind if I examined that armor of yours for a while. Why not let me look at the helmet? It seems to have. Before the old man could finish, Roland raised his hand. The golems at the sides reacted instantly as he activated one of his spatial runes and drew out an object. For a moment, the scientist was startled, but when the item was revealed, calmness returned to the room. A schematic? Yes. If you follow it carefully, you will be able to counter the effects of the relics. It should aid your research as well. Roland had already noticed the crystalline monitors. They displayed images of the small relics recovered from the scene. Although all of them had been destroyed in battle, their fragments could be reassembled and their functions restored with enough effort. The plans he had provided were for a prototype he had already completed earlier. Let me see. Halbrecht snatched the schematic out of Roland's hand with a speed surprising for his age. He tilted it toward the nearest light source and started examining. Even though he was wearing his goggles, Roland could tell that the man was squinting. Oh, this is beautiful. The old man proclaimed this while turning around and walking away. For a moment, Roland just stood there without moving, but eventually he took the hint and followed after him while a few of his associates beckoned him over with awkward looks on their faces. Aha! So I was right. There was some kind of sound wave involved. Roland moved forward without saying anything while the man examined the schematic. He muttered to himself as he tried to decipher the design, and Roland had to admit that the man was quite intelligent. It did not take him long to grasp the concepts behind the drawings. If he was working with someone like this, then perhaps building a prototype and finding a way out of here would not be that difficult. This way is highly inefficient. They continued walking, passing the initial chamber he had first arrived in. At first, there did not seem to be a way out, but when Halbrecht approached one of the walls, the surface shifted and allowed him through at the last moment. Roland quickly followed. The new room was smaller and filled with several tables covered in relic fragments. Multiple researchers were poring over them, trying to reassemble the pieces while others worked on diagrams and additional schematics. Don't need this. After approaching one of the tables, the man shoved aside various pieces of expensive-looking equipment. His many assistants rushed in to catch everything before it hit the ground. They performed the task with such ease that Roland could only assume this had happened many times before. Once the table was cleared of clutter, the man placed his schematic down. Interesting, a device to analyze schematics? I can feel the presence of a tower spirit. It's not quite the same way Sebastian works, but similar. This was fascinating for Roland to witness, as the man was demonstrating technologies that felt closer to the modern world and his own creations. A scan was performed on his design, and the glowing table displayed the results. When the process finished, a device resembling a rectangular modem with two antennas appeared on a larger crystalline terminal. Although the projection was not perfect at first, the magical machine continued scanning until the image aligned more closely with what he was envisioning. Roland did not move and instead allowed Halbrecht to examine his prototype. He had created it after analyzing his encounters with the cult. The entire incident had already proven that it worked, yet there was still one flaw in the device, a flaw that this man seemed to notice immediately. Intriguing, but how will this apparatus identify the correct mana pattern to counter the sound trigger? Even if someone is awoken, if the cult's device is reactivated, that was the true weakness of his solution. Roland could easily apply it to himself and to those close to him, since he was the one performing the calculations and altering the runes as needed. If the device were ever to function independently, it would have to be linked to a tower spirit such as Sebastian, who could handle the calculations in his place. Fortunately, he had already begun researching how to make that possible. For that, Professor, you should look at this. Oh? You are quite prepared. Tell me, are you truly a knight? Or did someone else make all of this? Halbrecht was clearly surprised when Roland set aside not a schematic but a thick notebook filled with additional research material. Roland did not respond to the man's question and simply handed him the notebook to read. Inside were various solutions that described the most effective runic programs to support the device he had designed. This This is not a standard research script. The professor muttered, his voice taking on an almost reverent tone. The rune layering, no, the layering of concepts. It is unlike anything I have ever seen. Did you truly devise this notation yourself? For a moment, Roland considered whether he should lie about his research. For most of his life, he had tried to keep his skills hidden from others. He knew that powerful figures existed in this world who would force promising talents into contracts that resembled slavery. However, sometimes it was best to just say the truth, as these people here could probably very easily confirm his lie, and the last thing he needed was someone going to his house to bother his wife or ask the institute leader if she had anything to do with it. Yes, I've made this. If you have a smithy and some competent craftsmen, I can guide them through the process. Fascinating. Halbrecht's goggled eyes shone like twin beacons as he flipped through the notebook with reverence, muttering half-formed words in between pages. His assistants leaned over his shoulders, eager but hesitant to intrude. Do you fools see this? Halbrecht snapped suddenly, smacking one page with his gloved hand. The rune sequencing isn't linear. It's recursive. Not just efficient, but also adaptive. Eventually, the researchers gathered around him. All of them were eager to see the new device and read through the notes of someone they now regarded as an equal. Roland, however, only stood there, urging the leader to begin the actual work. He had no need to study his own research and only wished to be finished with the whole ordeal. Once the prototype was assembled, he wanted nothing more than to leave, though he could not forget that the man responsible for his freedom was this peculiar scientist. Haha, my friend, your name was Wayland, correct? Yes. You must tell me how you reached this conclusion. Wouldn't a different rune serve better in this place? I hope Arthur is doing better than me. He sighed inwardly before beginning his explanation. It seemed wiser to answer their questions quickly, since none of them appeared ready to move the project forward. Once he started speaking, the other researchers abandoned whatever they had been doing in order to listen. The sight reminded him of the institute students during his lectures, and it also made him wonder how severely the Archmagus would punish him for taking so long to return to his duties. Is she there? Yes, young master. Just step through the gate and it will take you to your destination. All right. Arthur found himself standing in the teleportation gate chamber. Some time had passed since the gathering of the nobility, and at last his request had been granted. Before him stood a stone platform where a faint azure light shimmered across intricate runic engravings. The symbols pulsed softly, steady as a heartbeat. He took a slow breath and stepped forward, realizing the meeting he had long awaited had come sooner than he expected. Do not be afraid, young master, said the attendant, a man dressed in white mage robes. The gate is keyed to your bloodline. It will recognize you and allow your passage. It is restricted to my bloodline? Arthur stopped himself and asked. Indeed. Only those of the direct Valerian bloodline may step through. I see. It appeared the gate had been designed to restrict entry to his father and brothers, though he doubted his brothers would ever be permitted to use it. His mother was a subject few dared to mention. The ladies of the court despised her, viewing her as a woman of low birth, and her being a moon elf only deepened their disdain. My mother often said that as long as I hold her in my heart, we will never truly be apart. Arthur was aware that his presence here was an unprecedented event. He was supposed to vanish in Albrook, forgotten while one of his brothers ascended to the seat of Duke after years of struggle. Although his moon elf blood had granted him a longer life, he was uncertain whether he would ever see his mother again. She was held captive by his father, and if someone like Theodore were to claim victory, Arthur doubted she would survive. I'll have to thank my friend for making this possible. The runes glowed brighter, swirling into shifting patterns as the azure gateway took shape. With a faint smile, he stepped forward and passed through the teleportation gate. His vision blurred, and for a brief moment he felt weightless. Then the sensation vanished as he emerged on the other side. He found himself standing on a stone terrace overlooking a peaceful forest clearing. The scent of pine and blooming moon lilies drifted through the air. A soft mist floated over a circular lake whose still waters reflected the sunlight like polished glass. In the distance, nestled among tall trees, stood a modest villa built of pale stone and wrapped in green ivy. It lacked the grandeur of a palace but radiated warmth and quiet life. Birds sang from the branches, and behind the villa lay a small garden filled with herbs, flowers, and vegetables. A few elves worked there, trimming the hedges and tending the soil. One of them noticed Arthur's arrival and froze in surprise, for visitors were rare in this place. The illusion has improved since the last time. Arthur remained still as the servants hurried to greet him. He did not mind. Those who tended to his mother were few in number. Everyone living here was a woman, either a maid or a fellow moon elf. They were trapped in this place along with her, unable to leave, yet their loyalty to his mother remained unwavering. Her true identity was a secret known only to a select few. This place where his mother lived looked like a summer villa surrounded by forest and a lake, but it was nothing more than an illusion. The sky was artificial, and a mage using a flotation spell could easily reach its boundary. Although the area stretched several kilometers in circumference, it was a confined space that no one could leave. If he walked in a straight line, he would eventually reach a barrier that could not be crossed. A beautiful, tranquil birdcage, but still a cage is a cage. That was what it was to him. A prison for his mother, created by his father. It was a cage he longed to free her from, and for that, he needed to become stronger. In the past, he had abandoned the idea of ever becoming Duke, but after this incident, he began to see it as a real possibility. Even if he failed to claim the title himself, there were other paths he could take. Ivan, one of those who despised him, was already out of the race, leaving Theodore as the main obstacle. If he could at least stop Theodore from winning and instead help his older brother Julius claim victory, that could be enough. Still, he nurtured a faint hope. In the past, he had thought his brothers were beyond his reach and that their strength was incomparable. Now, after everything that had happened and after seeing them in action, he was no longer certain. He was a Tier 3 class holder just like them, and he believed his knights were superior to theirs. This is no time to think about such things. Arthur's mind began to fill with doubt and thoughts of noble intrigue. But this was not the time for such things. This should have been a joyous occasion, a long-awaited reunion with his mother, whom he had not seen since leaving Isgard for Albrook. At last, his heartbeat slowed, and he stepped onto the moss-covered stones that led away from the teleportation gate. The gate stood some distance from the villa, giving him a moment to take in the view and to chuckle at the sight of the servants hurrying toward him. "Art, young lord, is that really you?" One of the servants reached him first. She was an older elf woman, far older than most, and someone Arthur remembered well from his past. Like everyone gathered here, she had long been part of his mother's entourage. To him, these women were not mere servants but people he cherished more than the entire Valerian household combined. "It's me. How have you been, Silmara?" And no need for that tone. "I'm still just little Arthur." His appearance had changed since the day he left. He now looked more like a noble, with an air of refinement that matched his spotless attire. His old maids seemed to see him less as the boy they had helped raise and more as a member of the Valerian household he had once stood apart from. Silmara blinked, her silvery eyes shimmering with disbelief before a gentle smile curved her lips. For a moment, she simply stood there, taking him in. His polished attire, the way he carried himself, and even his posture all spoke of maturity. "Just little Arthur, I'm not sure that's true anymore. The last time I saw you, you were only a child. But now you look like a man, a proper noble lord." Her eyes grew misty as she spoke, and soon 2 more women joined her. They were slightly younger in appearance, though still well over 100 years old. "Welcome back, young master," they said in unison, bowing deeply. Their clothing was much like that of the maids who served in the main palace. "What did I say?" Arthur muttered, frowning as he looked at the 3 women. Silmara and her helpers had raised him and stood by his mother's side for years. To him, they were already family. If he ever gained the power to free his mother, he would bring them all with him. He knew some of them longed to return to their homeland but could not, and he silently vowed to grant them that freedom one day. My apologies. It has been so long. I just had to. Know our young Arthur. A smile crept on the headmaid Silmara's mouth as she finally spoke to Arthur more casually. Arthur chuckled softly at her words, relief easing the tension in his chest. That's more like it, he said, smiling. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten how to tease me. Silmara gave a short laugh, brushing a strand of silver hair behind her ear. Forgotten? Not a chance. You may look like a fine noble now, but I can still see the boy who used to sneak extra pastries from the kitchen. Her tone was warm and teasing, and for the first time since stepping through the gate, Arthur felt some of the weight lift from his shoulders. The younger maids behind her giggled quietly, their eyes bright with nostalgia. Come, Silmara said, gesturing toward the villa. Let us take you through. I'm sure you remember most of it, though some things have changed since your last visit. Arthur nodded and followed her along the stone path lined with moon lilies that swayed gently in the faint breeze. The air was clean and pure, carefully crafted to bring tranquility. It was a pleasant place to stay, yet after years in the same surroundings, even this beauty would fade. As they walked, Silmara spoke of small things, pointing toward the villa's garden and the shimmering trees beyond. The lady insisted on growing the white bell herbs again. She said with a quiet laugh. They require a lot of sunlight, but she said she liked the sound of their chimes when the wind brushed past them. We had to convince the mages to add a soft breeze to this place. You should have heard them complain. Silmara continued to point out small details. She showed him the garden his mother had expanded, the new glasshouse where she cultivated rare herbs, and the small shrine by the lake that the maids kept immaculate. Your mother spends most mornings tending the garden. She says it helps her forget. Her voice softened at the end, and she glanced at Arthur. She misses you terribly, you know? He wasn't sure how to reply, but eventually nodded. I've missed her too. More than I can say. I know, Silmara said gently. She never doubted you would come back. Every full moon, she sits by the lake whispering your name as if it could reach you through the water. Arthur quickened his pace as the maid continued speaking about his mother. The more she was mentioned, the stronger his longing grew to see her and take her away from this quiet prison. Silmara led him down the final path of white stones bordered by pale blue flowers that glowed whenever touched by moonlight. The sound of the lake grew clearer, and the chirp of unseen birds became louder. Arthur's steps slowed as the trees parted, revealing the lakeside clearing. There, on a wooden bench by the water's edge, sat his mother. She looked as he remembered her. Tall, graceful, her silver hair tied loosely behind her back and flowing like moonlight in the breeze. A basket of threads and cloth rested at her side, and her fingers moved delicately, stitching a pattern into white fabric. For a moment, she seemed at peace, the very image of serenity. But then Arthur noticed something as a strip of black silk was tied across her eyes. His chest tightened as he realized something was terribly wrong. Silmara stopped a few steps behind him, her expression filled with sorrow. Lady Eloria wanted to be the one to tell you, she said softly. Please, be thoughtful and don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Arthur nodded, though the words barely reached him. He stepped forward, his boots sinking slightly into the soft grass. Mother! The word left his throat weakly, and as it did, his mother stopped. Her hands froze mid-motion, the needle suspended in place. Then, slowly, her lips curved into a faint smile. Is that my little Arthur? She said, her voice just as he remembered. Soft, caring, and peaceful. Yes, it's me. So it truly is you. I wondered if the great moon would answer my prayers. Arthur hurried forward and knelt before her. Mother, it's me. I've come back. Her hand reached out, trembling slightly as it searched the air. He caught it gently and pressed it to his cheek. She laughed softly, just as she always had. Her face still carried that bright smile he had cherished since childhood. I can feel it. You've grown. My little Arthur has finally become a man. She spoke as her hands moved across his face and shoulders. He had grown stronger since he left, his body reshaped by the Tier 3 transformation. It was something he had been proud of, something he had wanted to share with her, but now all he could think about was her condition. "Mother, your eyes, what happened?" Her smile faltered for a moment. "Ah," she breathed, turning her face slightly away. "So you've noticed." Arthur clenched his jaw, anger burning behind his eyes. "Who did this?" "It was no one worth your hatred," she replied quickly. "A small act of cruelty, born of jealousy and fear. Do not waste your heart on vengeance, my son. My eyes do not matter. My spirit will not be shaken as long as you are here, my precious boy." "But why didn't His Grace protect you?" "He made a promise." He wanted to cry out, to demand the truth, but before he could, she pressed a gentle finger to his lips. "Don't blame your father. It's not his fault. He did his best to protect me and you." She replied and kept smiling. As in the past, his mother defended Duke Alexander. He had never understood why she was so lenient with him, but she always said that the Duke was protecting them in his own way. He just needed more time to mature and understand. "It doesn't matter. Now help your mother up. We must prepare a feast. My son has returned. If I had known you would come today, I would have waited to begin this stitch. Now I will have to start again." When she mentioned the embroidery, Arthur looked at the fabric she had been working on. Even without her sight, her hands had not lost their abilities. The image on the cloth was of him. Not as he was now, but as the boy she remembered. A much younger version of him, one that saw the world in brighter light. Arthur helped her to her feet, the light from the lake catching the silver threads in her hair. He tried to hide his trembling hands as he steadied her. Her touch was as gentle as ever, warm, comforting, and filled with that unshakable grace that defied her circumstances. "Come, mother," he said softly. "You shouldn't overexert yourself." "Overexert?" She laughed. "I have sat in the same place for too long. A walk with my son is hardly work. It is a blessing, and my legs work just fine." She gently tugged at one of Arthur's cheeks, then moved her hand around his and pressed her face against his arm with a quiet sigh of relief. "I've missed you. Now tell me, what have you been doing all these years? If you're here, then something must have happened. I've read all of your letters, but you never mentioned any of this. Were you trying to surprise your old mother?" It seemed that his mother and the maids were unaware of the attack that had taken place at the palace. This was not surprising, since their only contact with the outside world came when supplies arrived once a week. His mother was not permitted to leave, and the maids shared the same restriction. Occasionally, she received a newspaper and some gossip from the other servants. But that was all. Surprised? No, I can't say I expected this to happen. I don't even know where to begin. So much has happened. We have time. Tell me slowly, perhaps over some tea. Silmara. Of course, my lady. Silmara bowed her head and turned toward the villa, the other maids hurrying after her. The faint sound of footsteps and rustling skirts faded as Arthur and his mother began to walk slowly. The plants chimed softly in the distance while Arthur began to tell his story. "Well, after I left the city, I arrived in Albrook with Mary and 2 loyal knights. At that time, I thought I was finished and would never return here, but then I met someone quite peculiar." "Oh? That sounds interesting. Who was it? Did you perhaps get married?" "Married? No, nothing like that, mother." His mother brightened at the mention of the person who had changed his fate, yet she seemed a little disappointed when she realized he had not married. It was clear that she longed for grandchildren, but he was not ready for that step. "This person is more of a friend. His name is Wayland." The loss of her eyesight still lingered in his thoughts, but he chose to ignore it for now. His mother was in good spirits, and he did not want to make her worry. He continued his tale, describing the strange rune craftsman who had changed his life. "My lady, it's time for bed. Bwed? NWO. I stwill." Before she could finish, the elven lady's head sank gently against her son's chest. Arthur carried her upstairs after a long day spent talking. When evening came, they shared wine together, and this was the result. Mother could never hold her wine. Some things never change. After smiling, he adjusted her weight carefully and made sure not to wake her. The scent of moon blossoms lingered in her hair, just as he remembered from his childhood. Her breathing was calm, her face peaceful despite the faint shadows of exhaustion beneath her blindfold. Arthur held her close as he ascended the stairs, one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back. She muttered something in her sleep, her hand still clutching the hem of his shirt as though afraid he might vanish. The hallways of the villa were silent except for the soft echo of his footsteps. Moonlight streamed through the windows, painting the floor with silver. Even if the world outside was an illusion, it looked breathtakingly real. He pushed the bedroom door open with his shoulder. The room appeared exactly as he remembered it. Blue drapes framed the windows, silver embroidery trimmed the bed, and candlelight glowed softly across a table scattered with threads and teacups. He laid her down gently, adjusting the pillows until she rested comfortably. "Sleep well, Mother," he whispered while pulling the bedsheet over her. The sight roused old memories. This was not the first home they had shared, nor was it the second. They had moved often, driven out by danger and constant attempts on their lives. It was no surprise that someone had tried to harm his mother while he was away, though the last attack had been promised to be the final one. Lying bastard. The thought burned in his mind. He had trusted his father to protect her. He had left believing that, with his absence, those in the palace would forget about them. He was wrong. The attempt had come from within, of that he was sure. It must have been one of his brother's mothers, each of them envious of her beauty and grace. Once certain she was resting, Arthur stepped quietly into the hallway. The villa was still, bathed in the glow of candlelight that shimmered against the walls. Silmara waited near the stairway, her expression grim. She knew what he wanted. "Silmara, tell me, how did this happen? It was one of those harpies, wasn't it?" His voice trembled with anger, his mind filled with the faces of 4 women. He could not be sure which one was responsible, but he was determined to find out. Silmara lowered her eyes and clasped her hands tightly before her apron. For a moment, she said nothing. Only the faint crackle of the candles filled the silence between them. Then she drew in a breath and began to speak. "It was about a year ago, several years after you left. First, things were peaceful. The Duke's orders were strict. No one from the main household was allowed to approach us directly. All food and supplies came through the usual channels, checked by the clerics before entering the villa through the teleportation gate." Arthur's brow furrowed when the maid mentioned the timeline. His mother had been blind for an entire year, and he had known nothing about it. Even if he had known, there would have been nothing he could have done. He had been powerless. Though he blamed himself for that, his rage began to turn toward someone else. And yet someone or something slipped through? Regrettably, someone tampered with the lady's favorite tea leaves. Her favorite tea leaves? Silmara nodded slowly and continued. "Yes, it happened on one of the usual supply days. The crates arrived as they always did, sealed and blessed by the clerics before we received them. Nothing seemed unusual. There were no signs of foul play. The lady asked for her favorite brew. Her voice faltered. She did not want to say what happened next, but she forced herself to go on. The lady was bedridden for days. The clerics rushed in to care for her, and although her life was saved, her eyes could not be restored. It was some kind of side effect from the poison." Arthur's jaw tightened as he listened. "What happened to the servants who checked the crates?" "To my knowledge, they were all apprehended and executed." "I see." Arthur remained silent, lost in thought. It was clear to him that someone from outside had been responsible. The women who lived with his mother were like family. They had served her since his birth, and if they had wanted her dead, they would have acted long ago. That left the servants from beyond the household. They were people who could have been bribed, blackmailed, controlled by magic, or connected to the cultists. Could it have been Ivan's wife or his mother? After the recent incident, they seemed the most suspicious. yet he could not dismiss the other three ladies. His mother had always been an inconvenience to them. She had no family background or noble blood. They never accepted her, and with only a few loyal maids by her side, she had no one to defend her. She had been a target for as long as he could remember, and the Duke's only form of help had been to confine her, keeping her hidden from harm. Why didn't the Duke restore my mother's eyesight? With his resources, he should have been able to ask the church for help. Arthur knew that certain ailments could be cured through the power of Tier 4 clerics, who were on the same level as his father. If the Duke had truly wanted to heal her, he could have made a deal with the church. Yet he had not. I don't know. Maybe it was impossible? Silmara didn't seem very knowledgeable about the situation, and that was not surprising. She was only a maid who could ask the guards bringing in supplies for information. Just like his mother, she was confined to this place. Everything was monitored from the outside, yet even with that, his mother had suffered what seemed to be irreparable damage to her eyesight. Nothing is impossible, Arthur muttered to himself as he turned around and walked down the stairs. Several theories were already forming in his mind. The most obvious was the Duke's indifference, either because he refused to negotiate with the church or simply did not care. Another possibility was that he wanted to avoid angering his other wives and being accused of favoritism. Tier 4 clerics were expensive, and given his high status, the church would likely demand more than just gold in return. For the time being, he excused himself and went to his old room. This villa had been the last one he stayed in, yet it still filled him with a deep sense of nostalgia. Once inside, he sat near the window and looked outside. It was quite a sight. The moonflowers on the lake began to glow as the false moonlight touched them, and in the distance, he could see a small shrine dedicated to the twin deities of the moon, Lunaris and Lunaria. Could the moon elf clerics help Mother? Now that he understood the situation, his thoughts began to race. If his father refused to help, then it was up to him. There were a few options before him, one of which was still the path toward the dukedom. If he managed to defeat his brothers, making a deal with a church might still be possible. Another option was to seek help elsewhere, though that path seemed daunting since his father would never allow his mother to be freed. As he pondered, an image came to his mind. An armored man who always seemed to have the right answers. Could he do it? Arthur remembered a group of injured knights, all of whom had lost limbs that were later replaced through mechanical means. The idea of his mother undergoing such procedures, however, filled him with dread. He wanted her to be free of pain, not endure more of it. The knights had already lost their limbs, but his mother had not, and he doubted whether such a transformation could even restore her senses. Repairing movement was one thing, but restoring sight or hearing was something else entirely. Within the confines of his old room, he sat alone. The moonlight fell softly across his face, yet he barely noticed it. His thoughts moved in restless circles, caught between anger and guilt. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw his mother smiling, her hands trembling as they reached out to feel his face. He thought of his father's broken promise, the lack of information that had followed the attack, and the long year his mother had endured in isolation. Crunch. The sharp sound of breaking glass snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked down at the wine glass in his hand. It was shattered, and dark red wine spilled across the floor. His hand was uninjured, his Tier 3 body far too resilient to be harmed by ordinary glass. I should clean this up and go to sleep. Mother will worry. Arthur gathered the broken shards one by one, careful not to leave even a sliver behind. He sighed quietly and fetched a cloth from a nearby basin, dabbing at the spot until the stain began to fade. He could have called the maids, but he knew they would only worry. It was not the first time he had done something like this. As a child, he often hid the injuries he got from climbing trees and running around the villa. When the floor was clean, he tossed the cloth aside and sank into the chair again. The villa was silent. Only the whisper of wind through the chimes outside filled the room. His thoughts drifted toward his mother upstairs, and his eyes grew heavy. Tomorrow I'll make her smile again, at least for the short time I'm here. But then, he leaned back, closed his eyes, and let exhaustion pull him under. Morning came, and he opened his eyes to the pale light of the sun above. Though the fatigue of the night still clung to him, the gentle sound of birds slowly eased it away. After washing his face, he stepped into the corridor and made his way toward the dining hall. His mother was already there, sitting by the window with a cup of tea between her hands. The blindfold still covered her eyes, yet her posture was as graceful as ever. Silmara and the other maids stood nearby, quietly setting the table. "Good morning, mother," Arthur said, his voice soft and gentle. Eloria turned toward the sound, and a tender smile spread across her lips. "Arthur, you're up early. Did you sleep well?" "Well enough. The villa hasn't changed much. It still feels like home." "That's good to hear. Now eat, my son. I told Silmara to prepare your favorite breakfast." He looked down at the plate, where fresh bread and moonberry jam awaited him. A faint smile touched his lips as old memories surfaced. His mother had always loved plants from her homeland. The days that followed were quiet and peaceful. Arthur stayed by her side, helping with the garden, walking with her by the lake, and listening to her stories. She seemed happy, laughing softly whenever he teased her about the stubborn herbs or the lazy maids. For 3 days, the world outside ceased to exist. At night, they sat beneath the moonlight, sharing tea while the lake reflected the fake moon like glass. Arthur spoke of his travels, though he left out the darker parts. His mother's laughter filled the air, and for a time, it felt like the world had healed. But peace did not last long. On the morning of the 4th day, a faint shimmer appeared near the villa gate. Silmara came forward with the other maids to take the crates of supplies they usually brought in, but there was more than just provisions. "A message has arrived from the Duke's retainers. You are ordered to return to the palace." "I see." Arthur's expression darkened, but he knew the moment would pass. He still had to manage Albrook and the city they had seized from Theodore. His older brother would surely redouble his efforts against them, and Arthur would need every bit of focus if he hoped to gain the influence required to help his mother. "So soon? I suppose they will not let me keep you here forever." Arthur knelt and took his mother's hands. "I will come back, mother. I promise." "I know you will." Her fingers brushed his cheek the same way they always did. "Be careful, my son. The world outside these walls is far less kind than the one here." "Oh!" Just as she was about to finish, she recalled something and called out to him with a smile. "Yes, mother? And bring that friend of yours. I must thank him for taking care of you." He bowed his head and rose. "I will bring him when I can." He turned toward the waiting gate. The villa's peaceful illusion faded behind him as he passed through. Everything blurred, and he reappeared in the chamber he had traveled through. It was no surprise that someone was already waiting for him. "My lord. This is for you, my lord." A few knights stood by in golden armor, clearly aligned with Julius. One handed him a letter. His brother wanted to see him after his visit with his mother, but he did not seem to be alone. "I see. Let us not keep brother Julius waiting then." Arthur told the knights who had come to escort him, and he moved forward. Doubt lingered in the back of his mind. At first, he had wanted to support his eldest brother over the others, but he was no longer certain. Everything depended on who was responsible for his mother's loss of sight, and if it proved to be one of his brothers, he would not hesitate to point his rapier at them or their mothers. "Fascinating, it works, and on the first try, no less. You, my friend, are truly a genius, second only to me." Halbrecht's laughter echoed through the chamber, joined by a round of applause from his many assistants. Roland, however, stood silently beside him, wondering if this success meant he would finally be dismissed. Since arriving in the magical laboratory, he had spent his days carrying out the head researcher's endless requests. If it had only been about assembling the prototype, the work could have been finished in a single day, but they kept asking him questions about completely unrelated matters. What he had created for them consisted of several items. One was similar to the bracelets he had used before, and he had even given this strange professor one that was used in the incident for study purposes. Another was a helmet designed to block out the signal more efficiently. He had also helped them develop runic software capable of handling relics that could multiply their dream signal, as in the recent incident. Although they still needed to integrate everything with the tower spirit, he had already provided all the tools necessary to address the issue. Even so, they still refused to let him leave. Sure, I think that's enough. I should be free to leave now, right? Yes, yes, in due time, my genius friend. But first, show me again your plan for that tunnel system. It could revolutionize the whole island. And what about that armor of yours? As I already said, the cultists somehow forced the super dungeon to expand beneath the island and controlled the intensity of the dungeon break. And as for my armor, you can't have it. He rolled his eyes inside his suit and had to smack the old man's hand away when the man tried to touch the armor without permission. Yes, yes, quite fascinating. This created a network of tunnels reinforced by mana that require no further reinforcement or expansion. How lovely. Yes, we would just need to build an underground railway system after mapping the tunnels properly. The only problem would be removing traces of corruption and making sure the cult does not trigger any more breaks while the railway is operational, but the cost would be. Before he could continue, the mad scientist interrupted. Indeed, we could leave golems to guard the underground. A simple matter. Roland looked at the old man and wondered if he understood how expensive such an undertaking would be. The area the tunnels covered was enormous, and they would first need to send in an army or hundreds of adventurers to examine everything. It would take some time to become profitable, but transporting resources through the underground would be much safer than using regular merchant convoys. It could also make travel between cities much faster, possibly allowing people to work in one place and live in another. I have to get out of here. What if I knock this guy out and make a run for it? He glanced at the man who continued to babble and then at the golems around them. He had already analyzed them and could disable them if he wanted. Yet running away now would jeopardize all the good faith he had built. For the time being, he decided to answer, hoping the old man would eventually tire of asking questions and let him go home. Large doors swung open as an armored man pushed them aside. For a moment, Arthur looked at the person seated inside. It was his older brother Julius, a man he had only glimpsed during his previous stays in the palace. Their age difference was nearly 10 years, and they had always lived in separate worlds. Arthur had been treated as a prisoner, confined to illusory spaces under the pretense of safety. His mother was occasionally allowed to go outside, but even that stopped as the attempts on her life grew more frequent. During the rare gatherings of nobles, Arthur saw his older brothers, yet none of them ever showed any interest in him or spoke to him. Most of his memories from those events were of sitting quietly in a corner, waiting for the evening to end. For a child who only wanted to play and have fun, it was painfully dull. Now, the most distinguished of his brothers sat before him. Julius was considered a strong candidate to become the next duke, though because of their father's distrust of the church, Theodore's chances were also substantial. Ah! Julius sat at a table with a teacup in his hand. When the doors opened, he looked up and saw his younger brother. To Arthur's surprise, a smile appeared on Julius's face. The two had never been close, but after the recent incident with the cultists, their relationship had grown a little warmer. Good day, brother Julius. Arthur entered the room awkwardly, unsure how to behave. He tried to offer a small bow, the kind nobles of lower rank gave to those above them. During the cult attack, he had not been as courteous and had even given orders to people above his status, but now the situation was different. Before he could finish the gesture, Julius raised his hand to stop him. There is no need for that, Arthur. We are brothers and comrades in arms. Arthur straightened his posture, uncertain whether Julius's warmth was genuine or a carefully constructed act. If he had met with him before visiting his mother, he would have been overjoyed by this treatment, but now he was unsure what to think. It was possible that his brother or Lady Aurelia had caused his mother harm. If that were true, he would have to seek revenge, and Julius would become his enemy. I see. Then, brother Julius. Just call me Julius. Fine then, Julius. Why did you want to see me? It seemed his brother wanted to grow closer to him, and Arthur was not in a position to refuse. He was also interested in gaining new allies and gathering information. If Julius was an enemy, earning his trust would make it easier to learn more about him. For now, Julius appeared sincere and seemed capable of setting aside old grievances and matters of rank. He did not seem like a bad person, so Arthur decided to give him the benefit of the doubt for the time being. The air inside Julius's chamber carried a faint scent of rose oil. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass, scattering colored patterns across the table where several religious symbols lay beside a map of the area. First of all, Julius began as he poured another cup of tea. Congratulations on gaining Father's favor. That is no small feat, but you should be careful of Theodore. He will probably not let this matter rest. I'm sure he won't, but I don't intend to let him either. Haha, that's my younger brother. Julius seemed genuinely happy as he spoke with Arthur, which surprised him. Regrettable, so regrettable, Julius said, leaving Arthur confused. What is regrettable? It is regrettable that this is the first time I am having a real conversation with my own brother. We should have done this long ago. Arthur was not sure what to make of it. If Julius was lying, he hid it well. His brother seemed truly regretful about how their relationship had unfolded. As the firstborn, Julius carried favor but also many responsibilities. His training to become a paladin of Solaria took him away from the main island for a time, and during his absence, Theodore managed to catch up. What's done is done. There is no use dwelling on the past when we have the future ahead of us. Haha. Well spoken. Julius replied warmly and leaned back. The two exchanged small talk as they tried to make up for lost time. But eventually Julius revealed why he had taken time out of his day to speak with Arthur. Tell me, Arthur, are the rumors of the sacred beast in your city true? Ah, the Sunlight Wolf? Yes, it exists. It seemed that Arthur would need to thank his friend once again, as the icebreaker turned out to be Agni, his tamed beast. To him, it was just a normal creature, but to the church it was a bearer of good fortune and something sacred that should be protected. He was not sure why, yet it did not matter. Having Julius on his side was worth far more. If they grew closer, he would also have a chance to meet Lady Aurelia, who, even if she proved innocent, might still shed light on other potential suspects such as Lady Layla, Celeste, and Scarlet. Could I see it? Julius sounded rather bashful, as if he was not used to asking people for favors. His brother's voice carried an almost boyish curiosity. For a moment, Arthur forgot his doubts and saw not a rival or a schemer, but simply a curious brother. If you ever visit Albrook, I'll arrange it. Is it truly possible, just like that? I don't see why not. It is the tamed monster of my knight commander. You've met him already. Him again? Where did you find a man with such talents? Arthur chuckled, unsure how to answer the question. In truth, he had done very little himself and had been carried forward mostly by Roland's brilliance. In the latest incident, people had confused Roland's plans with his own and believed Arthur was responsible for everything, not the runic craftsman. Yet, with Roland's blessing, he kept silent and accepted most of the praise. I was just in the right place at the right time. Ha! Some say that good luck is a skill too. Some do say that. The two laughed and continued talking about Albrook. Arthur was not surprised that his brother was already informed about the Solarian Order of Paladins that had made Albrook their home. With his arrival, more people would likely take interest in the city, so there was no reason for him to refuse this request. He was unsure what he could ask as a reward, but Julius had already offered something. Splendid. Perhaps after I visit your city you would like to visit mine. I will show you the fruits of unbroken faith in the goddess. His brother was something of a zealot, and his territory contained a great number of churches and places of worship. It was a good idea to visit other regions across the island to see what he was dealing with, although traveling always carried its risks. I will keep that in mind. When I am free, I will be sure to come and visit. Haha, I will be sure to remind you later. Julius chuckled softly, then turned his gaze toward the map. Regretfully, I think we will have to conclude matters here. Father has been distant lately, and the other nobles are still in discussion. Indeed, Arthur rose from his chair as the two concluded their business and agreed to meet later in Albrook. Their father remained as distant as ever and seemed more interested in the affairs of the island than in speaking to his sons, who had just survived a life-and-death encounter. Only a few trusted high nobles still stayed in the palace, conducting strategy meetings to which the brothers were not invited. Oh, and before you leave, Julius glanced toward one of the maids standing nearby. She stepped forward, carrying several sealed scrolls bearing the Duke's crest. It seems Father finally remembered your existence. These are the official documents for the stewardship of Aldbourne. You are its legitimate lord now, deed and all. No more arguments from Theodore or the others. Arthur was not sure why these papers were handed to his older brother to deliver, but it was not out of character for their father or other nobility. He accepted the scroll quietly. The golden wax seal shimmered faintly in the light. My thanks, brother. No need for formality. Julius waved his hand dismissively, and the two brothers parted with a firm handshake. There was nothing more for Arthur to do. His other brothers had no interest in speaking with him. Theodore had already departed. Ivan had been confined to an undisclosed location, and Tybalt was nowhere to be found. With this in mind, Arthur left the island capital. This time, no one stopped him. He was escorted by a group of soldiers to the middle grounds, where Mary and his two knights awaited him. Lord Arthur! Mary shouted as she ran toward him. Sir Gareth and Sir Morian followed close behind, their faces pale as if they had not slept through the entire ordeal. Arthur barely had time to speak before Mary pressed a hand against his chest, as though she needed to be certain he was real. They wouldn't let us in, my lord. We waited here for nearly a week. A whole week. Gareth and Morian nodded, which made Arthur glance toward the spot they had come from. He noticed something that looked like a tent in the distance. Did you stay in that? Why didn't you wait at the mansion? How could we wait there, Lord Arthur? We needed to be here to welcome you. They refused to tell us anything. Mary's voice trembled with frustration. She shot an angry look at one of the nearby soldiers, who quickly turned away, fear in his eyes. Arthur did not yet know what had happened, but it was clear that Mary had been pestering the guards ever since the incident began. Mary! Arthur spoke softly and placed a hand over hers. Her trembling stopped almost instantly, though her bottom lip still quivered with anger. I'm fine. It took longer than expected, but everything is over now. Mary looked unconvinced, but she released his tunic and stepped back. Gareth and Morian exchanged glances, relief washing over their faces. So, Sir Wayland? Morian asked carefully. Is he not with you, my lord? Did he? Arthur shook his head. He is safe, or at least he was the last time I saw him. He stayed behind to finish some work with the mages. He will return soon. He did not add the rest because he truly did not know where Roland had ended up. The only information he had received was that Roland was working with the Duke's main researcher, helping to build something that could one day counter the abyssal effect. I wonder if he will share this knowledge with the Royalist faction or keep it as a bargaining chip. As Arthur and the others returned to their temporary mansion, he could not help thinking about his friend. If the Duke decided to, Roland could be forced to remain within the palace and never return. He possessed valuable knowledge that could be sold to other factions for a substantial amount of money. The Solarian Church did not share its secrets willingly either. Otherwise, the Duke would likely have known beforehand how the relics worked, and the entire incident would have ended before it began. Do not worry, Lord Arthur. Sir Wayland always finds a way out of trouble. I am sure he will be back soon. You are probably right. How about we have something to eat? You three look like you have not eaten in a while. On cue, a loud stomach growl broke the silence. It did not come from either of the knights but from the head maid, who blushed and lowered her cat ears in embarrassment. Arthur covered his mouth and chuckled, and soon the three returned to the mansion to enjoy a well-deserved feast. The days blurred together, filled with the hum of magical instruments and the tinkering of countless tools. Although Halbrecht's laboratory no longer felt like a prison, Roland still felt confined, as if trapped beneath layers of curiosity and bureaucracy. He had long since stopped counting how many times the professor called him, "my dear fellow researcher," or "my genius friend." Fascinating, it works. And on the first try, no less. You, my friend, are truly a genius, second only to me. Halbrecht's voice boomed again as a pale blue projection shimmered above the runic console. Symbols and characters danced across it, forming not the usual chaotic runes but actual language and sleek geometric lines that created a clean, organized interface. It's just a user interface, not a miracle. You could have done this yourself if you focused on something for once. Roland said with a sigh as he examined the simplified runic operating system he had recreated. His new companion had pressured him into revealing some of his knowledge and performing several upgrades to improve the Mage Tower. The consoles they had been using were quite primitive, relying on an outdated magic system that was far less efficient than Roland's own runic designs. With the new modifications, their research could now be properly compartmentalized and managed. "You cannot blame me," Halbrecht said with a grin. "There is simply too much wonder in this world. With this enhancement, my work will be exactly 78.56% more efficient." 78.56%. Huh? Roland was wearing a helmet, so whenever he rolled his eyes, no one noticed. Even so, his efforts were not entirely wasted. He was making an impression on a man of considerable influence. The man was the Duke's chief researcher and held a great deal of power. If anyone could help Roland return to his own workshop, it was him. This was the main reason Roland decided to share some of his knowledge to present himself as a useful ally. One of the research points he introduced was deliberately chosen because it required him to leave the tower to complete it. "Now let us test the main screen. Show us the primary schematics." Halbrecht cackled while one of his assistants moved their fingers over the new console. The simplified runic operating system resembled a modern computer. It used a regular keyboard and mouse to navigate through simple icons and processes. It took the assistant a moment to locate the folder containing the schematic, but soon it appeared on the brand new monitor, and the research team cheered again. There it is, the runic radio network system. The name suits it well. How did you come up with it? It just came to me. Roland lied easily. In this world, radio waves were an unknown concept. Everything relied on magical systems that served the same functions as modern technology. Electricity, microwaves, and radio waves all existed but could only be accessed through knowledge few possessed. He had already done research to create radio towers that could replace magical communication through crystal balls. The technology was feasible, but he lacked the funds to construct it on a large scale. With the Duke's support and an official project, they could finally begin building such towers and introduce radio technology to the world. Even data transmission through cables was possible, and the underground tunnels could also be used for it. Marvelous! Imagine it. Messages completely untraceable through any known method. If this theory is correct, then it would form an entirely new system, a technology never before seen. And my name, Halbrecht III, will go down in history. I will be even greater than my grandfather. The man burst into laughter as the room filled with applause. Roland did not care who received the credit for the invention, as he preferred to remain unmentioned. "I hope this is enough to get me out of here." His only true goal was to gain Halbrecht's favor and leave. Still, he intended to take something useful with him. The new materials, such as the glass-like substance and the process for creating it, had already caught his attention. The golems stationed along the walls were highly advanced and might help him solve problems in his own designs. Even the radio tower system was something he could also use. "Now then, about me, Levy." Before he could finish, the old man turned and gave him a hearty pat on the back. "Haha, good, good. Rest for now, my friend. In the morning, help me sort through these research papers. I am still not sure how these radio waves work. Should I do it? One good push and he will go out the window." Roland looked down at his fist and then at the babbling man in front of him. Behind the man, a large transparent panel that looked like glass filled the wall. In truth, the material could become clear while remaining solid. Halbrecht stood directly against it, and Roland wondered if shoving him through and running was an option. It had been more than a week since the Duke ordered him to lend his expertise to this man. Even after building the prototype, the man would not stop talking about his own greatness and the promise of new inventions. Now the man wanted Roland to reconfigure the entire Mage Tower to improve its efficiency. If this carried on, Roland could be trapped here for months or longer. For a moment, he imagined pushing the man out and smashing through the glass wall. The Duke was present, but the man himself would not concern himself with a Tier 3 class holder. At most, the other high-level knights and perhaps the Grand Knight Commander would interfere. Still, the plan could not be carried out as too much was at stake. He might manage to escape, but he would be hunted for damaging part of the Mage Tower and for hijacking a teleport gate to flee. If he no longer had a home to return to in Albrook, leaving the island might have been tempting. But he had put down roots here, and starting over somewhere else would not be easy. I'm not sure Elodia would like to live in one of the other countries after all that has happened. When he first arrived in Albrook, he was not sure he would stay there for long. If the dungeon did not allow him to reach Tier 3 quickly, he might have reconsidered and gone elsewhere. Now, however, there were too many people who relied on him, so for the time being he needed to restrain himself from doing anything too reckless. Haha! Excellent work as always, my genius friend. The man who looked like a mad scientist held a schematic up to the glass, letting the light shine through it. Now then, as he examined a design involving golems and several of the appliances Roland used in Albrook, the man turned around and took out something that looked like a badge. HM? An access key. I do not even need to explain it? Very good. Truly extraordinary. Roland saw that what he was given resembled the badge attached to his armor. It was an identification sigil that could open restricted areas and operate sealed mechanisms throughout the tower. The badge was circular, made from enchanted metal, with faint inscriptions glowing along its edge. The one you are wearing is the temporary researcher key. This one, however, is the permanent version. Permanent? Do you mean? Roland went pale beneath his helmet as he heard this. He knew the tower was divided into sections, and his current badge only granted access to specific rooms. If this man was giving him one that could open more chambers, it might mean he intended for him to stay here permanently. Indeed, my genius friend. You can use it to return here so we can continue our research together. Return. That word caught his attention. So you mean, I can leave now? Of course you can leave. This is not a prison. The old man cackled again, and before Roland could ask any more questions, he continued speaking. Of course, before we start this project, I'll have to convince those stingy nobles to fund it. Once that is done and the tunnels are explored thoroughly, we can plan the cabling and tower placement. I'll be sure to build a prototype based on the schematics you designed, but first I'll need to study them carefully. I see. So, I'll stay in touch. Roland did not bother arguing with the man, who was already mumbling to himself. Instead, he took the key from the desk. After more than a week of feeling like a glorified assistant trapped inside a cage of glowing panels, there was finally light at the end of the tunnel. A quick scan told him the key was genuine, and he began to quietly leave Halbrecht's office before the old man could finish his rambling. Almost there. Just as he reached the sliding door, the old man turned sharply toward him. Wait. Is something wrong? I'll stay in touch with your people through my people, Roland said, trying to edge closer to the exit. You need to take these research papers. Did you think I would let you leave empty-handed? Halbrecht hurried over and handed him a thick book filled with strange theories. Roland flipped through the pages and realized that no ordinary person would be able to make sense of what this eccentric scientist had written. Oh, I just can't wait. Once the network is created, we'll be able to exchange knowledge with each other and other brilliant minds. The age of knowledge is upon us. In truth, what Roland had given the man resembled a primitive version of the modern internet and radio technology. The current method of communication consumed vast amounts of mana, and magical letters carried certain risks. If they succeeded in creating a true network that used cables and radio towers, information, drawings, and schematics could be shared instantly. Printers did not yet exist in this world, but once data transfer was established, even that could become a reality. While the research exchange appeared one-sided at first glance, he still gained certain advantages from it. To ensure that he would not be betrayed, he embedded a hidden access point for himself within every piece of technology he shared. If those creations were ever turned against him, he would be able to disable or alter their behavior immediately. In a way, building a connected network through his inventions also gave him the ability to monitor the cities where they were installed. Halbrecht was intelligent but too eager to experiment without proper testing. By setting up the networks with the runic routers and switches he provided, Halbrecht was unknowingly doing Roland a favor. This seems to contain the secrets of that barrier. Yes, those are my grandfather's old research notes. I've analyzed them many times already, but I'm sure they can help you with your research, my friend. Just be sure to inform me when you make any more breakthroughs. Sure, I'll be going now. Don't worry, I know the way out. Roland took the notes and placed them into one of his spatial runes. He had already studied the layout of this place and knew the way out. Halbrecht laughed at his words and nodded. Farewell, my friend. Let us meet again to discuss magic and science. His steps were quick, and soon he arrived before the platform that had brought him in. Behind him, an awkward scene was unfolding as all the research assistants stood up to applaud while he waited for the elevator doors to close. He had spent over a week with them, and for some reason they regarded him as a kind of teacher. They are probably just happy that I made their work easier for them. With the implementation of the runic systems, their tasks would become much simpler. Creating schematics on the screens through a basic scanning process was far easier than performing an entire magical ritual. Authorization. Elite researcher clearance. Once the elevator doors closed and the glass panels turned into white stone, the tower spirit spoke to him. It was similar to Sebastian but had fewer features. Roland had shared some information about tower spirit techniques, yet Halbrecht still did not know the full extent of Sebastian's abilities. If he did, Roland was certain that Halbrecht would have wanted to see them in action. It was a secret advantage Roland had planned to use if he was forced to stay longer, but fortunately, that would no longer be necessary. He found himself inside the tube once again, yet this time he figured how it all functioned. Just as he had expected before arriving, the entire place was influenced by layered spatial and gravitational magic, some of which was even worth studying. Although it appeared that he was moving up and down, the platform beneath him was actually shifting sideways, downward, and upward at irregular intervals. The mechanism was designed to confuse and trap anyone who tried to escape. Finally, I can go home. As he neared the true exit, he reflected on the entire incident and how smoothly it had gone. They had succeeded in obtaining the deed to Theodore's city and now needed to prepare for retaliation. Although he could not attack them directly, he certainly would not ignore them. This meant that the city of Aldborn required immediate attention. In Albrook, they had him and Sebastian, along with an extensive monitoring system to keep everyone under control. They would need to build a similar system in the new city and determine what kinds of trade they could start. It was almost certain that Theodore would not allow anyone from their new city to make profitable trades within his territory. Because of that, they would have to establish new trade routes for their citizens, and if the Underground Railroad plan succeeded, it might become a real possibility. I have already mapped out the entire area, but the costs will be high. The first idea involved creating an underground subway and expanding it to other cities instead of keeping it limited to Aldborn and Albrook. Once established, their system could serve as one of the major hubs that connected all routes, drawing trade directly to them. Another possibility was forming trade agreements with other territories and perhaps creating a network of flying ships. The cities owned by the Valerian brothers usually had at least one flying shipyard that could be used for commerce. Arthur seemed to get along with Julius, which could provide another opportunity. Roland was unsure about the others, but Julius appeared to be a promising ally. There was also the fact that Ivan had lost his territories, which had been taken over by other nobles. Those nobles might be open to trade since earning money was one of their favorite pursuits. Well, I should get home before making any plans. I'm not safe yet. At last, the platform stopped and a passage opened before him. It led into another white corridor, but this one had an exit. It did not lead to any teleportation gates. Instead, it opened into a large enclosed hub area. Another empty room, but this time around, the chamber was quite large, with many hidden paths leading elsewhere. However, the most important path lay directly ahead. Once he used the elite researcher key, a wide passage opened forward. This time it was no illusion but a real exit, and just as he expected, people were already waiting for him outside. The air outside the tower was refreshing compared to the magically filtered air inside the mage tower. As he stepped out, he saw the tower behind him, much smaller than what was concealed within by overlapping spatial magic. His attention quickly shifted to the group before him, for the person waiting was not someone he had expected to meet before leaving. Sir Wayland. The voice came from the steps ahead, deep and stern. The Grand Knight Commander stood there, his silver armor gleaming even under the gray sky. A half-circle of knights flanked him, their weapons resting but ready to be drawn. I trust your cooperation with the Duke's researcher was fruitful. It was enlightening, Roland replied while studying the man. The commander was possibly a Tier 4 class holder or someone very close to reaching that level. We exchanged some knowledge, and the device has been completed. I'm sure His Grace will make good use of it. The commander gave a single nod, his expression unreadable. Then he stepped closer, close enough for Roland to see his own reflection in the polished chest plate. Very well, but the Valerian house doesn't take kindly to secrets being kept from us. You have proven useful, but usefulness is not immunity. Next time you will bring such knowledge directly to the duchy. Is that clear? The words carried a clear warning. Although Roland had been helpful, not everyone approved of his methods. Some probably suspected him of loyalty to the church, since he lived in a city where paladins were trained. The Duke himself might have shared those doubts. To avoid further conflict, Roland simply bowed. Yes, sir. I will keep that in mind. As he spoke those words, the Grand Knight Commander's piercing eyes lingered on him for a moment longer, as if to weigh his honesty. Then the man turned sharply, the motion of his cloak snapping in the wind. Good. You may leave. My men will escort you to the gate. You have my thanks. The knights parted in silence, forming a narrow corridor for Roland to walk through. Their discipline impressed him, and their precise movements reminded him of golems that obeyed orders without hesitation. 4 of them accompanied him, guiding him toward a carriage. On the way back, he glanced around the area. Barely a week had passed since the attack on the palace, yet there were no visible signs of damage. He did not know how it had been done, but the entire place had been fully restored, and it was clearly not an illusion created by the barrier. Still a lot of soldiers around. I wonder if some cultists managed to get away. Many cultists had been killed, but a few had escaped and might even have blended in among the nobility. Even so, Roland doubted they could flee far. The Duke's forces were watching everything closely. Soldiers stood guard at every corner, and mages patrolled alongside them, scanning the air for traces of mana. Finally, after some time, he reached the inner gates and was told to leave the carriage. There was no inspection this time, and he did not need to remove his clothing. He was free to walk through, and once outside, he noticed something that caught his attention. They are still here? Now that he was in the middle section of the castle grounds, his senses picked up familiar movements. Arthur and the others were still nearby, though he had expected them to have left already. Without hesitation, he moved toward the location where they had spent time before. It was the tea house where they had nearly fought Ivan, and Arthur was sitting outside. When they arrived here first, they weren't really taken seriously, but it was clear that things had changed. He wasn't there with just Mary but also with some other nobles, ones that were clearly trying to get into his good graces. They all were smiling while Arthur was drinking some tea and looking slightly annoyed. Yet, soon his friend's eyes landed on Roland walking forward. His armor was still quite red and noticeable, so singling him out of the crowd was quite simple. Is he coughing? Once Arthur laid his eyes on Roland, it seemed that he had swallowed his tea too fast, which caused him to cough. Even though he was a Tier 3 class holder, taking in hot liquid into the lungs would produce this effect. Mary appeared instantly to pat him on the back while the other nobles clamored to show their worth. Is he Is he really? Roland was planning to just go into the tea house and wait downstairs or have a servant fetch his allies, but Arthur had other plans. Instead of just sitting there and pretending nothing had happened, Arthur suddenly pushed back his chair with a loud scrape, startling the group of nobles around him. Sir Wayland! The name escaped him before he could stop himself. The nobles turned, following his gaze toward the crimson-armored knight striding across the courtyard. Roland froze mid-step. For a brief second, their eyes met and then Arthur moved. Without hesitation, he vaulted over the balcony railing. The nobles gasped. One of them shouted, "Lord Valerian!" But by the time they rushed to the railing, Arthur had already landed on the ground floor with a heavy thud. His boots cracked the stone, a faint ripple of force dispersing from the impact as he absorbed the fall with his Tier 3 robustness. Mary leaned over the edge, exasperated but unsurprised. He could have just taken the stairs. She muttered under her breath before following his example. The nobles glanced over the edge at the man who had caught Arthur's attention, but did not recognize him at all. Roland's appearance was quite different from how he had presented himself during the noble gathering. "My lord, you probably shouldn't be doing things like this out in the open," Roland said as Arthur straightened his coat and brushed the dust from his sleeves before walking forward. "I only wanted to stretch my legs." The conversation in the tea house was rather dull. Roland tilted his head, knowing it was a lie, but chose not to comment. Instead, he simply nodded and smiled faintly beneath his helmet. Seeing the familiar faces of his companions lifted his spirits. Now that everyone was together again, they could finally leave this place and put the entire ordeal behind them. "Is it fine to talk?" "It should be. I don't think they are keeping a watch on us right now. I believe we have gained some trust from the Duke and his people after the incident." "I'm not so sure about that, my friend. At the very least, someone has grown interested in our little undertaking. I doubt we will be able to get away with as much as we did before. We should be careful for a while, at least until the envoys leave Albrook." "That would probably be for the best," replied Roland as he spoke with Arthur. The two were still in Isgard, talking inside Arthur's temporary bedchambers, where they had set up a soundproof barrier. They had just returned from their meeting at the tea house and were discussing a small predicament. "I suspected that your father would send his representatives eventually. We have been expanding quite rapidly," Roland said while looking out the window. No one had followed them back this time as in the past, but that did not mean they were free from surveillance. After the incident, Arthur had been given the deed to another city, but they had also been assigned several chaperones. These individuals were expected to arrive later and report directly to the Duke while inspecting the city. On the surface, this seemed to be a routine check to ensure that the influence of the abyssal cult had not spread. In truth, it served another purpose entirely. The inspectors would be monitoring their business dealings and would certainly notice if large quantities of dungeon resources were being transferred into the guild and distributed among their associates. They had managed to avoid tax scrutiny before, but doing so now would not be as easy. Indeed, it is unfortunate. Still, I think we can conceal a few of our activities, but for now we should be extremely careful. Roland nodded while glancing out the window. There were still ways to secure funds, and working with the underworld traders remained an option. "We could use Madame Isis's and the Thieves Guild's services, although it will take more time and the fees will be higher than our usual share. I doubt the guildmaster will be pleased if we shift everything there, but there is little we can do about it." Arthur nodded. It was better to remain cautious. Even though their status had improved and tax evasion would no longer send them to prison, the penalties and fees would still slow their progress. The Adventurers Guild supported them, but if the Duke's people began to investigate closely, they would eventually uncover the truth. This left the Thieves Guild as their best alternative since it was harder to monitor, and they could always claim ignorance if necessary. Using the Thieves Guild as a scapegoat was an option, but it was not one they wanted to consider after finally earning the leader's trust. "We'll see. For now, let's head back to Albrook," said Arthur while getting up from his seat. The teleportation gate restrictions should have been lifted by now. Roland looked at the timer on his helmet display. He had been counting the minutes as they passed. This time there was no order to the departures since they only needed to make an official appointment with the teleportation gate personnel. They were given a specific time for the gate's activation, which was exactly 30 minutes away. Shall we then? Before my father or that researcher you met changes their minds. Roland did not reply to the joke. Instead, he removed the soundproof barrier and began retracting the golems he had left outside. No one was following them anymore, but he still did not feel completely safe. They had never discovered who the men targeting them after their arrival truly were. Most likely they were part of the abyssal cult, but that alone was not enough. Some of the nobles who had worked with the cult might still have been out there. Not everyone carried a parasite, which made identifying them far more difficult. "Are we ready to depart?" "Yes, my lord." Mary responded with a small bow while Gareth and Morian took their positions on the flanks. Soon they were leaving in much the same way they had arrived, with rows of servants lined up on each side. Their carriage was brought out, and before long, they were on their way to the teleportation gate. It was not the same one they had used before, but the larger gate through which Julius and Theodore had arrived. There were fewer people gathered this time, although a few young nobles still waved from a distance as Arthur prepared to depart. Yet this was not the only surprise. Just as Roland was about to mount his horse, someone approached him. "Sir Wayland, Master Anzenius." It was the same man who had assisted them during the recent incident. The old mage was powerful and had helped Roland create a breach in the palace barrier, as well as aided Arthur in destroying several occult relics. "I thought he and Tybalt left a few days ago. Did he stay behind just to meet me?" The mage slowed to a stop, his staff tapping lightly against the ground. Several soldiers and mages near the gate exchanged uneasy glances. This fire mage was known to be eccentric and not entirely loyal to Tybalt. From what Roland knew, he was one of the highest-ranking professors at another magical academy, someone whom Tybalt Valyrian had likely bribed to serve as his knight commander. There was no law against appointing an older mage to such a position, but it was clear that Anzenius had his own motives. "Ah, good. I caught you before you vanished," the mage said, trying to catch his breath. He was not alone. 3 other robed figures appeared behind him. They were mages as well, likely his personal students. "You were about to depart without making good on your promise." Roland sighed inwardly. He had not been trying to avoid the man, but at the moment all he wanted was to go home and rest. Anzenius's appearance also reminded him of the headmistress and the uncertainty of how she might react. "You mean the matter of the library access? Don't worry, I'll have everything arranged once I return there, but for now." He responded and tried to mount his horse, but the old mage seemed to have other plans. "Why don't I just come with you instead? I've heard that Albrook has its own gate, and since you're the deputy professor at Xander's Institute of Wizardry, I'm sure you don't need an appointment to use it." Ah! It seemed the old mage had done his research. Roland had planned to delay this matter until after speaking with the headmistress and offering his apologies. If he went there now, he might end up spending more time than he could afford. The exams were approaching, and they involved sending students into a dungeon. He had intended to wait until the students departed before going himself. If he left immediately, the headmistress would likely assign him additional responsibilities as punishment. Fortunately, Arthur noticed his hesitation and understood his reluctance. "Master Anzenius, could I have a word?" Arthur's voice came from inside the carriage. "Of course, young lord, please go ahead." Arthur had met Anzenius during the recent incident, and since they were on good terms, he chose not to interrupt and simply listened. "My apologies, but for the time being, I need my knight to remain in the city. Several matters must be resolved first. Once they are settled, he will be free to fulfill the promise he made to you. I trust you understand." The old mage's brows furrowed at Arthur's words, his long white beard twitching as if in protest. For a moment it seemed he might argue, for his reputation for stubbornness was well earned. "Humph!" Anzenius exhaled through his nose. His students stiffened behind him, clearly expecting a dispute. "Fine, fine. I will relent for now." Within the carriage, Arthur inclined his head. Your understanding is appreciated, Master Enzenius. I promise that once our current affairs are in order, Sir Wayland will personally attend to your request. I will hold you to that, the mage said, wagging a finger at Roland. Do not think you will be rid of this old man so easily. I will send word through the mage network so you know how to contact me. Roland offered a polite bow. This meant the old mage would share the mana patterns of his crystal ball so Roland could call him later when he had time. Of course, Master Enzenius. I would never dare break a promise to someone as persuasive as you. The mage grunted in satisfaction, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Not as persuasive as you were that time. The young lord still remembers and will probably reprimand me for talking to you for so long. But alas, have a safe trip. I will be waiting to hear from you. There was not much he could say to that. He had blackmailed him to help Arthur, and Tybalt obviously held a grudge. Roland waited until the old mage finally turned away, his blue robe swaying as he disappeared beyond the line of guards. Only then did he exhale the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The situation could have turned troublesome if Enzenius had insisted further. He's a powerful ally but quite persistent, isn't he? Arthur spoke from within the carriage in a teasing tone, and Roland nodded. Out in the open, however, he could not casually address Arthur or make any sarcastic jokes, so he simply behaved like a proper knight. We should depart, my lord. The teleportation gate is waiting. Fortunately, the gate was almost ready. Soon, he mounted his horse, and they moved forward. For a moment, he looked around the area. A few nobles waved at them, hoping to make a good impression. Most of them were young, but that could change in the future. They had left their mark in Isgard, and Arthur had begun to earn genuine respect. The guards signaled the gate mage, and a faint shimmer filled the air as the teleportation circle activated. Layers of runes pulsed beneath the marble platform, bathing the surroundings in a soft azure glow. Roland took one last glance at the palace before turning toward the gate. Goodbye, Isgard. I hope I never have to return here again. As they stepped through the shimmering gate, the familiar sensation washed over him, and moments later, they reappeared in Albrook. The Lord is back. It's Sir Wayland. He looks as shiny as ever. When his vision cleared, they were standing at Albrook's main teleportation gate in the center of the city. As expected, citizens had gathered to welcome them, along with rows of soldiers who had stayed behind to guard the city. Arthur leaned out of the carriage window as the wheels clattered over the cobblestone road. The air of Albrook was crisp and familiar. Outside, people waved flags and scattered flower petals along the street. Children shouted his name, and merchants cheered from their stalls as the convoy moved down the main road toward the Valerian mansion. Welcome home, Lord Valerian. The High Knight Commander has returned. It was clear that both of them were quite liked by the citizens, but Roland paid little attention and focused instead on connecting with the city's runic network. The moment he arrived, a stream of information flooded his mind, revealing everything that had happened in their absence. The great distance between Albrook and Isgard had prevented any real-time updates. If they ever managed to install underground cables or use radio signals, that problem could finally be solved. Everything seems fine. A few burglaries here and there, but nothing serious. Sebastian had been in charge of overseeing the entire area and relaying information to their guards. The system was working perfectly, and Roland could even review recordings showing criminals being apprehended. Crime rates were at an all-time low, but fortunately, they still had other ways to keep the Thieves' Guild satisfied. Among the crowd, he spotted his wife standing with Armand and Lobelia. He wanted nothing more than to go to her and return home, but Arthur clearly had something to discuss, something he had not mentioned in Isgard. Instead of going to her and hugging her, he contacted her through the runic bracelet she had and spoke to her while riding down the road. "How have things been? Was everything all right while I was gone?" he asked, watching her fumble with the bracelet that vibrated when he made the connection. "Ah, hello? Is that you, Wayland?" Roland smiled beneath his helmet, but before they could start talking, another voice interrupted. It belonged to his brother-in-law. "Was that Wayland's voice? You have to tell me what happened in Isgard." There have been some rumors about your exploits, and don't worry, just as I promised. I protected everyone when you were Ow. Hey, why did you pinch me? Be quiet, you idiot. Try to have some sense for once. Just as Armand tried to continue, Lobelia pinched his arm again and pushed him aside. Let the two of them talk. It has been almost 2 weeks. Thank you, Lobelia. Roland's voice came through smoothly, and Armand finally moved his mouth away from the bracelet. Elodia, you were saying? There was a brief silence as Elodia pulled her hand back. She turned around and began whispering into the bracelet, trying not to let anyone else hear their conversation. Not much happened while you were away, dear, she said with a faint smile on her face. Everything in the workshop ran smoothly. I made sure Rastix didn't blow anything up, and the store managed to stay open. Is that so? He didn't say much in return. It was enough for him just to hear her voice after nearly 2 weeks in Isgard. He didn't know how long he would be able to enjoy her company, since he needed to go to the institute soon, so he let her talk without interrupting. Oh, there was a small incident with Agni. He got restless and disrupted the usual prayer. Is he all right? He's fine, just acting like a big baby as always. He settled down after an hour or so. Roland chuckled softly, but as they continued talking, the gates of Arthur's villa came into view. I should be home soon, but for now I need to finish a few things. I see. Then take care and don't take too long. I won't. They exchanged a brief goodbye as Arthur's carriage rolled into the estate. All the servants stood outside, bowing in unison as their lord stepped out. Roland followed behind Arthur, and once the doors closed behind them, he heard a long sigh. Finally back. I didn't think I'd grow so fond of this place, but here I am. Now then, Sir Wayland, I need to ask you something. I know you're tired, but this is important. Roland nodded, and the two of them moved forward. He had a feeling he knew what this was about. Arthur had recently visited his mother and had been acting strangely ever since. He hadn't spoken about it directly, so this was likely the moment he intended to come clean. They soon entered Arthur's office. Only Mary remained inside, with 2 guards posted outside the door, just as in many meetings before. Now then, my friend, I need to ask you something. Go ahead. What's troubling you? It's about our night troupe, the ones you enhanced with runic prosthetics. Do you want to know something specific? Does someone you know need a replacement limb? Was Arthur's mother injured and in need of a replacement prosthetic? This seemed to be true, but it was something more complicated than just a simple missing arm. As always, you catch on quickly. It's not about a limb, though. It's about the eyes. The eyes? The cyborg knights he had created with prosthetic limbs had grown quite skilled in using them, but there had never been time to focus on replacing missing eyes or ears. Attaching a runic limb to a mana phantom was one thing. Creating one that could handle the complexity of sight was another matter entirely. Yes, please sit down. Let me tell you what happened. After nodding, Roland listened as Arthur explained what had happened to his mother. She had been poisoned and had lost her eyesight. Roland was not a doctor, but he suspected the poison might have damaged the optic nerve or perhaps caused direct cellular damage to the eyes themselves. So her eyeballs are still intact? That might complicate things. Will it? Yes, but it shouldn't be impossible. Arthur's expression brightened at those words. We would need to conduct some tests first, just like we did with the other prosthetics. But it should be possible. The mana phantom was a peculiar phenomenon, and the research surrounding it was still new. Even so, with Roland's current understanding, it might be achievable. There were ways to connect directly to the optic nerve without removing the eye entirely, allowing a replacement to function much like a camera. At first, it might not match the quality of natural sight, but it was not beyond the realm of possibility.